Am I streaming it? I hope so. Because I wanted everyone to see that, just to let them know I'm sick. I've been sick all week. I didn't even go to work for half the week because I was sicker than I am now. I'm mostly better now, but if I cough, if I sniffle, if I make disgusting noises, I'm sorry. I can't help it. I have the sick. Stormy! Stormy, come here, you're so cute! I see you in the back! No, come back! Stormy! Oh, I bet you can come if I make interesting noises, right? Interesting noises. Interesting noises. Come here. Come here, buddy. Stormy! He's interested in Dad instead of me. Stormy, come here! Stormy, I love you! No! He wanders off! Oh well. Anyway, howdy folks, EJ here. Welcome to another stream. Oh wait, I just realized I'm exposing my screen on my laptop. I'm not used to that being a thing that can even happen. Oh boy. Even the title is just the freaking worst. Okay. So this needs like a lot of explanation. Oh wow, that's just real broke. Okay. We're gonna start here. So, I'm gonna wait for, chat to appear and things to start happening before I launch into the full story of what this is and why this is. I have talked about it a few times on other streams before, but this is gonna be one of those totally, where's my stuff? My totally pretentious streams where I act like I'm all cool with my hipster scarf and I don't know, I'm kidding. This is gonna be us cringing and making complete fun and sassing my old stuff. Poke the commencing! There's no one to poke but myself! Hi Loogie, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good one. I'm waiting for people to get here before I launch into the overall explanation and stuff. Mainly my sister, because she also has never read this story. I wrote the story a really long time ago, and I was always like not wanting to show it off and be like, no wait, you can't read it yet because I have to get it to its most final state of completion and then it'll be good enough to release and publish and everyone can enjoy it at once and it'll be so great and I will be loved and appreciated by all the masses and it'll be fantastic. But obviously it never ever got to that point. Not only did I mean maybe I thought it was complete at the time, but I never finished the other books to get it done and it was just it's just bad anyway. So yeah, I never got it to that state of full completion where I was willing to release it and let everyone read it. But now I don't want to let people read it because it's bad and cringy, and that's why I'm holding on to it. Also because I'm still waiting for sister. She said she'd be here, but she's taking a little bit of time. It's fine. Beeswax? No. Loogie, this is far worse. This is far worse than those poems I made about the trees and beeswax. That was reading my old cringy poetry writings and stuff. This is the first novel I ever tried to write, and technically pretty much the first main big old thing I tried to write in general. The first big thing I tried to write. Because back in the day, when I was a simple child, I didn't like to write. I was, homeschooled, so my parents were like, okay, here's how to write, here's how to make your letters and stuff, here's how to do it, and I was terrible at it. I had really bad handwriting. It was time consuming to try to draw the correct shapes and stuff, and I never had anything interesting to say, so they were like, okay, here's a worksheet where you have to write about something you did today. And I'm like, I breathed. Can I stop doing this assignment now and throw my pencil in rage? So my mom was always trying to get me to write and learn how to do it and be better at it and forcing me to do assignments for school, and it just made me hate it more because I'm like, bruh, I have to take all this time writing these dumb school assignments, and I can't. It's freaking stupid and annoying, and I don't like it and never want to write again. I'm giving an interlude as to my history. An intro about my history with writing in general before we get into the cringeful pain.
AP Lit and whatever the other one is, Lang, I hate them. I mean, it wasn't the worst, but those freaking stupid essays I have to write in 45 minutes about stuff I've never heard about nor do I care about ever. Ugh! I don't know why I took those classes.
Okay. Well, that's a lot later than what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about like when I was a 5th grade child or like a 3rd grade child or even whenever you learn to write. When do you learn to write? 1st grade or something?
That's when you start learning.
Okay, well whenever it was that you started learning to write, I found it annoying to have to, do handwriting and stuff. That's why my handwriting is still terrible these days. And I can't write that well. But that's fine. I have learned linguistically how to write better since then. But handwriting has never improved since 1st grade or whatever. It's kind of a sad day. But anyway, I really hated writing and didn't want to put in the time, and I never had any creativity of something interesting to write about, nothing that ever impassioned me. So whenever I was told to write these stupid things, I would take ages and be like, blah, 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 get them over with as fast as I could, and then throw them in the trash can, just to complete the school assignment. But then, finally, in like 7th grade or something, instead of being homeschooled, we like did a co-op thing where we had a guest teacher or something. It was weird. So we would like go once a week to this actual school, and there was a real teacher or something. It was strange. I don't remember the details, but I had an English teacher there, and they assigned us one of these same kind of writing prompt things, and it was like, okay, write a 10-page short story. It can be double-spaced, it's fine. Which isn't really that much, not many words or whatever in the grand scheme of things, and it can be about whatever you want. So I was like, bruh, I gotta write 10 whole freaking pages. Do you understand what this is going to do to me? I'm going to cry. And I didn't want to do it. I was like putting it off, procrastinating, hating my life, not wanting to do this assignment. And my family was like, bruh, why don't you just do it? Look, it can be about whatever you want. You can make a fancy story. Why aren't you excited about this, bro? And I was like, because it's boring and lame, and I don't like writing, and I'm not good at writing. And they were like, okay, well... And then I got the inspiration that started this whole thing. Here, let me look it up. Is this it? Yes. Okay. So I saw this Calvin and Hobbes comic, and I decided to utterly plagiarize the idea. So he has a writing prompt, obviously, Calvin. So it says, when I grow up, I want to be an inventor. First, I will invent a time machine. Then I'll come back to yesterday and take myself to tomorrow and skip this dumb assignment. So his idea for what to write about was a way to not do this school assignment that he got assigned. And that inspired me. So I was like, okay. My dad was like, what do you want to write about? What's something interesting? And I'm like, okay, I have a great idea. How about I write about how I have a time machine and I'm going to take myself to the day after this assignment so I can skip it and not have to do it. And my dad was like, brilliant, that's a great idea. No, write about that as like an interesting idea. Like, how did you get the time machine? What do you do with the time machine and stuff? And I'm like, oh, that does actually sound cool. Heck, wait, I want to know what happens with that. Okay. So, I started writing a 10-page story about me with a time machine.
Oh my gosh,
and
why do I look like this? Sorry, continue. I just look really bad right now, I'm sorry.
It's fine, we always look bad. That's just how life is at this point. Fine, I look bad always.
Also,
Didn't
does
mean
it
to
look
speak
like...
for you as well.
Do I still have a mark on me?
A mark?
Hold on, I have to check.
Mark.
I do.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
I don't know if you can see that, but it's not what it looks like.
You haven't been strangled? Have you been bit by a mosquito?
I don't
vampire?
know. It like sometimes I just get like random red bumps on me and like they itch like a mosquito bite, but I've been inside, so I don't think it was a mosquito. It just happens to me sometimes. So that's what that is. Continue.
Okay. So anyway, long story short, I ended up completing the assignment.
Assignment.
The assignment. I wrote a 10-page story about how like I had a time machine that I had worked hard inventing or something. Like I was just like, yes, it's finally ready, my time machine. It had kind of like Frankenstein-esque vibes of like, wow, I built a cool time machine. And then like me and Dad went on some adventure and we're like, okay, cool, we had an adventure with a time machine. And Mom was like, bruh, you're gonna get yourself murdered, don't do it. And then we got into trouble like 4 times in a row. We're like, okay, yep, we got back to regular time, dismantled the time machine, and we said we would never speak of it again or something. And that was the end of the 10-page story. It was nice, concise, neat, probably a better short story than what it ended up being however many years down the road. So that was the original story. It was very nice, cute little thing. Then I decided, you know what? I want to expand it. I want to write more. That was actually kind of fun. It basically inspired me to begin a career in writing. And that 10-page assignment kind of changed my whole outlook on writing, and I started enjoying writing and liking creativity and doing all kinds of cool stuff. That was good assignment, good time, and helped change my worldview on a lot of things. As far as where the story went, it went down the toilet real quick. So that was the first iteration where I had invented a time machine, and it was literally me and literally my dad, and real names, self-insert, just complete fanfiction chaos? Written with a crayon, chaos, I don't know.
Fiery Seraph.
Hey, thanks for following, Fiery Seraph, I appreciate it. Sorry, this is the longest
also,
intro
got
ever.
Ryan here, we've got Loogie, we've got Star, I'm trying to like translate the names in my brain. We got Sir Crafts-a-Lot. Okay, the chat disappeared.
I'm trying to maximize it. Is it even working? I don't know if that works.
Peaches and...
How do I make this larger?
Anyone I haven't mentioned, I assume...
Oh no!
What happened?
I mean, sure, I ghost that works. I don't know.
I like writing too, but right now I'm just doing role plays. I'm making like basically D&D campaigns for people because that requires ideas and character development, but without having to write as much, without having to come up with a complete story. But I do want to do that at some point, and we did have a weird idea, but I haven't expanded upon that because I'm thinking of other things. But I too enjoy the writing.
Okay, so yeah, basically that was stage 1 of the story. Stage 2 of the story was, okay, I had a couple new ideas of places we could go with the time machine and cool new things I could do, and I wrote like another 10 pages and then another 10 pages segment, so I had like 30 pages story, and then I got it to like 50 pages of like a bunch of different, I don't remember the exactly beginning and end of how the story went, but maybe then I decided, okay, maybe what if I find the machine instead of inventing it, because that's too unrealistic for me to invent a time machine as like an 11-year-old. That doesn't even make sense. I was 11, by the way, when I wrote this story. So
I'm 11,
yeah.
So shut the heck up. Sorry.
Yeah, I actually introduced myself in the story. Hi, I'm 11 and I am blah blah blah. I have all these physical traits and capabilities or whatever.
Good writing
because
right
I didn't
there.
want to leave myself up to the reader's imagination because I was a real person. I think I actually said something like that. It was so dumb. It was lame. But it was 11-year-old writing style, so I thought it was, I mean, maybe it even was better than average for an 11-year-old.
Probably.
But now looking back at it, I'm like, ooh, that's so bad. Why did I think it was good back then? Maybe it was better than my peers, but not good in general. I used to be avid reader. Anyway, so that was stage 2 of the story. It was like longer, just a little bit longer freeform. I changed it to be like, okay, I have found a time machine and it's doing all these cool things, but it was still at its core just a sci-fi time travel story, exploring history, doing cool things. But then stage 3 came along and ruined everything, because I thought, you know what? I like a lot of things. Like, it would be cool if, like, there was a big bad evil guy to fight and, like, save the world or something. Oh, but also it would be cool if there was magic.
Whoa.
Wow. Like Harry Potter exists. Oh, look at all this cool other stuff I could... Oh, you know what? I'm getting inspired now. So basically, I turned it into a mishmash of everything. It had sci-fi, it had aliens, it had magic, it had time travel, it had... it was too much. My child brain was like, oh, I have so much creativity now, I'm gonna make this the best thing ever and include everything. So it literally had everything. And then I had the problem of, okay, well now I've changed this story so much. It originally was a time travel story. Now I need to add in foreshadowing for why I suddenly can do magic. And now I need to add in, okay, maybe this isn't even me anymore. Maybe let's just kind of Control F, find all the instances of my name, replace that with the character name. It's still me, but I just changed the name. Whatever. And now let's change this character's name and change this friend's name that I put in there, and so it just kind of slowly splintered and dissolved into chaos, and I had to try to go back and edit it a bunch of times to smooth it out. And I worked on this for probably 2 years total. So it started when I was 11, and I, worked on it a bit, changing things a little bit here and there, but, basically the same writing until I was 13, and that's about when I got too busy to keep doing it, and ended up never finishing it. But what ended up, basically, I finished book 1. It was going to be a trilogy because, of course, every young adult book that you write has to be a trilogy. Always has to be a trilogy. So this was going to be book 1. I finished book 1, quote unquote, because, it's a mess, and, you can't really finish a time travel story until all 3 books are finished. That's why I never really got around to letting you guys read it or show it off or anything, because I didn't want to go, it's going to change.
It is the same as the Azkaban thing, right?
Yes, it's the
I'll finally get to know. Oh my god,
you'll finally get to know what the heck Azkaban is all about.
When I was a child, Ethan would say a little something about his story, just a little hint, and then we try to ask him about it, and he'd be like, "Oh, I can't tell you.
Spoilers.
It's a secret." And I was just so annoyed. I was like, "Can you tell me what this story is about?"
I know.
So there was some planet, and we couldn't remember. My dad and I couldn't remember the name of it. It started with A, and so we
I can't remember the name of it.
And I've been wondering for 10 years what the heck this story's about and what any of it is. So this is gonna be
I hyped it up so much. I was
really
like, oh, I'm gonna get this published. No, never gonna
Publish
get published.
it right now.
I mean, that's what the stream's for. We're gonna laugh at it, cringe at it, and entertain ourselves with it. Probably for a couple streams. We're gonna get through the first 100 pages maybe today, because basically I left it in a splintered state when I finally finished it. It was done. Book 1 was done, complete, and then I decided, you know what? I want to do one more Control F and find all the instances of something and change it. So I went in and replaced a character's name or something with a big blank page so that I could do something with it. And then I never got around to actually fixing it. So it ended up just having big breaks where it was story, break, story, break. And I was like, well, great. Why did I leave it like that? Now I come back 10 years later and I have to, stitch it back together so that it's readable again. So I went back through and found all those stitch points and fixed that for the first 100 pages. I'll have to go and do it for the next 200 pages after, so that we can do it for the next stream. I just didn't get around to it yet, so I'll have to stop at chapter 10. By the way, I may as well just go ahead and get into it. So this is there was going to be a sequel series too. I forgot. Okay, there was going to be a prequel apparently. There's a folder for that. There was going to be a sequel trilogy. I think that's what this is. And all the names are freaking stupid. And there's actually
Did you ever watch that video I sent you of the guy?
Yeah.
Caleb Joseph or whatever his name is. Caleb something.
What? Who?
The video I sent you of maybe I wrote the worst book of all time.
Yeah, that was,
Does anyone
funny.
watch that guy? He's a booktuber. His name's Caleb Joseph or something. And he read his story that he wrote when he was 13 or something. And he was mocking all the names he came up with, the bad guys.
Yeah, names are hard, man. It was hard. Back in the day, I was struggling to come up with anything good.
Anyway, everyone's calling Azkaban your gray skull.
Oh wait, no, this is the sequel trilogy. My bad. Okay, so this is the why was it called Revenge of the Last Dormoor? What the heck is a Dormoor?
I have no idea.
Oh, it's just more Dorpack. Oh no, this is the level of creativity I had. I'm so sorry.
That's terrible.
It's really terrible. Can I ask what's up with the 630 bananas at the bottom? That's channel points or something. I don't know how those work. It's pretty dumb. So yeah, this is going to be a stream where we go back and we read the finished, I guess it is finished. I wrote a finished novel as a 11-year-old and then edited it a bit until I was 13. So, I guess that's kind of impressive because it turned out being, let's check the word count. It is 177,000 words long.
I wrote half of that, an amount.
And I looked it up, and The Half-Blood Prince is less words than that. So I wrote like the 6th Harry Potter book, and
Jeez.
and it's actually the same, about 600 pages as well. So that's just that's a lot of cringe that we can get through. We're not gonna get through it all in one stream. I thought about it, but no, we're not doing that. I'm already sick and tired anyway. So here it is. Word has updated about 25 times in the past decade, so all the formatting is broken. I don't know what this is. This supposed to look like that? It's Greek? I don't know. Weird.
I don't know.
And this was centered, and it was not squished with... It was supposed to be the cover. That's what this was supposed to be.
Amazing.
It's great. This is supposed to be like a cover page, so it's supposed to have more
Evan
entered.
couldn't possibly be Ethan now, could
Oh,
it?
wow. I have no idea. Who is this Evan person? Anyway, without further ado, here we go, getting into the... Oh, great. For all my friends, family, and the one who first sparked my imagination for this story, Mrs. Gartrell. That was my teacher. She was a nice lady. But technically, I guess my dad was the one who sparked it. Or Calvin...
And also thank you to Calvin and Hobbes.
Yes, thank you for my plagiarism that started this whole thing. Oh my gosh.
What?
This is just... I read this earlier. This is so freaking stupid. Because I was playing it up as like this is
Feel
a
free
real...
to write fan
oh my gosh,
fiction if you'd like.
This is the thing that really happened. So haha. All things that are real life are completely coincidental or whatever.
The Kane Chronicles, when they had like the tapes or whatever, and they were like, you know.
I don't remember anything from that. Okay. Anyway. This book was written by many authors, was it now? Some were better writers than others, but nearly every one of them had an exceptional memory that allowed them to recall the most insignificant details of this tale. Bruh.
And do they all write in the same tone and voice?
All of them. Oh wait, no, there's an explanation for that. The point of view in the story shows whose memories were recorded there after all the unbelievable amount of effort, considering some of the people that needed to be found. Wait, what? Oh, hold on, I skipped a line or something. After all the necessary sections were compiled, which took a lot of effort, Evan Thompson, and name Ethan Tyson, went through and tried to make the whole thing have a uniform writing style. That's how it explained. Why is this even a disclaimer? Who needs any of this thing here? This doesn't exist, or doesn't need to.
About 20 years after the hereafter
transcribed events occurred. What is that mouthful? All the contributors for this book agreed that it is finally about as ready for publication as it will ever be. We now release this unbelievable and semi-unverifiable historical account to the public. Let them do with it as they see fit.
The heck?
Bruh. I hate everything. Okay, let me move this over.
Sam says, bruh, Evan Thompson is the Peter Johnson of Ethan Tyson.
It really is, though. It really is.
I spelled Ethan's name wrong, just ignore.
It was like loosely disguised pseudonyms. That's basically all of the names here. I'm gonna try to make this larger so that
Are you reading this, or are we taking turns?
we're gonna work together. You can do voices for the girls. I can do voices for the guys. We can all cringe together at how bad this all is.
It's in Verdana. No.
Verdana?
The font.
Is that a problem? Oh, that's probably because of the default. I know I originally... No, the rest is in Calibre, because that's the default with Word or something.
Nice.
Yeah, it's sans serif. Sorry, guys. Ooh, table of contents that's probably broken because all the spacing's off. That's fine. These originally were, like, bigger spaces. It doesn't matter. It's been broken beyond repair because of, like, the formatting.
Broken beyond repair.
Why is there a second title page?
Healing beyond belief.
Oh, no. It's got a prologue that's, like, from a or like a excerpt from, like, the second book or something.
Whoa.
Which I never finished writing. Or the third book, which I never finished writing. But I had this whole series planned out so that I could, like, have time travel instances between the other books, including the sequel. And, like, therefore, you know, in order to finish the first book, I had to have the time travel from the other books. Makes sense. Forget it. Well, Johann, I'd say that was one of the stupidest things you've ever done, I told him. Coming from the guy who got himself stranded by a time-traveling goat, he retorted sullenly. I suppressed a grin at the ridiculousness of his technically correct statement. Huh? At least I didn't get amnesia due to getting my head bashed by the nose of the Great Sphinx, I returned as he leaned against the wall of our dark, slimy, ancient cobblestone jail cell.
Jeez.
That was not my fault. Whatever spell-shooting magical lunatic that knocked the Sphinx's nose off is to blame. It came out of nowhere, he argued. Of course it did, Johann, I replied, rolling my eyes as I continued to search for one of the many escape routes this old cell must contain. Every sentence is making me want to die. I can't read it. To every problem, there was a solution. To every cell, there was an alternate exit. Of course, this wasn't a real cell, though both Johann and I had been in real cells before. At the moment, we were in intense training, courtesy of our friend and mentor, Gwen, who is now taking on the role of our executioner?
What kind of training exercise this is? This is how he talks nowadays. And
hey! I resent that. I lost my place, sorry. Johann had decided that he had enough and was sitting against the wall of the cell in defeated frustration. We'd been worn out by Malazoric's attacks and the threat of the end of the world, not to mention our vigorous training, as we traversed the globe in a suicidal attempt to gain the attention of the unimpressible leader of an alien planet. Oh boy. Of course, even if we could get his help, his sorcery would be little aid against Malazor's rapidly growing army. I think I'm just too tired to read properly. That was written right, I just couldn't say it. Things seemed pretty bleak. It did come out of nowhere, Johann trailed off with little conviction. I turned to look at him. The little yellow flecks of sulfur power that were clinging to his skin and hair made him look like he had a disease. He looked truly pitiful, sitting in the slimy cell, arms crossed over his once large, now deflating belly, bags under his half-closed eyes, and black curly hair in disarray. Are you done? I asked him, planting my hands on my hips. He merely grunted in reply. You know as well as I do that Gwen isn't going to let us go to bed until we get out of here. Then we'll sleep in here. What do I care? Johann asks, closing his eyes. Don't give up hope, Johann, I told him, meaning it as much for the present as for our entire situation. We can still do this.
You want to
read that?
I'm scared of that. I saw it and I had to look away. Confused? Good. Get used to it. Most of the major... Why?
I don't know! That doesn't make any sense.
Guys,
Why?
this is deep, I promise. This is so cool. You're going to understand
child
later.
brain going, look, I
did a thing,
I am
guys.
Good writer. Look how cool I'm doing things that are gonna happen. Yeah.
If you're confused, it's not because it's bad. It's because you gotta wait for it.
Yeah, exactly. That's basically the reason I didn't let you guys read it. I was like, hold on. You gotta wait for it to be perfect, and then it'll be good, okay?
Most of the major explaining happens in book 2. If you don't think you can wait that long, just think of what we had to go through. Not only were we confused as you for goodness knows how long, but we were nearly getting killed on a daily basis during our attempts to make sense of everything. Okay, sorry for ranting. I guess I should just start at the beginning of our story so you wouldn't be totally confused.
Yeah, I think it's like totally confused.
Well, I wanted to scream it.
Totally!
Italicized and you underlined.
Okay, why did I have like this prefix, this prelude, this extra disclaimer, and now a forward? Why do I not want to start this story?
I don't know.
Bruh.
You're too embarrassed
just
already.
Freaking
There's
tell the story you're gonna tell.
I think. Either that or it's the Grim.
You mean outside?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to keep up with chat because I'm like way too distracted.
r/I'm 14.
Did I not make this easier? Did I make this harder? Oh no. Oh no.
Well, it's just because the top of this blocks it sometimes.
Okay, I fixed it. The top of what box?
The top of your computer blocks it sometimes.
Yeah, okay. That's what I meant. Can I make it better by doing something? What can I do to make it better?
I don't know. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. You want to do it like one paragraph, one paragraph, one paragraph, one paragraph? Just so like we trade off with voices? Because like I feel like there's going to be a lot of me talking to myself if I do every guy voice or something.
Okay.
But we can do generally like I do guy voices, you do girl voices if possible.
Okay.
This is meta genius. Some people like to put themselves in dangerous situations, searching for the adrenaline rush so crucial to their lifestyles. Others like to do crossword puzzles and sit around for fun. Still others are a mixture of both, sensibly having fun at the movies or something. Me? I was my own type of person. While others went snowboarding or played mini golf, my friends and I like to time travel. As all boys probably have, I have always fantasized
I thought we were doing paragraph by paragraph. I'm confused.
Oh, my bad. I forgot already. I'm very smart. Go ahead.
EJ, this makes 9 sense, says Luke.
9 cents.
Okay. As all boys probably have, I have always fantasized of adventure, beating up bad guys, of having superpowers, meeting book characters.
Why not all at once?
Becoming a hero and saving the world from various forms of destruction. What happened to me was incredibly similar, yet totally different. I'm not like other girls. I had always wished for something abnormal, unexpected, and extraordinary to happen in my life, and I had always wanted to have an adventure, but who could have foreseen what happened to me? Question mark, exclamation point.
I don't know, who could have foreseen?
On the single fateful day of my 13th birthday. Wow, you're not 11,
yep,
13.
Yeah, I think that I literally just went back when I was older, and I'm like, oh, okay, let me just change this. 12. I am now 12. oh, I'm the 13 now? Let me just put 13.
But the actual mindset of the character doesn't change, just the age.
No, just the age. Only the
You're
age changed.
97, but the writing still remains the same.
Yeah. I mean, I changed minor things here and there, but it was pretty much the same.
Did EJ see my word ban?
I mean, we can't really do a word ban if we're reading a book, because that's probably going to be there. Also, because I boosted the size of the chat, I really can't see that properly. I can't see it. I can't see the word ban. I'm sorry. We can't do that right now. I had to make it bigger.
On the single fateful day of my 13th birthday, my life changed drastically, unexpectedly, incredibly, and amazingly! Since then, my life has become a blur of danger and life-threatening situations, such as meeting a wizard, nearly dying thousands of years before I was born, developing strange powers, and getting into the middle of a battle with the so-called evil one. But my life wasn't always like that. I was once a perfectly normal... Okay, well, maybe not. I'm not like other boys. Anyway, I used to be semi-normal, but...
so much. I'm not like other girls energy. I had such a thirst to prove myself. I'm so dumb.
That's a new... I'm so dumb. Oh wait, we're stretching.
You can't keep redeeming this stuff.
Okay, well, maybe not. Anyway, I used to be semi-normal, but as you may have guessed, the hero of this tale, me, was not normal at all, even before I discovered the machine. The day I found it, I became yet another clueless normal person that something extraordinary happened to, thus beginning my journey as the hero of this story. However, this story cannot possibly all be told in one book. Therefore, three definite sections... What? Therefore, 3 definite sections into which our adventure happened to fall are... What am I reading? In which our adventure happened to fall are separated, forming a trilogy that tells our story minus some loose ends that may yet be tied up soon. I don't know what that was.
It's basically the most long-winded way to say this is 3 books.
Yeah.
It's in 3 books, and it's broken up at logical breaking up points. But there's also loose ends that'll be explained by the sequel and prequel trilogies or something.
Information.
It really, none of it is relevant. None of this matters in the slightest. Just start the freaking story.
Where was I? Okay,
That's
that sentence.
Anyway,
the story begins here. On a perfectly normal vacation that just so happened to encompass the day of my 13th birthday, during which I made a discovery that changed my destiny irreversibly. My life would never be the same again.
It says the story begins here on a perfectly normal day, the day of my 13th birthday, and then it doesn't start there. Chapter 1. Meow! My rather annoying alarm cat rang out. I groaned and opened my eyes to find... Oh, I didn't change that name. To find Mocha.
Oh my gosh!
The real name of my Siamese kitten, licking my hair repeatedly.
He's dead now.
He is. I'm sad. My cats loved me for some reason. Okay, odd fact to report. In fact, most animals did, which was
You're a Disney princess.
Which was strange? Why is it strange
You're supposed to hate me.
Wow, why do animals like me? That's weird. I'm not like other guys. Unfortunately, my cats liked me so much that they thought I was another cat, and they felt a need to clean my hair. I gently nudged away the cat, groaned, and rolled out of bed to meet another bland, boring Friday. I think people usually like Fridays, but alright. But it wouldn't be bland for long. I pulled on a shirt, feeling my joints creak.
Are you 97 years old?
I was a really gifted 11-year-old, okay? Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
I lost my place entirely. Okay, and I walked out of my room, which I also use as a freaking laboratory. Did I not
Don't
change
ask.
that?
I'm a hopeless nerd.
Oh my freaking gosh! Please kill me.
It's amazing. I love it.
Oh
my gosh, there's me.
Yeah. I forgot.
Apparently.
Okay, you always used to be annoyed that I told you that I like.
He told me he
portrayed
made
you
me
as
the annoying character.
Well, you were like when I was writing, you were. How old were you? You were like 7 or
If
6
you were 11,
and a half or
I would
something.
have been 7 or
Something like that. So like.
yeah. So I was little.
You were
probably
very
was
annoying. You were
but-
very annoying at the time, and therefore I wrote you as super annoying, and I updated it to make you slightly less annoying because you got so angry at me for it. But
I don't remember.
I'm sure you're still
angry.
somewhat annoying. I mean, I don't know.
Sam says EJ's book. Title, cover, gibberish. Title again. Prologue. Exposition warning. Author's note. Chapter 1. Oh my god.
Yeah, 90% of those 100,000 words are just filler.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, sorry. My younger sister Ashley tackled me and screamed out a pretty typical morning greeting, considering that it was Ashley giving the greeting. We get to go to the Grand Canyon today, you crazy alien from Pluto! Wait, I guess you should do the girl voice.
Oh. We get to go to the Grand Canyon today, you crazy alien from Pluto!
From Asgard.
From Asgard!
She shouted at the top of her lungs through a cardboard toilet paper roll while smacking me furiously with a pillow.
That is kind of accurate for
fair enough.
me when I was 7.
Wait, how do you tackle me while also
I tackle you, I
hitting
bonk
me
you.
and shout it? You're gonna like bonk your tooth out and
I'm the real hero of this story.
you have main character energy.
I am the main character.
Alright.
I guess it's my turn. Okay.
Yep.
Also, we did actually go to the Grand Canyon just like 8 years later.
Yeah. I was 8 years old. Time travel.
Whoa. Okay. As if I didn't know, Mom and Dad had decided to take us to the Grand Canyon during spring break, which would begin after school that day. Ashley had been freaking out about the trip for weeks, for the wrong reasons though. She didn't even care about the canyon, only liking the excessive restaurant/gift shop visits and change of scenery for a few days to break up our otherwise monotonous life. But her enthusiasm rubbed off on me regardlessly. Why does
That's not a word. Regardless is how it should be. But I added a "ly" to it.
Regardlessly.
And I was trying to argue with the red line. I was like, no, this is a word. I'm confident this is a word. So I left it in to spite it. It's not a word.
In your finished story that will be published.
Yes, there are also plenty of other grammar mistakes and other misspellings and stuff that I apparently didn't miss in my copious amounts of editing.
Oh, and also I think Ethan said this previously, but he wrote me just literally to be Mabel from Gravity Falls, even though we hadn't seen it at that point. But he said that I had the energy.
Did I say that?
Like, not today, but in the past.
When we were watching Gravity Falls, I assume?
I don't know, we were talking about this
that
story like a couple weeks ago, and you were like, I literally just made you Mabel, and I was like, it's kind of accurate for how I was as a child.
Pretty much.
Anyway, the gift shops, regardlessly. I did want to see the canyon, but there was, I can't read, but there was some nagging...
Bigger?
And I just can't read. I just can't read.
Bigger.
I just can't read.
Bigger.
I just can't read.
Can you read though?
I can't.
Is it
not.
bigger?
Okay.
Wow.
I did want to see the canyon, but there was some nagging force pulling me towards a nearby landmark as well. The Arizona Meteor Crater.
Oh, the Meteor Crater.
I had felt some kind of connection with it ever since I had first read about it. But during the past month, we literally just started Dipper and Mabel in this.
Dipper and Mabel?
Dipper and Mabel. But during the past month, I had found it intruding upon my thoughts relentlessly, staying in my head continually, and making it impossible for me to stop thinking about it. It was strange. Very strange. I like how you literally underline things instead of like italicizing. Like,
I'm not like other writers.
I used to do that too when I was writing as a kid, I think. Because, I don't know, it just felt different. Anyway,
I think
figured,
I just couldn't tell there's enough of a difference.
Yeah, you're like, I gotta make sure that you can tell.
Gotta make sure you notice that it's
Italicizing
different.
is not enough.
Yes.
I figured I had just read too much about it and it was stuck in my head because I thought it was cool.
Sorry, I'm distracted by trying to make it so that you can...
Ethan is quirky and unique!
Yeah,
he's all interested in the weird supernatural stuff and I'm just screaming about going shopping.
I mean,
so,
honestly,
like,
you're not wrong. That is very
That's not
accurate.
even what I was like as a kid though. Like, I don't know. I refute that fact. I do not refute the fact that I was annoying and loud, but I do refute that fact.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Introductions before... Bruh! Tell the story!
Let me tell you my entire backstory.
Oh, I'm probably going to. I was born in California, in the United States of America. Unfortunately for me, on the day of my birth, a small earthquake caused the hospital I was born in to partially collapse. That's not accurate to reality, just FYI. I was dug out of the rubble after about an hour after the building collapsed. Wow, okay, just leave that infant in there for a while, that's fine.
Yep.
And I wasn't breathing anymore and had no pulse, according to the doctors. Well,
he's just built different.
The doctors were sure that I was totally dead.
Totally dead.
Strangely, they could find no physical injuries or birth defects,
maybe
diseases,
the fact that a building fell
or anything that could have been the reason for my
death. The reason for your death! You were in a building crash!
Maybe the earthquake. Why did they do like a full autopsy on me and not go, oh yes.
We found him in the rubble of a falling building.
I don't know what happened,
Why is he dead?
Probably got hit by a rock or something.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Wait, I lost my place.
I randomly died at the table.
Yes, I randomly died!
How did I die?
I don't know, I can't figure it out. But I didn't stay dead.
No way.
Amazingly, after the doctors had convinced themselves I was totally lifeless, put the stamp and everything and the toe tag, and they thought I had died for absolutely no reason. I'm breathing again. Something had jolted me back to life, and to this day, no one knows what. Ex Machina.
Yep, he was just built different.
Kelly Thompson, then became very protective of me, and we moved across the country as soon as Mom was able to protect me from future tremors.
That's just like the most
white
bread name I've ever seen. Kelly Thompson.
White
Sorry if
bread?
there's anyone named Kelly Thompson, but it's just
it really is though. I hate
like
that.
John Smith.
I really don't like the name that I chose. For
that's a little bit of a noof. Ethan has
also,
a bit of a moon spirit's life in him.
I'm not.
Each rolls a nat 0 first. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The universe tried to put me back. It didn't work. So I don't think I explain this in the rest of the entire story. Because, like, it's supposed to be a big reveal in book 2 or something about how, oh no, I'm actually, like, reincarnated alien something from...
Of course you
I don't know. It's like the master of magic guy who, like, mastered all 5 elements because he's the avatar or something, and he's, like, super cool and knows how to do magic. That guy died at the exact moment I was born, and therefore the universe, like, reincarnated me, and... that's how I get really good at magic or something, and that's why I have a really cool birthmark that makes it clear that I'm actually not me. I'm actually a super cool alien guy who like has all kinds of magic power, and I'm just not like other guys. That's basically the explanation for why that is the case. All of this, of course, was added after the whole magic stuff revolution, which is completely irrelevant and breaks everything, but that's fine. So none of this gets explained until book 2 or whatever, which I never finished. So we're gonna get through all of book 1 and none of that will be explained, but we'll get there anyway.
Oh boy,
fun.
Dying and resurrecting that day had not given me any strange defects or disabilities, however. Okay, interesting way to end the sentence.
Yeah.
If it had affected me at all, it enhanced my abilities, because I'm not like other boys.
I'm so cool. I am the most Mary Sue man the world has ever
Gary
seen. Gary Stu?
I was able to think and learn. No way! As well as move and solve problems.
Skip ahead like 12 pages, please.
More quickly and effectively than most of my peers. My mom, at first, refused to believe in my strange abnormalities. Abnormal.
I mean,
just strange.
It's not really abnormal to be a functional child, but okay.
A witch. Sorry. But eventually, she was forced to admit I was different than other kids my age.
No!
More capable somehow.
I'm so cool.
I was great at anything I tried. With fast reflexes, good coordination, and a brain that could learn and flawlessly remember anything that it heard.
Flawless
Anything it heard.
Bruh.
That's not accurate.
No, well, I mean, not anymore. Not after depression. I don't know if it used to be true. Probably
Even
not.
if I only heard someone say something once, a year later, I could still repeat what they had said, where they were, who they were with, and what they were doing when they had spoken it. It was, in my dad's words, amazing! Even so, my mom kept me very, very, very sheltered.
That's 3 berries.
So basically, this character is just everything so far.
Oh, it goes into even more bragging about me at random intervals.
Oh boy.
Like, it'll be like, oh yeah, blah, blah, talking about other stuff. Oh, by the way, Evan's really cool about this, and this, too. Wow, I'm so jealous of how cool he is at that.
Mm-hmm.
It's so freaking annoying. I hate it.
We love a Gary Stu.
Yes.
This is Gary Stu, but self-aware. Is it though?
It's not self-aware. I mean, we're self-aware as we read it, but it is not. Ooh. Wait, hold on.
Evan Joshua! Oh my gosh. Evan Joshua Thompson.
Oh my gosh! Hold on, I had something I wanted to say. I can't remember what it was anymore. Oh yeah, the memory thing. I do remember that I used to be able to remember, like, who said something, where they were, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't have that ability in the slightest anymore. In fact,
has none.
I don't even remember what it was that I used to remember. I think I'm evolving just backwards. Yeah. I'm evolving just backwards. My name is Evan Joshua Thompson. Not at all accurate.
You're not 12!
Wait, it says...
You're not 12!
Hold on, it's because of the 13-year-old birthday thing.
Oh.
Okay, hold on. So I thought about that. I had a brain.
But
Maybe.
you said it started on your 13th birthday.
Yeah, I lied. And I am a 12-year-old boy in the 8th grade. Wow, I'm 8th grade now?
You an 8th grade boy.
I call myself average, though most others wouldn't. I'm so humble too, guys.
I'm so average.
I've got dirty blonde hair, blue-green eyes, a freckled face, and almost a permanent smile. That's a comma to end the sentence. I'm so skinny that I could almost use a rubber band as a belt, and I'm 5 feet... I'm dying. Sorry, still sick. And I'm 5.5 feet tall.
Same.
Though I'm still growing like crazy.
Not same.
I have a birthmark on the bicep of my right arm. I think I used to.
Your sunscreen splotch?
Yeah, whatever that was, it is gone now. I don't even remember what arm it was. I guess it was my right arm, if that's... Is that it? Does it exist? I don't remember.
I don't know either.
I used to have a slightly lighter patch of skin, just barely noticeable, and I didn't know what it was, and I was like, it's inspiration, I'll have a birthmark, that's cool. Whatever. I don't think I have it anymore. I have a birthmark on the bicep of my right arm, which is usually covered up by what is usually covered up by what I usually wear, jeans and a t-shirt. I'm also strong for my size, and I'm almost fearless.
Of course you are.
I love combat training.
Yeah, of course.
Who does combat? And I collect weapons as well as practice using them in situations I think up. How does one? But more on that later.
A man in front of you and you stab him.
But like, if I think up a situation where I'm like jumping out of a plane, how do I like practice doing that?
I don't know. You just do because you're that
I'm just built different. All right. I've taken no gymnastics training.
Can you mention some flaws, perhaps?
I know, right? Bruh. When I stop bragging about myself and things actually happen, like action-wise, it's maybe more interesting.
Whoa, my leg looks so pale right now. Sorry, I got distracted.
I can't breathe. Sorry.
Sometimes my fatal flaw is pride. Just kidding. I don't have one.
I've taken no gymnastics training of the sort. Or training of the sort, but I have natural acrobatic abilities.
Of course you do.
Like my ability to... That's not a natural ability to juggle while riding a 6-foot tall unicycle. That's trained
I was born and I was able to do that after I got resurrected from the building.
As a baby, yes. I'm a whiz with playing or programming any kind of machine. Playing a machine? Okay. I'm so creative that my brain never shuts off, always getting new ideas that I have to write down unless I forget them. I thought I had a perfect memory! A flaw! For this reason, it usually takes a while to get to sleep.
Did you have narcissistic disorder when you were a child?
What is narcissistic?
What is it called? Narcissistic personality disorder? Is it called something else?
I had something. I don't know what I had. I do remember that I was a terrible child, though. Because,
really?
I mean, I used to get, you know what, I used to be the bad child, and I would get in trouble all the time, and I'd, like, mess with you and kind of, like, manipulate you, because you were, you know, you were dumb, and you were small, and that made you an easy target.
Whoa,
So,
Ethan's a master
I remember when I told you I was a witch and everything, and that was the day that you first decided to like refuse what I was telling you, and I was like, hey, it's not as fun when she's like, she has a brain of her own and she decides not to do what I want. That's not fun. Hey, so that's when it stopped being as fun to mess with you, and like.
I don't remember things that you told me that I
But before that, I was a terrible child. I would get in trouble all the time and do whatever I wanted to. I was real bad. Now I'm a decent person. Now I'm such a good person.
See, maybe you manipulated me into thinking that I was the bad one.
Well, you became the bad one after that. After that point, everything got bad. Then you became the mean one and you got in trouble a lot.
Because you manipulated me so much, you made me.
Oh no, I trained you how to be evil. Oh no.
Oh, okay. Forget magic, man. Evan Thompson's reincarnation of a circus elephant.
Apparently. I don't know, man. There's no explanation for all the stupidity.
Okay, let's continue. I was homeschooled all my life until the year before last, and now I go to real school, where I am proud to say I receive all A's.
Wow, more bragging. Can we please get to the story?
It's just like 10 pages of just everything great about you. I love reading, especially school books and science textbooks, which, by my doing so, I've picked up a million useless but cool facts about pretty much anything you can think of. I also enjoy reading and writing adventure books. I'm the perfect role model for all nerds, and yet I still have
all
friends.
Nerds should be like me.
I'm a mix between several strange personalities. My parents often tell me how proud they are of me, since I don't get into trouble, I get good grades, and I'm practically a perfect child.
There it is.
In every way. What is this?
I don't know. You know what? I figured it out. Okay. This is my wishful thinking. This is what I wish I could be, because in stories they don't have to be reality, so I can just write, oh yeah, I'm totally cool, guys.
Cries inside.
Yeah, insecurities are coming out here.
This is beautiful. I'm so happy I'm reading this right now.
Yeah, you finally get to experience.
This was worth the wait.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have appreciated it as much when I was a child. I probably just would have been mad at you that you thought you were so great, but now I'm just laughing, so.
Oh, well, it depends on what age, because back in the day, when you were really young, you might have actually thought it was decent, but nope. It's like the seagulls.
I want to kick 11-year-old each.
I do too!
Can I say I lost the game? Oh, I just lost the game.
Oh, I just lost the game. Okay. Teary-eyed, this is so goofy.
I want to make this into a video when we're done. It would be like 10 hours long.
Yes. I mean, honestly, yes. I mean, we're gonna have to get through the other couple streams first.
Yeah.
And we can... I don't know if we could, but maybe we could look through some of the other, like, disjointed notes I have for the other books as well.
Sorry. It's fine.
Just, like, throw it on the ground.
Maybe.
Okay. Because I got through like a quarter of book 2 as well, but no, maybe more like a 16. I have no idea. Whatever.
Let's keep going.
Yes. And here's some really interesting things that make everybody think I'm from another planet. I don't like ice cream, popcorn, soda, listening to music, or watching TV.
I'm not like other Malays.
I also don't care the slightest bit about any kind of sport, playing or watching, though my dad forced me to do cross-country running for a year because he thought it would be a good experience. Not only that, but I'm not really interested in girls. Yes, I know that I'm considered insane by most people I know, but that's just the way I am.
Oh
my friends at school sometimes have trouble finding things in common with me, and they make fun of me for my lack of cultural knowledge, which annoys me.
But I thought you were perfect and everyone loved you.
That too. I'm misunderstood, but also totally understood. I don't know.
Everyone loves
I want to have my cake and eat it too.
Yeah, really. Each age 11 was just champagne.
I was champagne. Everyone else was delusional.
She came to haunt you. Okay. Anyway, my family lived in North Carolina for years. I love how, like, it's just close enough to real life to be, like, scary that you're describing yourself.
I'm doxing myself, but I'm also vaguely disguising the doxing myself.
Like, born in California, but the hospital collapsed and you died.
And that made me perfect in every way.
I'm dying. Okay. My family lived in North Carolina for years, in which time my sister was born.
Man, why are we doing this when I'm 6?
I was not born in North Carolina, but okay.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Changing my narrative.
The video where we're reading this is gonna have me like completely clogged up, and I'm gonna sound terrible the whole
That's
time.
okay.
Oh well.
Whatever.
Sorry.
Like the stream can't hear you that way. Our house sits on top of a large dirt hill. Why would you
We live in a
describe it
dirt
like
hill.
that? Just a big hill. An oasis of trees and the only grass for miles in a beautiful red-tinted mini Sahara. What is this? Sahara, formed from the vast expanse of Carolina red clay. I live at an area where people are building new houses in the middle of nowhere. Where did you think we lived? I am like, what?
I think I interpreted our berm and the fact that there was construction nearby
as the middle of nowhere.
Well, I think I changed it for the story or something, just to make it more believable as to how I had a time machine with nobody noticing that we were just like whooshing back in time and stuff.
You know,
I had to get rid of the neighbors. They needed to be snapped out of existence.
Oh my gosh. The location of our custom-built house, not custom-built for us, but custom-built for someone else, makes us kind of isolated. It makes our house private. No noisy neighbors, cue the dog next door, and no car accidents right in front of you, cue the car accidents right out in front of our house.
So time travel. I knew there would be car accidents.
Yeah, there's literally car accidents all the time, like, right there.
Literally one house away, constantly. To go to school, but then you have to deal with being woken up at 4:30 in the morning by a bulldozer and needing to drive 4 billion miles to get to the nearest grocery store. This is the house I've been sheltered in for a long time. To me, it's home. Wow, Ethan being like Rapunzel right now, being stuck in his house. Enough about me. Yes, please. In fact, probably way too much. Yes. I realize this is a book about my adventure, not my autobiography. Then why are you making it that way?
And by the way, I'm perfect.
But I'd rather not leave myself up to the reader's imagination, since
because they might imagine
a real
flaws.
person. Back to my story. Next paragraph, sorry.
After fending off my sister's assault, that was so long ago, it feels like 10 days.
That was today.
I sighed at her annoying childishness and lifted Ashley off me, then headed downstairs for breakfast.
School was a nightmare. We learned absolutely nothing. I was the only one interested in learning, because I'm perfect.
I'm not like a voice.
On the last day of school before a major break, so the teachers allowed the students to talk for the whole class. This seemed like it would have been a good thing, but to me, it was not. My friends were making a big deal about how little I knew about social life again. My ears! I didn't really mind what others thought of me and didn't really care about being made fun of, but I still didn't like being the center of attention. You
literally just said that it annoyed you that they did that.
But?
Like, just like 2 paragraphs up, you were like, I don't like that they make fun of me for that. But now you're like, actually, I don't care. Because I'm not like other boys.
Well, he's saying... Okay, whatever. My friend had gotten out some newfangled piece of technology that I had never seen yet, which I believe they called an iPad. And then he noticed me staring at it in wonder.
No.
This began yet another conversation about how little I knew of normal people's lives.
No.
Soon everyone was asking me things like, do you know who this extremely famous sports player is?
Who plays Thor?
Have you ever heard of this slang word? And how do you not like to watch TV? And have you ever... why do we need this many examples?
You can feel your souls.
And how can you live without owning a cell phone and without listening to music? I had to keep shaking my head, informing them still further of my unknowledgeable state. Even my friends were laughing hysterically at me, which I didn't really mind, but didn't really like either. When school ended, everyone else in my grade was in a good mood, and I was not. This is the only part that actually isn't exaggerated in the slightest.
Yeah, but you can really feel how...
It's got that energy of, like... Yeah. Feel bad for me, or like oh
almost
wow,
superiority of like I don't know the commoners things because I am such I don't know different. I am such different. Everyone is treating me weird.
I think the whole reason I felt bad about it because everyone else saw me as inferior, and I'm like, well, it's not bad
Yeah,
right?
that makes sense. Because you can even see that in like how you're writing it. Like in school, or my friends were laughing hysterically at me, which I didn't really mind, but I didn't really like either. When school ended, everyone else was in my grade was in a good mood, and I was not. You can kind of see how you're like trying to be like, oh, I don't care.
Why is this therapy?
It doesn't matter.
Why is this therapy instead of I want an adventure story?
So yeah, it seems like I'm trying to like overcompensate a little bit and be like,
yeah, just a little bit.
These silly people, but also ow.
Yeah.
Anyway, after
contradictions abound. Just across a lot.
Special. I believe to deny fact.
My pad.
I literally hate this.
It's so. But you were like cringing inwardly that whole time.
Because of just how it's written. I believe they called it deny this newfangled technology.
I'm such an old timer. Oh,
never seen anything
I'm a reincarnated alien. And reincarnated alien. Wow.
Your fantasy story is therapy, just like how Noel wrote She-Ra.
Oh, yikes.
Oh boy, this is beautiful.
You're not wrong, actually.
11-year-old EJ needs to kick in the left glute.
He needs to kick in all the glutes.
Okay, after school, Mom and I piled into the van to run some last-minute errands.
And I piled.
The two of us piled
into a van.
We're very big. Because you're still growing rapidly, remember? So.
Oh, yes. Just pile all my lumps of flesh. Didn't say I was growing upward.
But you're skinny enough to wear a rubber band as a belt.
Not anymore.
I piled into the van to run some last-minute errands before we left for the Grand Canyon. The back seat and trunk were filled to the brim with food, blankets, suitcases, and pillows. After the errands, Mom turned right instead of the traditional left to go home, and I decided to find out what was up.
Because I was so attentive to which way we went.
Yes.
Where are we going? I ask someone.
Sam says, yo, Mama's so fat you have to pile in the van.
Thanks, Sam.
Surprise!
Whoa!
Yelled Dad and Ashley from the back seat because we also piled in while lifting off the blanket that had been covering them.
Wait, there was just a blanket covering two human-shaped shapes in the back seat, and I just didn't think about it.
I guess.
mean, Evan, not I.
Yes,
just totally
Evan.
not me. There's no likeness. Any coincidental similarities are just whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird.
While lifting off the blanket that had been covering them, I whirled around. I whirled around, mildly surprised.
Whoa! Oh.
Oh my gosh.
I am so surprised. Hello. I don't even know how to be mildly frightened.
Whirled around, but only mildly.
Mildly whirled.
Okay.
It's like someone pulls the cord on a Beyblade, just like just falls.
I'm dying. Okay, we're starting the drive now. The sooner we leave, the earlier we get there, Dad exclaimed. They just didn't tell you. So this journey, you're just like, okay, calm down.
Okay, I'm done. Sorry. You can read another one. I'm busy. Sorry.
Okay. We've already packed everything you could possibly need, and we locked up your lab just in case.
I have a lab. Why do I have a... Is that
like
a remnant of like the... Of like the original, oh, I created a time machine thing? Or is that literally like... I was like, oh, I technically have a toy microscope, therefore I'm gonna call my room a lab. Why call it a toy when you could call it a lab?
It feels like one of those like Cartoon Network shows or whatever, where like the kid is like super smart and their parents just like go
don't understand them because they're just so
like,
cool.
Like one of those kid genius shows or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, I locked up your laboratory for you."
Says, okay, Dexter's Laboratory.
Is that a show?
I assume. I mean,
because I've never heard of these shows, so.
Oh wow, we're so sheltered.
Is that a Cartoon Network show, or would it be the Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon. Is that French?
Dad notified me. I sighed, half in exasperation at not being permitted to pack for myself, and half in exasperation and half in ecstasy at finally going. Demonstrate that, Ethan.
How are you half exasperated and half ecstasy? my soul.
What were you picturing in your mind when you wrote
I
these
don't know.
things?
I think I just was like, okay, let's add some creative words, not just like, oh, I'm sad, but I'm happy, yay. I think I was like, oh, how can I make it, exasperated.
Ecstasy!
Ecstasy is far too strong of an
Has
emotion.
anyone felt ecstasy at
I'm gonna go blow my nose, but
driving
not
for
bother
9
everyone
hours
with
to go to the
loudness.
Grand Canyon? My bad mood instantly disappeared. Okay, you literally just described Dexter's Lab. I'm sorry that I haven't seen this show. I don't know what an iPad is. Drake format toy microscopes? No. Laboratory? Yes. Okay. Waiting.
Oh hey, I left my phone over here. Whoops. What? That was my turn?
Yeah.
Where did we start off?
My bad.
My bed.
Yeah.
During the 4-hour car drive to the first meal stop, which ended up as several 40-minute car drives because of Ashley's small bladder.
He's just making things up about me now. That never happened.
It might have.
No.
It should have.
Because ever since I was a child, I would always pee before we left places because I did not want to have to pee when we were on the road. And I would dehydrate myself in school. Well, I guess when I was a child it might have been different, but in school I would dehydrate myself so I would never have to pee during class.
As a child is why you ended up with these habits.
What? That never
Because
happened.
you used to stop our drives often.
I do not remember that.
I specifically remember being annoyed that you would make us stop often for peeing.
How dare I be a child?
How dare you be an average child with an average bladder size?
Yeah, I'm like 4 and you're like, how dare you have a small bladder?
You must be strong! You must be perfect like me!
Let me also tell you, my bladder was very large. I
have an exceptionally large bladder. The doctors were like, wow, how is his bladder so large? It's clearly not because he has a balloon in it from when he was, I don't know.
Oh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. We also need like a counter of how many times I get roasted. And I bet it's not gonna say like a single positive thing about me in this entire story.
Number of positive or negative, number of negative things for EJ, number of negative, positive things. Oh, you know what I mean.
Yes, we're opposites.
EJ says, EJ back then, I am so smart, popular, agile, talented, and interesting. I write full books and see myself in the best way possible. EJ now, it's so accurate. My self-esteem after this point plummeted through the floor. I went into depression. I had zero self-image. Yeah, with that, it was bad. So now I'm back at average. Now I'm okay.
Had to balance out.
I've learned some life lessons. Hopefully we're
Perfectly
better.
balanced. I think things should be.
I don't like being sick. I feel like I'm annoying everyone with my disgusting sounds. I'm sorry. How dare you not be exactly like me? The roasting and bragging counter. Yes, exactly. But like, we don't need a bragging counter because we know it's going to be a lot. We need one for how many negative things we say about me. Like all the times things bad
Negative
happen.
for you, positive for me.
Yes.
Or else it would just be 8,000 for both.
Yes. Oh yeah, okay, I left off, sorry.
Yes.
During that drive, I looked through my 8th grade science textbook for information on the Arizona meteor crater. I am sure that an 8th grade science textbook will have so much on that specific topic. There wasn't much. Okay, realism. I borrowed Dad's laptop after a while, and I looked for more information on the meteor crater. The entire flight.
Wait, we're flying now? When did we
Oh,
start flying?
I was gonna say, our car started flying? We have an amazing car that I invented with my super amazing, perfect magic talents of laboratoriness. We've got the Jetsons car now, bro.
Seriously, are we on a flight now? When did that happen?
Okay, I think we got to the airport, got on a plane somewhere implied within there. Anyway, but I only found one thing that could have any answer, or maybe I just straight up didn't think it was important enough to write about, and I don't know. I forgot to say that that happened. But I only found one thing that could have any answer as to why I had felt a connection with the crater. There was an official website for the crater, and there was one small thing at the bottom that read, "There is a top secret project in progress at the meteor crater. Details have been classified and are confidential to the public. That's why we're announcing it, to say, hey, by the way,
There's a secret.
We can't tell you, but there's something we can't tell you." That's why we're telling you.
Exactly.
Thanks. Okay. I would never have... Okay, sure.
My gosh.
I felt that this information must have something to do with the connection I felt. But if I hacked an official website, something that I can clearly obviously do because I'm so talented with computers, then I could get arrested. I obviously decided not to risk it after deciding to poke around. Wait. I obviously decided not to risk it, rather deciding to poke around at the actual crater and try to not get in trouble. Because clearly, poking around a top secret site is definitely a good idea as a child, but okay.
Big brain 12.
Big brain! Not hack website, instead go to place. Infiltrate facility.
After arriving forever later, good writing, or at least what felt like it because of my sister's constant jabber.
Oh, rushed
Good
counter.
grief. It's like just shove every flaw onto the little
Hey,
sibling.
how's it going, Oceana? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
I am off camera.
Page
okay.
10 of 307, God help us all.
Yeah, we're gonna be here
At least
a while.
I'm having fun.
Oh yeah.
We found a hotel, unpacked, and tried to shake off the jet lag. Why is it in quotes? Some sleep
I think.
Oh, we'd driven backwards through several time zones.
We had driven.
So we didn't fly. What is happening? We were driving, but it said flight.
I think that's a continuity error. I think I just got confused.
I am so confused.
I genuinely
Wasn't
don't
this like
know.
2007?
I think, okay, well, part of it was retrofit. Like, okay, I remember there's one part of it. Well, I'll explain when we get there.
Okay.
But yeah, let me just adjust the camera a little bit. You keep reading.
Okay.
While
The next day, I woke up at 5 in the morning. I was still used to time.
I'm
the
such
time
an
back
early
home.
riser.
I couldn't stop thinking about the crater. I felt like the connection with the crater had grown stronger over the night. I found Mom on the balcony of our hotel room, and we sat watching the red sun. Sounds kind of scary. Peek over the horizon, beginning another day in the scorching Arizona desert. Mom and I began talking about what we should do first. I told her about what I'd been thinking during the past few days, but this seemed to make Mom oppose going to the crater, for some reason. Once Dad and Ashley woke up, we went to the ground floor for breakfast. And then it has a end.
It has a separator thing. Wow, that's the first one of those we've seen. Totally, for sure.
And,
Definitely
whoa,
haven't
there's
had
only
so
that
many.
much before another separator.
Well, okay. You want to read the mom voice?
Okay now.
Mom dictated as we buckled up in our van.
Since the reason for this trip is to see the Grand Canyon, that's where we'll go first.
But Mom!
No objections, Evan!
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I have several reasons, and I've already planned our schedule. Think of this arrangement as saving the best for last.
Mom advised, seeming worried, and despite my protest, she wouldn't change her mind. That sounds like a great idea, I sarcastically mumbled as we began to drive towards the canyon. So I guess there really was no flight. We drove the whole way. We have our car there. I don't know what flight.
You just appeared on a flight for like 2 seconds to Google something.
Wait, hold on. Alrighty. Something happened there. I didn't catch.
Wait, Seb says, EJ, yes, I shouldn't hack into government server. That would be illegal. Also, EJ, I believe they call those straight to going iPads.
I don't know what an iPad is, but I clearly have the skills to hack into a government website.
Oh my god.
Or a government database. I don't know what I was planning on hacking. Something. I didn't know how technology worked. Clearly.
Clearly not. The next few days were not
11.
enjoyable. Though the canyon was amazingly spectacular, Ashley found a cool fossil, and we hiked...
That actually does sound cool.
A fossil?
Yeah, I've never found a fossil.
Okay. And we hiked all the way down to the bottom. All I said while we were there was, very nice. Very nice.
Oh, I think I'm like, very nice.
Sure.
Like, actually distracted and not paying attention to the Grand Freaking Canyon.
Because there's a crater on your mind.
Wow.
And my mind kept drifting back to the crater. I was continually researching, and my feeling of connection with the crater grew stronger each day. Why are you like dating this crater? I'm so confused.
Dating this crater?
Yeah, you feel so connected with it. It's on your mind all the time.
We have a song.
You have a song with the crater.
Yes. It's a big hole.
It was like a constant ringing in my ears that grew in intensity with the rising of the hot Arizona sun. I think you just said that exact sentence like 2 paragraphs ago.
The day of my 13th birthday. The day I got expelled, sorry.
The day I got expelled.
We finally went to the crater. Despite my mom's attempts to get us to go home before seeing it, she tried to pull a sneaky on us. My life would never be the same after what happened to me in that crater. So now we're getting to the
where it
day of
said
the
it was
birthday.
gonna start.
Yeah, where it's a lot. We could have skipped this whole segment!
Really could have.
Oh, you know, this is where the book should start, right here. We're finally getting started, guys. Yay.
After all that exposition.
Sorry about that. That
Sherry
was
says
10
EJX
wasted
creature
pages.
OTP.
Remy is shaking and crying right now. Oh no. I'm sorry, Remy.
My feet hurt. Ashley complained for the zillionth time.
Well, that's a lot of times.
You just hate me so much.
I hated you so much.
Dad lifted her onto his shoulders to her enormous delight, and we continued walking along the bottom of the crater, following a self-conscious tour guide named Justin. Poor Justin. Save Justin 2021. Though we had come early in the morning, the sun had eventually reached down into the crater, beginning
Fire!
baking everything in it to a crisp.
Fusion, yeah.
I took of the jacket I had.
Oh.
I took of the jacket I had
Took
needing
off.
it while it was dark. Oh, there should be commas.
There should be a period there, and there should be another F there. I took off the jacket. Wait, I took off
the jacket. I had needed it.
I took off the jacket I had needed while it was dark.
Revealing the sleeveless shirt I had Revealing the sleeveless shirt I had.
What the heck does I necessary for any excursion in the sun mean?
I think I'm having a stroke. Justin began.
I think my past self is having a stroke. What the frick happened here?
Justin began walking faster as though trying to get the tour done before it got too hot.
I thought this was a finished work of art back in the day.
Well, unnecessary.
Unnecessary. I think, okay, it's possible that while I was going through and Control Fing, I broke something. I don't know what, though. And that's our tour, he announced abruptly, stopping and turning to us. I looked up from my clipboard and untidy notes and stared at him questioningly. Because I'm so interested in solving the mystery. I'm not like other boys, okay?
You and your clipboard.
That's it? I asked inquisitively. We haven't even been to the middle of the crater yet.
Yes, well, your sister took a bit too long with that camera. Just roasting me again.
Wow.
And I'm sure you wouldn't want to be out here during the sunny period.
I thought it's already baking us.
Yeah, but
I thought there's fusion happening in the crater right now.
This crater's like an oven, he told us, smiling at his use of a simile. I just used a simile, guys. I am in second grade.
I'm such a good writer, says EJ rather than past.
It's like you used a simile, then you had to point it out to the readers that you just used a simile.
Wow, I used a simile, guys. Look at me using writing techniques. Even outside of the story, I'm still trying to tell how cool I am.
I know figurative language.
Wow. Look at me.
This is so funny.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I don't mind. You can leave us if you want, but I'd like to explore the rest of this crater. Do you care? I asked. He crossed his arms.
I'm afraid I can't let you explore. At least if you're planning on taking a picture or something. What? I'm afraid I can't let you explore. At least if you're planning on taking a picture or something at the center of the crater, Justin responded. What?
Why? Is the center where the aliens live? I asked.
Evan! Mom hissed at me, trying to silence me.
I wave her off. I will not be silenced! I am better than you at everything! Sorry.
Posture checking.
Oh. There's top secret material there, he told us. His eyes would then slightly widen. I'm not sure I was supposed to tell you that.
It's on the website!
He ordered... It really is on the website!
We have a top secret
He ordered
here.
put a finger to his lips.
I won't. Oh wait, that's you.
Whatever.
I promised, casting a gaze over the crater's center. I noticed something curious about it that I decided to inquire about.
If there's top secret stuff there, why isn't there a yellow caution tape or something around?
A yellow caution tape.
Why isn't there a yellow caution tape or something?
I just think it's funny
just
that a yellow caution tape.
Yeah, that's all you need for a top secret facility.
Tape.
Yeah, just one.
Oh wait, Sam says the crater isn't actually an oven. I use a writing device.
Wow! Amazing! Never heard of that before.
We're trying to make it as inconspicuous as pus. Justin cuts himself off, stared at me blankly for a moment, then slapped his hand over his mouth to stifle a curse. Mom grabbed my shoulders and began to firmly guide me away, but I stayed put, so she was just like, I can't move.
No, I am immovable. I am stronger than you too.
I am so muscled at 12 years old.
Muscles bulge from my flesh. I am now 13. Level up.
The ringing in my ears had grown so now I almost couldn't hear. There was something about his crater that wasn't normal. Perhaps it's just the thing that they keep saying that there's something top secret going on, but they won't tell you what. I wonder.
Well, I wonder.
An anxiety was building up inside me. A singular anxiety was building.
Just one. Okay, it's not a big deal.
I just had to discover the secret.
Wouldn't that be dangerous? I mean, what if, say, my little sister charged over there and no one could catch her before she made it there? Please do that, please do that, please do that.
Hey, I'm just an underling. But good point. I'll talk to someone about it.
Yeah, because clearly if my little sister just ran over there, a little yellow tape would stop her.
Yes.
A singular one.
A singular yellow tape. I'll talk to someone about... Actually, I don't even know if it matters unless they have a watch on. Oh, I thought it meant like a watch, and I was like, what?
It doesn't mean a watch.
Wait, what? What? I don't know if it matters unless they... Oh. What? Okay. I'm supposed to be confused, guys! I'm supposed to be. I mean, they might notice something strange, but even the experts can't... I mean, you know what? I've got no idea what's over there, so let's just drop the subject. Justin sputtered nervously, then deliberately dictated... What?
Do I feel the need to, instead of said, I'm like, okay, first he's sputtering nervously, then he's talking with like more determination. So I'm gonna say he sputtered nervously, then deliberately dictated.
But instead of like putting it in between the different like points of speech, you just put it at the end.
Yeah, just all at once, because why would I interrupt his quotation to put he said, and then put another thing, and then he said again. Why not just do it all at once?
Yeah.
Get it out of the way.
And if you write like a long speech,
I'm
just
so
put,
much
like,
better at
12
writing than everyone else.
At the end. You just say like he started off nervously, then he became more confident.
Yeah, we can also apply that, like just put all the punctuation at the end. Just scoop them all and put all the dots at the end of the book.
It's like Morse code.
And you can sprinkle them in as you feel like.
Yeah, it's up to your interpretation.
Okay. Could you at least tell me what you think is going on there? I nagged, never taking my eyes from his face.
That's creepy.
He looked at me, eyes averted from my face. I seemed to be making him uncomfortable for obvious reasons.
Can you at least tell me what's going on in there?
The sky was the key to my troubles.
Well, I'm not really supposed to, and I assume he noticed my birthmark, otherwise he'd never seen an arm before, because his eyes nearly popped out of his head and his jaw dropped when he looked at my bicep.
What does this bicep look like? Why does it
why did it not describe
out?
His birthmark yet? I don't know.
I don't know.
It described everything else in the world, it's not the birthmark. He seemed scared of me. Reverent, for some reason.
Reverend?
What's your name?
Bruh!
Oh, yes, timidly.
Oh no, it's the guy who's good at everything! It's the main character, Mark!
It's the Gary Stu! His name is Gary Stu.
Your biceps is fire syrup.
Your bicep! Oops, I unintentionally dictated! I'm dying!
Because the other child even is ripped like a god!
This is so good.
Yes, my bicep is so massive.
It's so hot in here. Did you know
need
that?
Air?
I do.
I will get air. Hold on.
It's so bloomin' hot.
It's so bloomin' hot in
That's
here.
a story that I wrote as a child.
Oh yeah.
I don't have it. I don't
next.
think. Where was I? Oh, I should wait for him. I don't know what he's. I think he's. You want to open your window? Do you want to open your window? Is that a
Yes.
thing? Okay.
That is what is happening. We are opening windows.
Pog.
PogChamp. All the cars that go by will be forever immortalized in the stream.
It won't be that loud, probably.
We'll see.
Because remember, we live on a dirt hill where nobody else exists.
Oh yeah. Well, but what about the gunshots and the doom that happens in real life? Reality is often disappointing.
Okay. He's looking at your bicep. He seems reverent. What's your name? He asked timidly. I confusedly told him my name.
Thanks, Oceana. What?
Gotta confusingly tell him your name.
Bob. Bob? Is my name Bob? Hold on. What's happening?
It doesn't say what you said. It just says I confusingly told him my name.
Evan Thompson?
No.
Why does that mean
Can't
anything
be.
to him? I'm the reincarnated alien something or other. How does that name mean anything to him?
I don't know.
This guy supposedly knows something about
He
something.
drew in close and whispered.
I am a
been
child.
waiting a long time
Stranger
for-
danger! Stranger danger! Holy heck, what's happening?
We've been waiting a long time. He backed away again and now to the four of us.
I need my
All
axes.
right. But you've got to stop staring at me like that, and you can't tell anyone what you hear. Understand? He uttered
I don't
while
understand
glancing warily
anything
at me.
that's happening. Okay. Well, alright then. Yes, sir, I agreed tentatively. I was suspicious. Oh, I was suspicious now. What could my birthmark mean to this guy, and why would it give me license to hear top secret information?
Good question.
I suddenly felt an element of danger. We were playing with fire, and I was just asking to be burned by the fusion of the sun!
That's a metaphor, guys! I have used a metaphor!
Wow, it's not real fire! Just
Imagine
FYI.
I believe there may be alien activity here, he whispered in a low voice. I leaned in closer to hear, and I could have sworn I saw him wink to me.
Did you just wink to me? I am a minor.
No flirting on my Christian
No purple.
Okay, understand the story he uttered. Hey, sorry, I don't know things. Over the past month, weird things have begun to happen. Watches stop working, and compasses go mad there. The dust seems to be magnetic, yet our metal detectors and excavations find nothing. If you have so much as a key in your pocket, the ground will pull it and you to the ground. It's dangerous.
You will lose your pants.
The peculiarities have been growing every day. And the dust is now so strange and magnetic that the government orders there to be no one setting foot in there unless it all stops.
That's why they don't have the caution tape.
You can't go there because sorry.
Oh my gosh.
And also, don't let anyone know I told you this or that I let you go down there. Got it? He ordered.
Why is he letting us go down there if it's dangerous?
I don't know.
Okay.
Then he walked away with a wink.
Oh wait, I forgot because he knows that I'm the weirdo crazy.
The guy that's the guy.
The thing that's the thing.
Yeah. With the wink, and I stood there bewildered. I looked at the center of the crater, studying it momentarily.
I overuse the they actually know things trope way too much because this guy knows things. It turns out that like 1, 2, 3, 4 other people just happen to know things that they shouldn't, and they don't explain. No one explains things to the main character until book 2 or something.
What?
So like nobody explains most of what's happening,
Oh, boy.
and you're just like, okay, well they apparently know what's going on, but they don't reveal the secrets yet. Wow, I wonder why.
Cool.
I'll complain about it as we get to them.
I looked at the center of the crater, studying it momentarily. It seemed safe enough. I turned back to Justin. He wasn't there anymore. He had vanished!
What? Was this guy not actually the tour guide man?
What?
If he was, why is he even there if he didn't know who? Why was he?
I don't know.
Why was this mysterious man like posing as a tour? Wait, is he actually a tour guide?
I don't
Why
know.
If he's actually a tour guide, then why did he just straight up disappear for some reason? And if he's not a tour guide and he just was there to be a plant to like make us go there, then why would he be there if he didn't know that I was who I was until I'm confused. Whatever.
Yeah,
Internal logic be
girls,
darned.
We need to.
I mean, it
girls.
could be possible, but I don't understand.
Okay, we're continuing. He had vanished. I was now very wary, but I knew Mom would order us away for our own protection unless I went there now. I began sprinting to the center of the crater because there's no yellow caution tape. Mom and Dad started warning me against running towards somewhere that had been described as potentially lethal, then realized they'd have to catch me to stop me.
Oh,
They charged!
I'm sure.
Ashley close behind.
I, panting from the long dash, then stopped quite close to the middle of the crater. I emptied my pockets from all metal things and made sure there was no metal on me. All I could hear was the humming
That was
in my
comma
ears.
splice. Sorry.
Yes. The dirt was calling out to me, telling me I was very close to a discovery. It wasn't actually the dirt telling me, by the way. That was another writing metaphor. To a discovery, to the climax of the past month's obsession. At the exact center of the crater, there was a 10-foot wide circle of differently colored sand. Mom and Dad ran up as I began to put my ear to the ground and sift the sand between my fingers. It was soft, yet heavier than expected.
I don't like sand.
Suddenly, all the metal objects I had just put down flew to the center of the circle, stopping at the crater's center. I hoped the magnetism wasn't pulling on the iron in my blood.
What?
That would be very bad.
No way.
That's the understatement of the century. Wow, my blood's currently being curdled. That's great.
Star says, wait, so your parents are chasing you, concerned for your safety, but letting your sister run after you with them? Parenting!
How are you panting while having godlike powers?
What? You got tired? How dare you?
I know. A flaw! I'm kidding. It didn't say I really got tired. I just said I was panting for a second.
You're pretending to be like the mortals. I took a deep breath and stepped into the circle. The ground felt just as normal as any other ground, except it was vibrating slightly. After taking a few more steps...
This ground feels very ground-like.
The ground is... Wait, the ground is made of ground. Isn't that... the floor is made of floor. I don't know what I'm saying.
I have no idea.
After taking a few more steps, I was nearly there. The center. The source of my ears humming.
Wow,
I bit
really
my lip, contemplating. Then looked back at my parents, who were standing at the edge of the circle, yelling at me silently, as all I could hear was the center. That was so many commas in that one sentence.
I used so many
bit
commas.
My lip, contemplating.
So many commas.
Then looked back at my parents, who were standing at the edge of the circle, yelling at me silently, as all I could hear was the center, calling me. I stared at the vertex of the circle, held my breath, and stepped forward. The humming stopped, replaced by a silence that was deafening. The dirt then began to rumble, shaking and moving as though trying to stop me from standing there. The earth seemed to flow up towards me, creating a 10-foot wide mountain with me as the top, and burying my legs up to my thighs.
Oh, no.
I don't deny, I was scared. A flaw!
Oh,
he was scared!
Wow. Sorry, we scared Stormy.
Oh, Storms, I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry.
Going crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're scary.
I'm sorry. I was scared. I tried to move, but I found the soil pulling me down like quicksand. The dirt swirled in a circle, veins of different colors, sand spinning and mixing into a mountain, looking like an hourglass with the sand falling upward. I then felt the sands repel from around me in a circle.
That's a used tissue. Don't play with that. Bruh. Stop.
Only 2 feet in diameter, but still sufficient to suck me down inside the sand mountain that smoothed out and went back to the way it had been above me. Wait, what just happened? I was reading that and I can't figure out what just happened.
I was
near the top, bearing my legs in the thighs.
Sometimes overly.
Tried to move, but the soil was pulling me down like quicksand. The dirt swirled in a circle, mixing in the mountain like an hourglass, with the sand falling upwards. Then I felt the sands repel from around me. Only 2 feet in diameter.
Hold on, what? Where are we?
Something happened. I'm not entirely sure what it was.
Where? Dirt swirled in a circle, veins of different color sand spinning and mixing in a mountain, looking like an hourglass with the sand falling upward.
Then this.
Okay. So the dirt all like flowed towards me, buried me like up to the waist or something, and it's like kind of swirling like multicolored different veins of dirt. But it's just that shape. I was just trying to describe the shape of a dome. The hourglass thing is irrelevant. There was not sand like blasting into my face. I then felt the sand repel from around me in a circle, only 2 feet in diameter. Why did I say diameter? Diameter, but still sufficient to suck me down inside the sand mountain that smoothed out and went back to the way it had been above me. Pulling a Cave of Wonders Secrets or whatever. The thing from Aladdin. Cave of Wonders.
Sam says, remember when at the beginning of the book it said EJ was almost fearless? This was why! It was planned!
Oh, it was planned from the beginning! Oh, wow, I'm such a good writer! I can call back to things! Oh, Denise redeemed hats off to us. Great. Take your pick. Unless that's too hot for you.
I'm Jughead Jones.
I'm Farmer Hat McGee.
As you do.
Yes. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I was still sinking through shifting sands, and I couldn't breathe or see. Oh, Flo! He cannot breathe!
He cannot breathe for sand!
My feet poked out of the bottom of the whatever it was, and as the rest of me was spit out, I realized that there was an air bubble under the ground, like a cave. I free fell about 20 feet. I don't think I realized that that's probably enough to, like,
break
leg. All of yourself. Oh wait, but I survived being crushed by a building collapsing on me. I'm probably fine.
Freaking Spider-Man.
I fell down to the bottom of the chamber. I landed hard on a soft sand floor nearly 100 feet under the Earth's surface.
How did we go from 20 to 100?
Well, I fell 20, but apparently I sank through 80 feet of sand first.
You didn't die.
I didn't. I guess I don't need to breathe for that long.
Awesome.
I guessed. Okay, it's an estimate.
Silver says, honestly, if you could breathe through sand, I wouldn't be surprised.
I was pretty free. I inhale silica. That's what I do at work these days. Sorry. There's a lot of construction. I was pretty freaked out now, as testified my racing heart. I found the flashlight from my pocket, which had been sucked down with me, and I turned it on. The opening had sealed above me, looking perfectly normal with no movement. I played my beam across the wall beside me, noting that I was in a perfectly cylindrical pocket of air with sand as the sides. It was just sand not falling in a perfect cylinder. Okay.
Gotta update the chunk.
Yeah. Oh no! Someone touches it. Crushed. My flashlight flashed across the surface of a smooth, silver, slightly glowing thing, which looked like an oval trailer with no wheels, sitting in the middle of the cave. This was it. I didn't know what it was yet, but this was definitely the source of everything. I cautiously touched it, and when nothing happened, I pulled on the door, which popped open. The humming stopped as I stepped inside, and with a sudden jolt, I realized that it really wasn't anything ordinary.
Really?
Wow! I realized this really isn't anything ordinary! The magnetic sand and the falling through a mysterious cave didn't give me any idea, but opening the door and stepping inside, holy heckin', this is pretty not normal right here.
There was what looked like a huge flat screen TV built into the far wall, with one of those curve around restaurant benches with seat belts facing it. One of those. What now? In front of the bench was what looked like. Are you done?
Sorry, continue.
What looked like one of those rocket ship control panels, except the levers and buttons were labeled things like now and then, here and there, through and behind, and there were also some strange ones like inside out and upside down. You can go to the upside down.
Who the frick needs an inside out lever?
I don't know.
Why would you need to travel to the time of inside out?
If you want to go to that
just that movie. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You can go to Stranger Things or that movie.
Gotcha. Okay, those are specific ones you can go to. But it's a binary system.
Before Stranger Things existed, so your time machine knew.
I see. Or maybe it just means the 80s.
This was a wacky machine, to be sure. I saw several dials and switches relating to time increments, such as BC to AD, the number and date of years, the number of minutes, and so on. I studied the controls a little further down, finding things relating to location, rotation, angle, and such. I didn't bother looking at the rest of the stuff. Oh, hi, Rav. I can't explain what's happening right now. People in the chat will fill you in.
Yeah, please explain to those who don't know what's going on. Brief explanation for those who got. Yeah, I'll explain once. We're basically reading an old story that I wrote when I was 11. You can read the title, I guess, to figure out what's going on. We're reading an old story and critiquing it because it's very weird. We just got through 11 pages of exposition about how great I am, and now we're actually getting to the story. It's fun times. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. The interior of the strange machine was perfect and pristine in every way, just like me. Devoid of even the smallest grain of sand. Curiously, there was an extremely thin layer of dust and what I guessed to be decayed paper on the seat, which happened to be secured to the floor. So the seat was secured to the floor. There was no dust or anything except for the decayed paper and dust from that. Okay, sure. I blew off the top layer, finding 4 old rotting pieces of parchment. The first one crumbled into dust when I touched it, but the second, in scrawling handwriting, had strange symbols etched into the page with no decipherable meaning. In fact, they seemed to move around the page as though they were fish in aquariums swimming around the sheet. That I robbed directly from Percy Jackson, I think.
I can see it.
Even the Greek-looking writing.
Yeah. Then, as I shook my head in confusion at them and looked at their impossible characteristics, the symbols began to slide into focus, literally Percy Jackson, as though it was another language I had nearly forgotten, but had used all my life. It then
Percy
read,
Jackson. What font is this? It's called Matteroff. I don't know.
Something.
It looks like Avpo Malakopi whatever. Just
cares?
nonsense. The rest of the second page was disintegrated so much that I couldn't decipher what it. Hold on. We're gonna hack the system. We're gonna find out if this actually says anything just for funsies. Oh.
What?
Okay. Apparently translating that to normal does not work. Nope. It has no idea. I don't know what that says. Alrighty
then.
The rest of the page was disintegrated so much that I couldn't decipher what it had once read. Who was Lord Malazorg? Could this really be a time... Wait, what?
So why
Wait, is this supposed to be readable?
No, I think you just didn't tell us anything it said.
No. It must have been readable at one point. It's just been literally lost to... Yeah, it must have like been an old...
ancient prophecy.
Oh
However,
no, we've lost the weird font that...
You just like slap it in Google and see what happens.
We can try. Okay, we're gonna do some investigation.
Oh, that doesn't seem right.
Question mark.
No.
Nope. Bye bye.
We will never know.
Okay. All right. Here. I think it's supposed to say something like something Malazorg. I have no idea.
Also, can we talk about the name Malazorg?
I know. It's so I don't even know how to find a name for a villain that's less intimidating. Like, it's just, I took Mal.
Mm-hmm. You always gotta have Mal. Every villain has to have Mal.
But instead of like Malakath or Malastair, or it's just Malazorg.
Because Zorg is always an alien sounding thing.
It's sci-fi, spacey sounding, yeah.
Zorg.
I was so uninspired. I can't even express how disappointed I am.
But what about all your inspiration?
What inspiration?
All the inspiration. You were so creative with all your inspiration.
You mean robbing from literally every medium I've ever read? Every series? Okay. It gets really worse. It's so much worse when we get to the weird, like, outside of time zone, which there's always one for a time travel story. There's always one where you break reality and...
Ooh, Fire Seraph is translating. Lord Malazorg asks who's this time machine to the coordinates for of break part. What?
Wait, what? Someone's actually translating it? How? How? Explain to me how.
They did! Oh, that's Greek. I can read that. It's just English, but with Greek letters.
Oh, okay. Lord Malazorg asks, who's this time... Wait, what? Lord Malazorg, who's this time machine to the coordinates for of break part? I don't know. Okay.
So, something about Lord Malazorg.
Wow, I don't know what we'd do without you here. Thank you so much. You're saving our lives. Okay.
Read.
Okay. Who is Lord Malazorg? Could this really be a time machine? I thought as I looked through the third and fourth pages. But as I saw that the other pages showed all the levers and explained how to pilot the time machine, I didn't care about Lord Whoever. I was now fairly certain that I had found a time machine, and I had every intention of using it.
That's terrifying.
Separating.
Whoa. I put the papers carefully between two other sheets of paper on my clipboard, which I had picked up from the floor of the cylindrical cave. So your clipboard doesn't have any metal on it, right? Well,
apparently it got sucked down into the floor of the cylindrical cave.
I walked out of the time machine, and then took another look at my notes on my clipboard. They looked exactly like the unintelligible nonsense that had been on the parchment. I blinked and shook my head in confusion, watching as my own handwriting emerged from the mass of swimming symbols. I stared at my writing, unsure as to what had just happened. My horrible handwriting looked normal now, commas, but it had... A flaw!
Horrible handwriting!
A flaw! But it had looked strange a second ago. Oh, I knew. I was dreaming. This was too crazy to be real. A time machine? Impossible. But how could this dream last a month? This strange... What? Oh, this strange connection with the crater, the trip, the research. Was that a dream? I pinched myself. Pinched a left-handed
banana.
resulting in nothing. This was real. Wow. Now how was I going to get out of here? Use the machine?
I'm convinced EJ's the villain now.
Honestly, it kind of sounds like a super narcissistic guy who finds a time machine. You know, he might be the villain in his own story.
I mean, I can't remember all the twists, but there might have been some kind of weird time loop thing happening in the end. I don't know. There was, but I think I wasn't the villain. We can pretend in our headcanon
He's the villain.
he does all this stuff, ends up stopping the bad guy, then later becomes that same bad guy that he stops. Yeah, he's the bad guy. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense, but whatever. Duh. A rumbling began to shake the place I was in, and I looked up. The roof collapsed in a shower of sand. Oh, my eyes. It gets everywhere. And I was buried up to my neck. Hold up.
Mm-hmm.
We sank through the ground 80 feet. There's 80 feet.
But only like 4 feet of sand collapsed.
Yeah, but only enough to like cover me to here.
How convenient.
Volume and physics be darned. Buried me up to my neck. I shook the sand from my closed eyelids and blinked in daylight. The ground the machine and I stood on elevated, leveling out with the normal ground. Okay. So the machine was on ground level. The sand spread out, and I was freed. I relayed my travels to my parents, who were weeping endlessly because of my disappearance under the sand. Mom insisted on destroying the machine and taking me home, but thankfully Dad didn't listen to her illogical protests. Though the government technically owned that land and we had no real right to claim the machine, we decided to try to get it home, since it was pretty cool, and the government probably didn't even know specifically it was in that crater anyway. Our only logical claim to it was that the machine had revealed itself to me alone, which was something unique about us. Leaving it was not an option. I mean, who knows what would happen if some random person stumbled across the machine, like me. Yeah, that would be bad. Mom agreed that we had to get it home somehow without attracting too much attention. I'm not sure why, but okay. And Mom seemed to know more about the machine than she was letting on, because she also just happens to know things, clearly. Obviously, Dad, Ashley, and I were exhilarated at the incredible new find, and we wanted to know how it worked. Mom, however, wouldn't let us try out the machine. We, in retaliation, decided to test it when we got home. She, though frustrated, ordered us to start trying to get the machine back to the rental car.
Are you gonna put it in the trunk? Okay, what I was gonna say is, I love how, like, the characters like Mom, Dad, and Ashley have, like, zero dialogue. You just tell us, like, what happens. It's like, oh, then I talked to my mom, and this is what she thought. But you don't get to hear her say that or get any sort of, like, feel for her personality. She just, this is what she said.
I think I was just, like, impatient. I wanted to get to the action stuff.
That's what it feels like.
Or maybe just in the many, many, many versions of the rewrites and deciding what happened, I was
the dialogue was lost to time.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there ever was any, but it's just like, okay, first off, I created the time machine. Second off, okay, I found the time machine. Third off, okay, I went to the Grand Canyon to get the time. It just became more and more long ways to get the machine, but the actual meat of the story is when the machine is got. So, I don't know. There wasn't much effort put into that part, I guess.
Love how he was convinced that the time machine was real until he encountered something that could decipher his bad handwriting. It is now a dream! Okay, fortunately the machine was made of something...
Sus.
Yeah. Fortunately the machine was made of something not quite metal, and it was very light. This made it almost easy to drag it up the side of the crater. Evidently, since there were so few people there that day, nobody saw us and questioned our actions. So
the sun was busy burning everyone else to a crisp.
It's a top secret experiment, but nobody's watching.
Not a single person is doing anything with the top secret stuff.
It's reminding me of, like...
Not even a caution tape. There's literally nothing going on as far as...
It reminds me of Thor, how, like, the hammer was there and there was, like, all these people there.
Except
but in this version,
no one there.
It's just completely deserted.
They all went to get coffee. At the same time. Yeah. Sus.
Nobody saw us and questioned our actions. We were able to drag it back to our rental car without too many staring strangers because
Did we drag it up a meteor crater?
Because of way it looked like just... What? Because of way it looked just like a wheel-less metal trailer.
Bruh.
Because that's normal to drag through desert, too. I assumed that they thought we'd been idiotic enough to accidentally break off the wheels to our trailer at a national landmark. Looking back on it, I'm amazed nobody was interested as to why we were dragging a trailer. But I guess most people have seen too many crazy things to care. Dad brought some spare tires and an axle, and he somehow connected them to the time machine. We then hooked it up to the rental car, and we drove back to the hotel.
So instead of assuming, okay, nobody saw us, we got away with it. He's like, if people saw us, they probably thought, oh yes, that mysterious capsule is probably a trailer that broke the wheels off of it, fell into the Arizona meteor crater, and now there's like a family trying to push it up the side of a space crater to get it to their rental car, because that totally makes sense. And there's definitely nothing on the website saying that there's top secret something or other going on there.
Of course not.
But they don't have any. The caution tape wasn't in the budget though. Caution tape would have solved this whole problem.
Oh my gosh.
I blame Justin.
Sam says, if you wanted to get to the action, maybe the 12 full pages of repetitious exposition could have been cut down a bit.
Yes. I'll be sure to relay these notes to my 11-year-old self when I use the time machine.
This is great.
Okay, what's next?
Now, boys. Oh, wait, that's me. Now, boys, I don't want to hear another...
Wait, did you get...
Yeah.
See too many crazy things to care? Dad bought some spare towels. Oh, okay.
Listen to me.
Okay, sorry. So
we're almost at the end of chapter 1, guys.
Oh boy! Wow, that was chapter 1. All of it was...
Yeah, save us.
Yikes.
Now, boys, I don't want to hear another peep out of either of you. We are not, Mom stated firmly to me and Dad, who wanted desperately to test the supposed machine. What?
Machine.
What is we are not? What? I'm confused. We are not. Okay. If this is the time machine, you don't have any idea how dangerous it is. It could destroy the world, my mom screeched at us.
Destroy the world.
I rolled my eyes. Leave it to my mom to be paranoid. She was making it sound like it could change time or something. Are you an idiot?
No.
Or destroy the world as we knew it. That couldn't be possible. I also noted that she had said the time machine, not a time machine. There's only one of them there. Is she supposed to say a time machine when there is a physical time machine there? I think it's okay to say the time machine. Anyway, this made me think that she'd lost her marbles.
By the way, Evan, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
His first line
whispered to me.
I think.
Wait, is it really?
No. I think he said surprise.
Oh, yeah, you're right. My dad whispered to me, a time machine for my birthday. Awesome. If only I had listened to my mom. The new find really could destroy the world, but that would come later.
Whoa,
Foreshadowing! Obvious and heavy-handed foreshadowing! Chapter 2. Well, let's have a chat break. What did you guys think of that? Wow.
Instead of assuming average people had intelligence, they just assumed that they had Percy Jackson mist covering their clarity. Sam says, we are not!
No, we are not!
I still do not entirely understand.
We're not testing this machine.
I know, but okay. That was not really in relation to, I don't know, it was just kind of
I think there was an implied conversation going on already, and we just joined in the middle. Oh,
I guess.
Alright, see you in a second, Oceana. Sir Craftsalt said, in theory, there should be about 120 feet to 0 feet of sand. What? Math. A cone around the open. Confused. But hey, that's just a theory. An Ethan fanfic theory. You're right.
10 out of 10.
No,
Best
this is not a
1.
fanfic. This is an actual novel, complete and 300 pages or 600 pages if you instead of like
of absolute
16
gold.
Yes. That's definitely going to be published soon. It's just about how great I am. Or was. Not anymore.
Who is it? You? Me?
I don't know. Finally, it was time to go home. Instead of destroying the machine like my mom wanted, or using the machine to teleport us home like Ashley and I wanted, or trying to get a flight like Dad wanted, which would have attracted way too much attention, and also which we apparently did temporarily. We compromised and decided to drive home while the machine rolled along behind us, making no one happy. Why we did this, I couldn't imagine, but forever later, we finally arrived home. Dad, Ashley, and I dragged the machine to our backyard, much to Mom's annoyance. Then we polished it, painted it, and headed inside for bed, with Mom not speaking to any of us. Strangely, though none of us had eaten anything, because we were so excited, we noticed that we now had much less food in the refrigerator than the amount we had had when we had departed for the Grand Canyon.
There's some hobo living in your house.
Oh no, or there was time travel shenanigans or something.
Oh.
I'm sure that'll be explained later because
seeds, guys. He's planting seeds.
Is that what you call it when you...
That's what I call it. I don't know how it started.
Okay.
Also, Seb says, this story is poop. He smiled at his use of a metaphor. I love this so much.
I'm gonna be so... There's gonna be so many more ammo for people to make fun of me after this.
This is so good. I didn't sleep at all. I didn't sleep all
This
night.
is why I waited a decade before I showed it to anyone. Now that... Wait, I'm more than a decade. Heck, I'm old now.
You are old.
Oh, I frowned at my use of time passing.
You just use your time machine. Go back. Anyway, I didn't sleep all night because I was thinking too hard. Questions like, who built it? Where should we go? How come I found it? Crossed my mind constantly.
In every question, referring to the machine.
No crap, Mr. Writer
Bruh.
Man. I also couldn't sleep because I was waiting for my mom to go out and try to destroy it while she thought we were asleep. Why is mom so, like, violent? She just wakes up and chooses violence and I also couldn't sleep because... Wait, what? Sorry. Nothing happened, however. That morning, the second to last day before school began...
Again.
Oh, I forgot it was spring break. I thought it was summer. I was
This
like,
all
did we
happened
go?
in the course of spring break.
Okay. I yawned and climbed out of bed to meet the first rays of sunlight streaming into my room on a beautiful Saturday morning.
Nice.
The birds twittered to each other. They're on Twitter. From their tree nests in the backyard.
Freaking
oh,
West.
those birds' tree nests, you know.
The trees and beeswax.
Unaware of the chaos that was to take place later. So much foreshadowing. Or should I say, that would take place somewhere, sometime, before the present.
Wow, that's such a clever change of the words.
Oh,
that's so funny.
Sorry.
In theory, if we were being correct about how much sand should be on top of him, there'd be a whopping, 536,165.12 blah 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 cubic feet of sand on top of the superhero times 101.82 pounds per foot. Oh my gosh, this kid is being crushed by... Hold on, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... By 54 million pounds of sand! He is obliterated! Thank you for math. The signal has been lost! I'm sorry, I'll fix it. I'm not sure why it broke, but it broke. 54 million! He's dead. Alright. I jumped out of bed, threw on a shirt. I have never slept without a shirt on. I've never slept shirtless.
That's what it says in like every book with a guy ever, so
apparently,
I guess we're just using that.
Maybe it's like, I don't know why I put that, but apparently...
Buff EA sleeping shirt.
Oh yes, I just can't fit in any shirt because they're too thin for my manly muscles that burst out of them with my bicep and my perfection.
He turns into the Hulk every time he goes to sleep.
Just all times, I have no idea.
Oh my gosh.
I jumped out of bed, threw on a shirt, and packed with two spaces here for some reason, and packed a backpack full of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Why is peanut butter? Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, granola bars, 6 bottles of water,
specifically 6,
and 2 full of gasoline.
What?
Why didn't I just have that? I cooked it up in my lab. I don't know.
Oh yeah, obviously.
A compass, my flint, a first aid kit, lots of rope, a few books, my electronic mini computer, which was basically an accumulation of most human knowledge that didn't require the internet, but could use it if it wanted. I downloaded the internet. I remember that when I first wrote this, I basically wrote it as, oh, I happen to have like this tiny mini computer that has all this knowledge on it, and it's so cool. Then I found out later that the internet exists and can Google stuff, and I'm like, oh, I invented technology that already exists. I thought I was being cool.
How did you not know Google existed?
This was a long time ago, man. We didn't know. We were sheltered.
I don't think we were that sheltered.
I don't know, man. But anyway, I didn't... Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Ethan's computer's just out here recording everything that was lost to history.
So apparently this computer basically can Google things without having access to Wi-Fi. That's important because of time travel. I don't know. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. My jackknife. Why do I have a jackknife and a Swiss Army knife?
What's the difference?
A few glass vials. Should I want to take some samples of a prehistoric substance? Oh, I'm such a nerd. A flashlight and my real ninja sword.
What is wrong with you?
How did I fit that in my bag? That's my idea of the essential survival kit someone would need when going on an adventure. I then zipped downstairs
on an adventure
to find that only Ashley had gotten any sleep last night. Dad hadn't been able to fall asleep, so Mom couldn't leave without his notice. Oh, that plot hole is fixed now. Wow.
Wow.
Dad and I wolfed down breakfast and ran past a crying Ashley because she couldn't come too, and out the back door.
Once again, no character conflict whatsoever. They just skip over that.
We gotta get to the action, man.
Yeah, exactly.
No dialogue.
Who needs dialogue? EJ wakes up, his 12-pack shining in the moonlight. He struggles to get a shirt on as his bulging muscles make it difficult for any article of clothing to fit on his hulking sides. He then jumped from the balcony 10 stories flying.
Another, metric butt ton of sand falls upon him, but it cannot be contained by his massive muscles.
And then he somehow still doesn't know what an iPad is. Sure crafts a lot. Yes.
I think I just crushed the iPad. How does this thing work? EJ doesn't understand! But I'm also a genius with a laboratory.
Yeah.
So
gotta have it all. Anyway.
I need everyone to start making EJ fan fiction now. Feel free to make fan fictions about this story.
Fan fictions of my work.
Bruh.
I ran across the grassy backyard to this sparkling machine we had painstakingly polished yesterday. It was a work of art. All its newly polished knobs, dials, buttons, and levers sparkled in the light. It was silver and blue and looked like an oval trailer with the words Thompson's Time Machine freshly painted on the side. We straight up
claimed this from the government.
Yep. Dad had removed the previously installed wheels. Previously.
So, how are we going to test it? Asked Dad. You didn't think about this beforehand?
There is not thought going into this.
Alright. I was thinking along the lines of get in, go somewhere, and come back. What was your plan?
Oh, LG is here. Hello.
Hey, welcome.
This is Ethan's story he wrote when he was, do we say 11 or 13?
I wrote it when I was 11. I kept editing it and changing it and tweaking it and messing it up and making it worse until I was 13.
It's so good. It's so funny. He's a complete Gary Stu that's amazing and everything.
I was so bad at writing, but I thought I was good.
I love it.
I thought I was good. That's the sad part. Because I remember back in the day, I was like, wow, I'm working so hard on this. I'm putting all kinds of cool things into it. This is a pretty good writing. It's not.
At least you got a lot of practice, and
yes, that is
the dedication is admirable. But
yeah,
it's still
I wrote
really bad.
basically Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. That amount of writing, it's just not good.
Yeah.
Not as good as that.
Evan Johnson, boy genius and Old Spice enthusiast. He obviously uses Old Spice. Oh my gosh, and that's what we call a well-rounded character, folks. Yes, of course. Who needs flaws? Anyway, we don't know how to pilot it, and we don't know it's safe. Do you expect me to just let you use something like this when you don't know how to... What? When you don't know how to use...
Oh, do you expect me to let you use something like this?
Oh, when you don't know how to use...
Oh, no, it doesn't make sense.
Or if it's even safe?
Whatever.
I opened my mouth to speak, but I had found no answer to this. But those papers from the machine did... Okay. I ran to my room, grabbed the old parchment I had been careful to keep intact, and ran back outside to Dad. I checked the papers, which still held the diagrams and unintelligible moving writing. As I watched, the squiggly letters arrange themselves into normal English, and I showed Dad the papers that told how to pilot it. He frowned.
It's just squiggles, Evan. He insisted, confused.
But aren't the letters rearranging? I asked. I looked at the words on the time machine's side that read Thompson's Time Machine, but they looked like unintelligible scribbles swimming across the machine's side. I then confusedly watched the letters on the machine fall into a recognizable order. I saw Dad staring at me, looking genuinely concerned for my mental health. Well, he should be, considering what happened after this story.
What did you say? Dad asked. I repeated my question cautiously. Dad notified me that I had spoken gibberish a moment ago. Apparently, my brain adjusted from weird language to normal language each time I saw writing in that respective language. It was like I went from mood to mood, seeing and speaking differently depending on the mood.
What?
I was pretty sure I was going crazy.
The next hour I spent...
Hey, welcome back, Oshida.
Oh, hi. The next hour I spent translating the papers into English. The illustrations were easy enough, but the writing I had to memorize, look at English words to restore my normal brain, and then write it down in English, a little at a time, because I wrote in the wacky language, too, when I was in the crazy mood. What is this? Each transition took less and less time until it took under a second. I didn't understand how or why I was the only one who had this weird other language mood connection, but I felt really smart all of a sudden. I think you felt smart before, Mr. Gary Stew. And right about then is when I began to sense that someone was watching me. It had been going on ever since the day of my 13th birthday.
Wait, what?
Just then I began to sense that someone was watching me, but it had been going on since my 13th birthday.
Where is the stalker?
I don't know. And I had been only subconscious. Oh, so you're aware of it now, but you were subconsciously aware because you just know everything. I don't know. But now I suddenly realized the faint feeling. It was as though I had just realized the presence of an evil entity in the room with me.
Hello?
I straightened my chair and whirled around. Sorry,
was it a mild? Was it a mild whirl or a non-mild whirl?
It doesn't specify this time.
Okay, I whirl.
There was nothing there.
Oh,
I uneasily.
Sad and alone as usual.
I uneasily returned to my work, finding that the unnerving invisible presence did not diminish. Slightly nervous, I closed my door and sat back upon my chair with a blanket draped across my shoulders, as I get cold easily. Flaw! He gets cold!
Oh, blah! I am human!
Elzia says, mood, I've been doing that with stories for years, still haven't finished 547... No, I don't want to read that number, because I always start a new one. Yeah, that's a mood.
Holding back, what did I miss of Super EJ? EJ, not EJ, is still a Gary Stew, but he doesn't know what Google is.
Percy
yes,
Jackson,
we stole the time machine.
Percy Jackson, but he understands weird language, not Greek.
So Cropsolot says, oh, you know, only him being covered up in sand up to the neck when he should have been crushed by 54 million pounds of sand!
This is so good.
Whoa, where'd they steal it from? We stole it from
the crater.
The Arizona meteor crater, which apparently had like some top secret sciencey government something or other going on there. But we just kind of walked in, went to that place, got the machine, said thanks, bye, and left, and no one noticed. Not a single soul noticed.
Nobody cared.
Bruh.
Okay, you.
Where?
When I had copied.
Okay. When I had copied the papers, I hopped in the machine and flipped the light switch dead, and I...
You installed a light... What?
How? Okay, there's some... Later, it's like, oh yeah, the machine's indestructible. How do we do that if it's indestructible?
I don't know.
Where's the power source? Do we just have a generator in there?
It just skips over so many things.
How did we do that?
It happened.
How did Dad install the wheels to this mysterious...
writing.
Whatever. Okay, plot holes aside. Anyway, somehow we get light in there, even though... Why does it not have a light source already? It's a time-traveling thing, but it doesn't have a light?
Apparently not.
Okay. Oh yeah, it must be left over from, oh yeah, we invented the time machine. And I didn't think about, oh yeah, it doesn't make sense that we installed a light switch to show off our electrician knowledge now that we didn't invent this machine. Bruh.
So Super EJ was holding the time machine in between his 14-pack and no one could tell the difference.
Wait a second, is that a 14-pack or a 15-pack? I can't tell, but I'm too intimidated to find out.
I love it.
It's just under my shirt somehow.
The shirt
yeah, shirt that ripped. Let's see. Okay. We installed the light switch while Ashley and Mom had been painting the machine. Nothing happened. Okay, good. I frowned and slightly kicked the control panel. A low hum reverberated in the small space. A light came on, and the screen flickered to life. Bruh. Thanks, Dad emphasized from somewhere beyond the control panel, making me jump. What did you do, Evan? I've been trying to fix it for an hour, Dad stated as he stood up behind the control panel. Okay, this must be left over from the original draft when we had invented the time machine, because that freaking makes no sense if this is a machine that we just got. Because why would we wire up a light switch using the actual time travel flux capacitor shenanigans in the real control panel?
That sounds dangerous.
That's super. Like, oh, just imagine connecting one wrong wire and poof, you're in Nepal. Oh no, why am I suddenly stranded in like 1968? Oh no, guess I'll die.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway.
Oh, you know, I just have ways with machinery.
Because I'm perfect!
I laughed as he tried to close the back of the control panel, where he had been unwisely fiddling with some wires that had unknown functions.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, now some explanation about
boy.
Dad!
Yeah, gotta introduce him. Meet the crew.
Dad's name is Dave Thompson. He's a tall man, brown hair, very strong and muscular.
But does he have a 14-pack?
Did you actually see Dad that way when you were a child or no? He's very strong and muscular.
This is me describing him, so sure, I
Dad is very strong
He
and
is
muscular.
very strong and muscular.
Like a bodybuilder. And he's very talented, coordinated, and smart. That's where I get all of my Gary Stewardess from.
Yes, all of it.
Although being smart, he can't always figure out the mechanical problems with the newly discovered machine. But that's why he needs me, because I can. He usually wears a sweatshirt and jeans.
Does he?
He's horrendously funny.
Horrendously funny?
These adjectives, man.
Horrendous sounds like a bad thing, but okay.
Which is good, because he is a self-employed entertainer who jokes around for a living. He just like goes in the street and just jokes around.
Hello, pay me please.
No. He's a professional juggler and he can juggle almost anything.
Can he juggle
He can also
six-packs?
jump rope while riding a unicycle. That is a very weird detail. And juggle axes and fire. Doesn't say torches, just literal fire he can juggle. He has the sun from Arizona. I learned several of my strange skills from him. Now that unnecessary exposition's out of the way, I'm glad we did that.
Did you hear Ashley crying about not being able to come? Dad asked. I told her she could come next time.
I nodded my head, sat down, strapped in, and set the coordinates for 23 AD Jerusalem after consulting the paper.
Alrighty.
Gonna
go see Jesus.
Dad had minored in archaeology and had once been Are you just conflating Mom and Dad now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
And had once been on an archaeological dig in the Middle East. Now he wanted to go see what things had been like back in the time near the same area. At my inquiry as to why, he just shrugged, saying, "It's the first old thing that popped into my head. We've got to start somewhere." The screen flashed and showed a marketplace at a temple. An indistinct buzz of hustle and bustle drifted through the speakers to our ears. Naturally, Dad wanted to come with me now that he knew I'd found a time machine. I agreed. The more help I had, the better. Wow. Is this going to work? I thought nervously as my excitement grew. Dad was scowling at the control panel and the papers, trying to find the go button or something that would start the machine. I took one look and pointed a big red lever, and then at the paper where it said, the activation lever. Alrighty. Dad's face lit up and he ruffled my hair, saying, "That's my boy," in his most annoying tone of voice. He specifically does that to annoy me sometimes. I glared at him, but then broke into a grin. I had never liked it when Dad did that voice. "How did you decipher those papers exactly?" he asked.
Why did I add the "that's my boy" thing?
I don't know, so many strange
just
details.
Odd, like, family
By the
jokes.
way,
I
he
didn't
was
even
a
remember
juggler.
that.
I'm sure that will not come up in the story, but he was a juggler.
It won't. It won't come up in the story at all, but that's
You're gonna
just...
go visit teenager Jesus.
Yeah.
But wouldn't that be like 23-year-old Jesus?
Oh, I forgot there was one part of the story, like one phase of rewriting it, where I was like, oh, I need to have, like, a gospel inclusion in the story, because, like, if I'm gonna have a book that gets published, totally I should also include, like, who Jesus is and, like, how to get saved or whatever. So there was literally there was a part where we visited Jesus was like, oh, hi guys, and then, like, we got saved or something, but we didn't know Jesus before that or something. It was so cringe and terrible.
No.
But I removed that part, thankfully. I realized, okay, that's too far, and decided to cut that out and put that in, like, the...
subtlety.
Yes, so we go to 23 AD Jerusalem, I think actually, like, twice, I don't know, something like that, but then I cut that out, and maybe that is, like, in the sequel series or something with, like, Evan's son or something, so that still happens, but just, like, in another book so I could keep this, the one that I was working on, cringe-free. Well,
oh, yes.
Cringe-free!
Oh,
most ironic thing I've said all day. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, also, it gets even worse, but I guess we'll talk about that when we get there.
Rob says, yeah, he'll become best friends with Jesus. Ryan says, it makes sense that Gary Stu would be best bros with Christ.
Oh my gosh, you're so right. Oh, no.
my gosh, his 13th disciple.
No, Jesus would be like, oh wow, you're just as good as me, if not better. Would you like to be the Christ?
Would you like to be the Christ?
Here's the application.
Oh my gosh. Or like you go back in time and you tell Jesus how to be a
Hey
Christian.
Jesus, do you have a 14-pack? I thought not.
Oh my gosh, I got as many packs as disciples as you got. Jesus. What am I saying?
Oh my gosh.
Anyway, let's continue.
Oceana says, or maybe have it cringier to have it Back to the Future style with different perspective at the same time and make it comedy. Oh dear.
gosh.
Would you like to be the Christ? I'm dying.
This is so good.
Oh man. Okay, wait, where did we leave off? Oh. I really don't know, I replied, reaching for the big red activation lever.
Wait! We don't know it's safe, he yelled. Suddenly, a chill went up my spine, and I felt the vague presence which had faded slightly since last I had become aware of it, grow slightly stronger for a moment before returning to normal. That was a mouthful. I shuddered at the spike in someone's
All of that stuff was added in after.
I shuddered at the spike in someone's watching me feeling. You okay, Evan? Dad asked concernedly, making me realize that I had just pulled away from the lever strangely.
Yeah, I replied distractedly. Was this Lord Malazar person watching me? Creepy, I thought, rubbing my arm. Which arm? Probably
just
the birthmark one.
part of the arm.
What did you say again?
I said, wait, we don't know it's safe. Dad
I said, wait, we don't know it's safe.
Wait, he's melodramatic. I said, wait, we don't know it's safe. Dad replied melodramatically while still expressing his confusion and suspicion.
Wow.
So many emotions in this.
Yikes. That's like multiple layers of...
Yeah, it's so deep, guys.
Yikes.
I returned to focus on the
This became an anime. All of the, like, there's a mysterious presence watching me. All of that was added in after the scenes were already written. And then I was like, okay, I gotta add in some foreshadowing for the bad guy. Okay, let's just... There's a mysterious presence. Oh no! And then nothing happens as a result of it. It keeps going. Oh no, the mysterious presence again. So that's how I thought foreshadowing worked. You just insert it randomly throughout, and then it's not a surprise when it comes up again.
Yeah.
Instead of being completely out of left field, which is how it was. Well, we can't really find out, can we? I responded. If we use my remote control robot I built with my friend Johan, because I could just build robots in my spare time. That's just the thing that I know how to do. All of every single person was based off of someone in real life. So
our family has been obvious.
Yeah. I was the main character. You're Ashley. Mom is Kelly. Dad's Dave or whatever. And then the friends. Most of the friends are one-to-one with an actual person, but some of them are conflations of a couple people. So there's like, I don't remember the names because we're not that part yet, but there's like the Jaspers, which is like the Parkers, I think. And there's like the Johan Henderson, I think his name is like Charlie, Joel, just a bunch of people, like friends I had in 8th grade or something. But they're all kind of mashed together because I took their last names, I took their actual names, mashed them together, I took their personalities, mashed them together. And I was like, okay, this is that friend, and his name is that. I mean, originally it was their actual names, but then when I changed it and did things, I kind of like smooshed people together and tried to make things slightly more organized. And it's terrible, and the names don't make any sense, and it sounds terrible, and it's just ew. But it is what it is now.
I'll give you that Johan is a sort of unique name. It's not Dave or Kelly, so...
Yeah, I mean, I like Johan. That's probably one of the more acceptable names.
Yeah.
I hate the name Gwen, though. I don't know why I chose the name. I mean, sorry to everyone who's named Gwen, but, like, I don't know why I chose that name. I was just kind of... Honestly, most of these names were kind of filler names while I thought of something better, but I never thought of something better. That's just what I ended up going with.
Super EJ just goes so far back in time with all his infinite powers, so he just becomes God. Abraham,
Oh
do you
my
see my
gosh.
stomach? One day you will have more offspring than the atoms of my stomach! That was so beautiful.
I'm gonna cry.
Shumi says, dang, I wish I knew how a young EA would portray me in writing.
You would probably be the same. Oh, you know what? Whatever. I'm not gonna offend you by bringing you into this story.
Johann sounds like it's from How to Train Your Dragon. It kinda does.
Oh, Shanna says Johann sounds German. I don't know. It actually sounds kind of Jewish to me.
I don't know what it
I don't know
sounds.
where the origin of Johann comes from.
I
But
don't either, man.
Anyway.
Where were we?
Oh wait, Johann actually is Jewish in this, isn't he?
Why are you asking me? Why would I know?
Well, never mind. It becomes relevant at some point, I promise.
Whoa. Hi, Harry.
Hi Harry, how's it going? How do you do, fellow kids? Oh, we're all laughing about how many abs I had.
Yes. If McKay's in this story, that means there's a canon me somewhere in the EJ universe. Whoa.
Yes, you're somewhere in the EJ verse. I hate calling it that, but I kind of like it. Oh boy.
Where were you? Oh, the remote control robot.
Okay, yeah. Remote control robot that I totally built with my friend Johann to pull the lever and push it back. Radio waves, I'm pretty sure, won't travel back through time. And we can't throw a rock at the lever to send it forward 1 minute. Okay, I guess we can do that. And I gave up of thinking of excuses as my unwitting thirst for adventure overcame practical caution, and I decided to risk it. I pulled the lever back, but because of my haste, my elbow hit a switch and a dial in the process because I'm such a flawed character. Whoosh! Went the machine. I think originally there was more like text formatting effects like boldness and underline and sideways
Whoa.
and whatever on that whoosh, but now it just says whoosh.
Whoosh.
So whoosh went to the machine. That's the sound the
whoosh.
machine makes, yes.
Time travel was like being upside down while riding a twisting looping roller coaster inside a spinning washing machine during spacecraft liftoff. Wow, that really gave me the
What?
image you were going for.
What the
I
freaking heck?
totally know what that means.
Yeah, because I can totally relate to being upside down while riding a twisting looping roller coaster inside a spinning washing machine during a spacecraft liftoff. But
Can't
that's happened to me
everyone?
every day of my life.
So relatable.
It was like being squeezed on all sides until you shot across the time-space continuum into another dimension. Also, I relate to that.
Oh yes. Continue. Does it have two U's? Is that how it's spelled?
Yes.
Wow, I
It
didn't
doesn't
know.
have a red squiggly line, so I'm gonna
Wow.
assume that's how it's
So you
spelled.
can spell that, but not regardlessly.
Because regardlessly isn't a word.
I know. It was extremely frightening, and I think I left my stomach behind, but it stopped. We were not dead, so I concluded that it must have worked. We abruptly came to a stop, and I unstrapped and threw open the hatch. I expected to see Pharisees, priests, and stuff, but...
Oops, I said. Now, it's never a good thing to hear the word oops when operating a possibly very valuable and or dangerous piece of machinery that is under testing. This was no exception. I saw torrents of rain, thunder and lightning, and a wooden boat bigger than a cruise ship. The dark sky poured rain down upon a black sea of water. Seeing that the flood was a little out of control, I abandoned all thoughts of conducting experiments. Why would I have thoughts of conducting experiments? Whirled around and jumped to the control panel so fast I was surprised I didn't hear a sonic boom because I am faster than sound. I looked at the dial and switch I had messed up. The dial was the number of years, and the switch was from AD to BC.
Oh my gosh.
What is this? The Great Flood from the Epic of Gilgamesh? Because I didn't want to say Noah's Flood because I didn't want everything to be completely obvious that we were Christians and that we had... I don't know what.
But then
I
also
don't
you
know.
become a Christian because Jesus...
Well, no, that was a different version of the story. Then I realized, oh wait, it's cringe to be like
This is
overly
subtlety now.
overly Christian everything. Now it's subtle because wink wonk. It's just we happen to go to a biblical location without knowing it, but it's actually Noah's flood, but we didn't. Noah's flood? Noah's Ark. Whatever. Freaking.
I want you to build me a flood.
Anyway. What is this? The Great Flood from the Epic of Gilgamesh? I cried as the machine started to toss and turn violently and water began to pour in the hatch. I thought that was just a fairy tale, I yelled above the sound of the rain. Dad's angry red face at not testing it safely turned pale, and the machine started to bob up and down, obviously floating in the flood. water started to pour into the hatch, which already happened, but okay. And I began to panic.
It began to twice.
It began twice.
Pull the lever, Kronk! But his mouth seemed to have been superglued shut, and his white face turned green. His face is just turning all the colors right now.
All in like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
What in the world, Dad? We've been back in time for 3 seconds and you're frozen with fear! I shouted at him.
The water was now up to my shins, and we were beginning to run the danger of being electrocuted by the machine's circuitry.
Because we totally know how that works.
I jumped at the hatch to close it, but an unexpected wave gushed into the machine, pinning me to the wall. I pushed off the wall through the swirling water towards where I judged the hatch should be.
Why would I do that?
Unfortunately, my guess was accurate. I was watching.
Good job, self! A round of applause for perfect DJ who has flaws.
I was washed out of the machine, far out into a vast, black, violent ocean. I turned around
he's dead.
and started kicking back towards the machine through the water, but after a few seconds, I realized the machine had landed back on the earth and was sitting atop a hill, and the water I was struggling in was only knee-deep. Big brain.
You did it. Feeling stupid, I stood up in relief.
Strong Hi.
Hey, welcome, Strong Frog. How's it going? Please catch everyone up if they got here late. Super EJ starts juggling the ark in the time machine and his dad while treading water with his legs. His impenetrable strength combined with his monumental number of abs proves superior against the Great Flood, and everyone is again saved by the 11-year-old nuclear force.
Yes.
Can I have Seb write my like obituary?
Yes, please. Oh, also, I'm just gonna comment on how, like, from a writing standpoint, it's kind of sad how, like, we don't care about any of these characters because none of them really have that much personality.
You're very correct. Well, we've talked so much about me. How can you not love me yet? Haven't you heard how perfect I am at everything?
I don't know.
Am I not the best at everything?
I don't know anyone's desires for life, anyone's drives.
Literally, all we want is adventure. That's all that we're like, wow, it's a cool time machine. We can use it to do cool time machine things. Boop!
And Dad is just a child that apparently goes along with you and does not have any concerns about this except touching.
He is not a responsible adult.
Yeah. So everyone's very similar character, except I am chaotic.
It's literally just my 11-year-old perfect world brain. I don't know what's happening.
Yes, characterization. Love it. Feeling stupid, I stood up in relief. But just as I did, a monster wave hit me in the back and hurtled me over the machine. But you're Percy Jackson. You can just control this, can't you?
No, I don't have water powers yet.
But for all I knew, I might have flown under it in the way I was tumbling and flipping around in the bowels of the wave.
Oh boy.
Suddenly, the wave hit the surface of the ocean with a boom like a cannon. I slowly stopped tumbling around underwater, and I was able to kick for the surface when I realized it was impossible to tell which way the surface was. I looked every which way, but all I saw were bubbles swirling in every direction of the blackness. My lungs were beginning to burn, but I ignored it and started doggy paddling in circles trying to find the surface. Another wave cracked in front of me, and I realized through the tumbling and roaring of the water that the direction I had been facing before I had tumbled had been upward. I hopelessly trying to ignore the fact that my legs were about to explode as I searched.
I too breathe with my legs. Wait a minute. This was real. This wasn't just a video game where you could do whatever you wanted and even die 100 times and then just restart the segment at the slightest mistake. If I died, I would be gone.
If you die in the game, you die in real life.
There would be no more Evan. I would just decay and cease to exist. This was real life. Your one life. I had been treating my life as a game where slip-ups could be corrected the next day or the next time around, but this wasn't like that. This time travel stuff was real. This was dangerous. I needed to fight or I would die. I panicked.
Look at this character growth. Oh my gosh.
I'm no longer seeking adventure. Now I'm realizing, oh heck, I'm dying.
Can't wait to see where this goes. Just
exactly the same place. Glimmer character development.
Just when I didn't think I could survive another millisecond in the churning, bubbly waters, I realized... What are you, swimming in LaCroix or something?
What?
Bubbly
I'm
waters.
swimming in Mountain Dew, obviously. Is that carbonated? I have no idea. Oh, okay.
And so is LaCroix, that was the joke.
Oh, okay.
I realized that some of the air bubbles were not swirling, but traveling! What? Air bubbles are less
dense. I thought it was pitch black.
Air bubbles are less dense than water, meaning that they float to the surface. Did you guys know?
I'm such a nerd!
Bubbles float.
Wow!
Have you ever seen bubbles descend in the water?
Wow!
It doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen.
I willed myself to survive those last crucial
What? Super
nanoseconds.
EJ's not immortal?
What?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Flaw so far, he's illiterate and can't swim. Okay. I willed myself to survive those last crucial nanoseconds as I propelled myself after the swirling bubbles, which all seemed to be trying to go in one direction. My lungs were going to burst, and I knew I wasn't going to make it. Crisis.
Suddenly, I broke the surface and took the most beautiful, longest, most gratifying breath I had ever taken in my entire life. But for all the good it did me, I might as well just stay underwater.
Crash to the surface. I'm giving you background music.
Okay. The rain was pouring down so hard, it was like being directly under a waterfall. I only got enough oxygen to sustain me for about a second, so I tilted my head down and opened my mouth to get the greatest amount of air I could. I painfully coughed water out of my lungs. I was going to drown.
I looked back towards where the machine had been and gasped. Only a small portion of the machine was visible in the water. Then a wave crashed over me, and I plunged underwater again.
Blum.
I once more followed the bubbles, broke the surface, and looked around wildly for the machine, but it had disappeared. I continued ridding my lungs of water. I tried to breathe. Now would be a great time to evolve into a fish.
Oh, the next level of EJ! It's like a Pokemon evolution.
Yes.
Well, I was in a predicament now. Stuck back in time outside the great big flood, Dad probably dead, and the machine in Davy Jones' locker. But then I performed the magical spell that somehow always, even in the worst situation, makes things worse. The thing I did was think, what could be worse?
Then I felt something scaly brush past me in the water.
A scaly! Ah!
Some prehistoric reptile, I thought in dismay. Suddenly, humongous jaws large... Is this Jonah now? Humongous jaws large enough to swallow a minivan with sharp white teeth.
That's a scary minivan.
As long as young trees blasted up out of the water to my left and right sides. My left and my right sides. And on top of that, I felt a mysterious ghostly presence watching me again. There is so much information happening right now.
Wow. There is a lot. Okay.
Foster. He says, can I get a quick summary of the first 20 pages? And Chicken Nugget says, literally the first 20 pages were him talking about himself, lol.
Okay, the first 11, we're talking about how great I am.
I'm so smart. I have great grades. I can remember everything. What else were you?
Apparently I have a lab in my room.
A lab in my room.
Bruh.
I don't know things about... I don't know what an iPad is.
Insert any Mary Sue and like thing that you could say that's positive about an 11-year-old. Add that plus 20.
Yeah.
That's the first 11 pages. Then basically we found the time machine and managed to take it from like a top secret zone that nobody was paying attention to. And now we're trying out the machine for the first time. And we're like, wow, what a cool time machine that we have. Let's hope we don't die, and now we're dying.
And now he's getting his character arc because he's like, oh my gosh, I'm in the ocean and I'm drowning. I was treating life like a game, even though we didn't really see that much of that explored. But whatever, I'm going to die. Crisis. That's where we're at.
Yep, and we're in Noah's Ark land, the Great Flood from Genesis. Yeah.
Wait, Ethan wrote this? I thought Michaela wrote stuff. No, he wrote this when he was...
Oh yeah, I wrote an entire novel when I was 11.
He wrote way more than me as kids.
I wrote a lot.
I write more recently, but he wrote way more as a kid. Like, I barely wrote anything as a kid.
Yep.
Anyway.
Then I felt... Oh wait, no. One of the long fangs caught me in the stomach and lifted me high into the air, with me hanging right above a long forked tongue and a large throat. I flipped over so that I was hanging by my hands, while in the same motion building up enough momentum to swing out of the snake thing's mouth and over the water. I let go just as the giant mouth snapped closed.
Oh yes, because your natural acrobatic
Yes,
skills.
clearly, yes. I then did a very slow backflip during the 20-foot drop and landed on my face. Just my luck. Oh, and a flaw! He is not a perfect character! I was stunned, blinded, and trying to flee from a giant sea serpent. Not quite the best combination.
I love how, like, most of your descriptions are like, snake thing, weird language, and just, like, very... I mean...
It's 11-year-old brain trying to describe reality
it's like
around him.
Bordering on Percy Jackson sarcasm, but
yeah,
like sarcasm.
it's trying for that same vibe, but it doesn't know how to be
as, like,
descriptive. It doesn't know humor.
And stupid.
Yeah.
It
feels, honestly, this story feels like a child trying to talk to you and tell you a story.
Yeah. I guess it does.
It's like, I went to the store and there was my friend there and I was really good at this and that, and then also we went and did that, and there was this weird like shopping cart thing that we all rode in, and it was really fun, but that we almost died and we were like, oh no, that's really and it's like that kind of flow of consciousness kind of writing.
Like with the light switch.
It's kind of charming actually when you think of it that way, and but like at the same time it's still bad. But I don't know, it's like my younger self, a letter to my older self.
Hello, younger self.
Hi.
Oh, a hand grabbed the back of my shirt and yanked me out of the water onto, is it gonna be Jesus? Onto a smooth, solid surface. No, it's gonna be Dad. I rubbed my eyes and regained my sight in time to see two great big yellow eyes zooming towards me along...
I used too many descriptive
great
words.
Big yellow eyes zooming towards me along with the rest of the very angry blue snake. I also saw that I was in the machine! One of the snake's fangs shot through the open hatch and into the wall, just inches away from impaling me.
Yikes.
The time machine's hatch slammed closed between me and the reptile.
How? Wasn't there a fang in the hatch?
No, the moment it had retracted.
Oh, okay.
And it slammed.
I thought of that, wow.
I have a theory. When Super EJ grows up, he travels back in time and becomes the Shaggy we know today, using 1% of his power to murder dinosaurs.
Honestly,
and
look at me.
Noah's Ark. Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. Okay.
Love it.
Hang on! A voice shouted as the machine bucked violently. I looked around, expecting to see Dad. Who I saw was someone I wouldn't have believed possible. I saw... me!
You're me! I stuttered, still coughing.
Strap in now, talk later, he ordered.
Hush.
I quickly jumped to the bench and strapped in. He, or I, whatever you'd call the other me, bashed the lever back, and we zapped back to my backyard. That is the most complicated way to put a noun
do that?
ever.
This is weird. How is this possible? I gawked.
With the time machine, you dimwit. I'm you in about 5 minutes, me number 2 explained. Did I just call myself a dimwit?
Oh, so you're me
time.
only later, and you came to rescue me? I asked as I began to understand.
Yes, I saved you and Dad.
You got Dad? Where is he? I excitedly asked.
In the backyard.
At those words, I jumped to the hatch, threw it open, and jumped out. I scanned the yard and saw the time machine and Dad lying on the ground. I ran to where I saw Dad lying on the ground. His clothes were completely saturated, as were mine, and he was coughing up enough water to fill a swimming pool. Rainbows.
It's just an Olympic-sized swimming pool.
Hitting Dad's back as soon as coughing had subsided to a weak groan. I tilted him up and he opened his eyes.
Did we die? He groggily moaned.
No, he saved us both, I announced, pointing at the other me. Dad sat bolt upright and stared from me to him to me again, opened his mouth, then closed it as he looked back to him. Eventually, he regained the ability to speak, and he stuttered.
Are my eyes okay? The other me and I laughed, and I was about to reply when the other me grabbed my shoulder and turned me around.
Is that you speaking?
I don't. It's one of the me's. I don't know.
I'll explain it to him. You go save yourself and Dad, he told me happily. I stared at him blankly for a moment, then realized it was my turn to save my past self. I hopped in the other machine and set coordinates for a few seconds before we had arrived at the Great Flood. The screen flashed on and showed the top of a soggy hill in a rainstorm near the mysterious big wooden boat. I was amazed how fast the water was rising.
So, maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not, but I paid a lot of attention to the continuity of like where the time machines were. So like if this person, time machine A, traveled to here and there was another guy, like if you go okay, so if you travel back in time to save yourself and you leave the time machine there and you travel back in the other time machine, someone needs to still go back here to get that time machine and take it so that it can become the time machine in the future. All the timelines and continuity stuff checks out and makes sense, but sometimes to explain it, I had to take ridiculous amounts of
my brain already.
It's just so complicated to explain time travel in ways that are logically consistent. And I took all the effort to like go, oh yeah, now I need to keep this track of this checklist, and this me needs to go do that, and this needs to go that to fill in the timeline and make it all make sense logically. And I put that all in there thinking that it was making it all better. It makes it terribly confusing to read. It's not fun. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes sense when you think about like the time travel stuff, but as far as a reading perspective, the reader just gets confused and overwhelmed, and it's unnecessary information, and you're just like, I don't want to know how you solved this problem and fixed the timeline and made it all make sense and be like consistent with reality. I just want to hear how the adventure goes. Please stop breaking my brain.
Yes, honestly.
And this is the most basic, like, introductory how time travel works one. It gets so much more complicated than this.
Oh, jeez.
There's like so many more shenanigans that happen, and I never learned my lesson about writing it in a way that is easy to follow. It gets worse and worse and worse, and there's like other multiple versions of myself running around and talking to each other, and there's no rhyme or reason, and it just makes me want to die.
I'm scared.
And no, it's not an infinite loop. I always made it clear, or like I was careful to avoid paradoxes and, you know, watch out for that kind of stuff, because I always get snooty about time travel, because when I was 11, I had to think very deeply about how time travel would work and make all this stuff happen.
You have time travel trauma.
Yes. So whenever I see, well, like another media portraying time travel, I'm like, okay, how do you do this? Like, say for example with Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, what they do is they just alter, or like they go back in time to alter history, but what they end up doing is they just participate in the same series of events that happened the whole time. They just didn't know that that's how history went the whole time, so they just basically, you know, are in two places at once and doing different things that cause nothing to change, basically. They're just able to go to the past and do alternate things while their previous selves are also doing alternate things. Does that make sense? So basically, time can never be changed. Time is only a place that you can visit and like do things in, but you can't change what has already passed, because if you changed it, then that's not what you would have witnessed the first. Does it make sense? I don't know how to describe it. Time travel is so complicated, but I get annoyed whenever I see like media that's like, oh yeah, you changed time, but then it's like, well then, if you changed time, then why did you know to go back in time to change the thing that you already changed? It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I get snooty about time travel things and annoyed when other shows logically aren't consistent with themselves and stuff. I'm gonna stop talking now because this topic just is a rant for me, and
it is.
It gets,
I've heard it too many times.
Sorry. All right.
Ryan
anyway,
says, this is why I'll never write about time travel. Too easy to go down a rabbit hole. Yeah, I would not write about like.
I want to write another time travel story, starting from scratch, eliminating all this mess, and just start with like a clean slate and learn from all my mistakes.
We should do a thing sometime, like whenever you have free time, which I don't know when that will be, but someday, where we like are both writing a story at the same time, and we like do something, you know.
Like, you mean like a crossover?
No, like we're just both working on a different story, and we can like read each other's stuff and like feed off of each other. That'd just be fun.
Okay. Do you want to like make it a long-term thing or like a short story?
I don't know. I only have that one singular idea that we came up with like a week ago.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And I need to think more about that. But yeah, like what you're talking about at the beginning, how you put like time travel and magic and everything in this. And we were just talking the other day about how I strongly prefer small scale things, because I get so overwhelmed by like a huge universe that I have to keep track of. So I was telling Ethan, like, I'd rather write about like just like 10 people that are on an island or something and how the characters interact rather than like creating an entire fantasy world with like 10 million kingdoms and stuff. That just scares me and stresses me out.
He tries to do time travel right and then so learns why no one else does time travel right.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I like things to make sense logically, so if you just like flaunt the rules and say, yes, you go back in time and you can just change whatever and then everything's changed, yay. And I don't know, it's like, where's the consequences? Because you can always go back and change it again.
We're not going to talk about that.
Alright, whatever.
Where were we?
Wouldn't Harry Potter have died if he had not gone back in time to save himself? Well, yes, but the thing is, he always was there to save himself. There was never, like, he didn't have a choice of whether or not he was going to go back in time to save himself, because he already did.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Anyway, back to what we're reading. Apparently, I have to go back and save myself now or something. Suddenly. Okay. Suddenly, in a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, the machine appeared. I watched myself open the hatch, make a very surprised expression, and then almost immediately turn around and go back in the hatch. A wave crashed into the machine, and I watched myself tumble out with the water. I laughed aloud when I watched myself desperately paddle towards the machine in knee-deep water.
Then the wave hit... I have to burp. No, I don't. The wave hit him, and he went under. The wave also knocked the machine off the hill, and I realized the water was now higher than the hill. I watched and waited for myself to break the surface. Then I remembered I was supposed to be saving them.
Wow.
I slammed the lever forward. Whoosh!
Whoosh!
I suddenly heard the rain pattering on the machine. I opened the hatch and searched around wildly for myself or the other machine. I saw the machine about 4 feet away from the hatch, sticking halfway out of the water. I reached out and grabbed the other machine's hatch with one hand, while with the other holding onto my machine's hatch.
With my immense muscles!
He's being a Spider-Man!
No, I'm being a Captain America. Remember he holds that helicopter bag?
Helicopter? What?
It's okay.
No, what?
Just disappointed.
No, what? What part? What? He's in 8,000 movies.
When he there's only one scene where he is like holding onto the helipad and holding onto the helicopter and pulling them together.
I guess I kind of remember that.
Anyway, doesn't matter. So I'm grabbing between the two machines now and holding them together with my immense 27 abs. Or however many
I was just thinking of the boat scene. It was on water.
Read chat, says Flamon. Okay, yes, we're missing chat. What did we miss?
What?
Oh no, we can't do word bans right now, Oceana, because we're reading this story.
What they were talking about.
Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm just getting through things one at a time. Oh no! Help. Everything is fine.
I don't know. I don't think I'd be able to write this book on stream because I need to like process all my ideas before I say them out loud because I feel like they sound really stupid a lot of the time. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Teresa says, I keep trying to write realistic character relationship development in my fantasy novels between characters who have just met and ends up with me spending 30,000 words of my characters just talking to each other about non-plot stuff between plot points, which does not work. That's classic. I just like... See, my favorite part of writing and roleplay and anything is just like getting in the characters' heads and figuring out who everyone is and what they want and how they act, which is why... This particular story makes me upsetty. Well, not upsetty, but just like, aw, because there isn't like any of that.
Oh, don't worry. We get to more dialogue later, but at this point, it's just kind of the action. This is like summary stuff in the first whatever.
Yeah, but it does all feel like a summary.
Yeah, it does get to like more dialogue stuff later, but it never really gets to like deep character bonding moments. It's always kind of like...
That's my favorite.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if I were writing something these days, I would obviously include more humanity. Because these characters are just kind of vessels through which action stuff can happen.
Yeah.
Because I pretty much was only interested in cool explosions and things happening.
That's my least favorite thing to write.
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate writing action.
So literally, the entire book is just action scenes, pretty much, is what this is. And also, Oceana does make a good point by bringing up the whole banning the letter I thing. I don't know why I decided to tell it in first person like this.
Yeah,
it's kind of an odd choice.
Writing in first person.
I think, I don't know, if I had written it in a different a different tone, it probably would have helped it be better, honestly. But the choice to start writing it that way kind of forced me to continue writing it that way as things went on. Because there are segments later that are written in a different tone of voice when it's from a different character's perspective, which is something I decided to get creative with later down the road. But it's weird to switch back and forth between, I don't know. And I think those segments are probably just a little bit better than that and stuff, maybe. Anyway, what are we doing again?
Reading.
Well, no, like, but what part did we do?
Was I reading?
Oh yeah. I reached out, grabbed the other machine's half, which one hand, with holding it. Both were sinking fast, and I knew I didn't have much time.
I kicked out at the control panel, but the other machine's hatch was pulling me too far away from the lever for me to reach. The water was now up to my neck, and in panic I kicked out again and went underwater. And I thought, this must be when I saw the corner of the machine. That's what you're thinking
totally
when you're
relevant.
dying?
That is totally relevant information to think about right now, yes.
Definitely. I needed an idea. I needed it now. Ding! A virtual light bulb came on above my head. Metaphor! And I knew what to try. My arms hurt from the effort of keeping the two machines together, and I felt my birthmark seem to grow very hot. Why are these random things mentioned in, like, the most weird times? Like, oh, someone is now watching me as I'm drowning. My birthmark is hurting me as I'm drowning.
Well, I think it's just like, it's foreshadowing.
Oh.
But I just added it in at random times, I don't know.
I kicked off my sneaker and it floated towards the panel, but it totally missed the certain level I was aiming for.
Cred.
I was amazed how far the shoe had gone in the water, though, which gave me the hope to try it again.
Yeet.
I took careful aim and forcefully fired my other sneaker. It flipped once, twisting the minute dial a few notches back, and then knocked the lever barely hard enough to knock it back. Whoosh!
I had the worst ride yet. Both machines were whipping around and stuff, and they were nearly yanking me in half. My birthmark felt like it was on fire, and I screamed in agony the whole ride. We finally landed in my backyard after what seemed like hours of anguish. See you, Oceana. Bye.
But it was really only about 20 seconds, and I pushed the machines farther apart from one another. Then I, despite my arm's protest, dragged Dad out of the other machine and set him in the yard. Then I remembered that I had to rescue myself, too. Oh my god.
I hopped back in the machine and closed the hatch. I pulled the lever, whoosh! I opened the hatch and was nearly drowned by the rain. I saw myself swimming blindly away from the gigantic amphibious reptile. I grabbed him by his collar and jerked him in the machine as the snake's fang shot in the hatch. I slammed the hatch, yelled, "Hang on, strap in, now talk later," and pushed back the lever, whoosh, and then we were back in the backyard. Then I found myself on the other side of the conversation I had with myself just a minute or two ago.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, that was a confusing sentence. He ran out of the hatch to the backyard. He helped Dad climb up the swimming pool, and then I told him to save Dad and myself. He took the other machine. This is all summarizable information that is just being said because I felt like I had to say it to make it make sense. This is
lifeless.
This is not entertaining. This is not good writing. This is literally just here for the sake of being here. I don't like it.
Yeah, I feel like you didn't want to write any of this so
I don't think I did. I don't know, man. There's no creativity with saying the same scene that you just wrote, but from another perspective that's the same one, and you already know everything that's going to happen, and there's nothing new happening. Like, it's just summarizing at that point. Anyway, we plan on like, all this book is just summary of itself over and over again.
Of itself, that's talent.
Hold on. Then I told him he took the other machine. I dragged Dad inside to Mom, retrieved my soggy backpack from the machine, and prepared to rest for a while. We planned on going out on another adventure immediately, but Mom made us get dried off and comfortable again, and she absolutely forbade further excursions. What, was that going to discourage us and our thirst for adventure? Obviously not. Yeah, I thought I just realized I was dying and I learned, wait, I need to be more careful. Nope.
Character, not growth.
Exactly. Glimmer character development.
Oh my gosh, literally.
So that was chapter 2.
I want to die. After lunch the next day, I randomly twisted dials and flipped switches.
Why?
Okay. I knew we could end up somewhere.
Don't flip the upside down or inside out ones. You're going to die.
I knew we could end up somewhere very, very bad quite easily.
Yeah, you did the first time.
But that was a risk Dad and I would have to take, seeing as Mom was on the warpath for wanting to try the machine again, and we were almost certain that our flood mishap had been a fluke.
Totally.
I mean, how many life-threatening situations could there possibly be in all of time? And what are the odds that we'd land in them? Oh my gosh. I slammed back the lever, and once again we whirled about, but this time Ashley, screaming all the while,
Oh boy.
fell out from behind the control panel. Whoa, it's my debut, guys.
Oh boy.
And began smashing against the walls of the machine. I grabbed her ankle so she was spinning around in midair
Oh, this is a
against
problem.
the walls. Then we stopped.
I got her.
Wow.
I did it. Ashley, what are you doing here? I snapped. And why are you still wearing your dress up?
Dad said I could come next time.
Is that a roast?
I guess. As she argued defiantly, she was wearing a poofy pink ball.
It's a roast.
A poofy pink ball dress. You love those ball dresses.
Oh boy.
And her jeans and t-shirt beneath the dress made her look idiotic.
Whoa, is that a double roast?
I guess so. Jeez.
Oh, alright, since you're already here. But be careful, I cautioned her as I opened the hatch.
Outside the hatch was a very far drop. Was it 80 feet?
Yes.
Down to a dusty desert. A squeak of surprise escaped my lips, and I jumped away from the hatch. Cautioning Dad and Ashley not to follow, I carefully slid back to the hatch on my stomach and looked down. The machine was perched precariously halfway upon a ledge cut into a 100-foot tall wall. Oh. The hatch was so far off the edge I could barely see the wall. I checked the control panel. It revealed that we were at Jericho. Wow, another biblical place!
Wow, what are the coincidences?
What the heck was Jericho? It sounded familiar.
I grabbed my backpack, unzipped it, and extracted my still mildly moist mini-computer, which had somehow survived the water conveniently. I searched for Jericho on Google, which I know of now,
Google.
and it notified me that there was an error. Darn it! It must be fried from that big flood, I growled. Or they don't have Wi-Fi here.
But I thought that it could use it without the Wi-Fi. I thought you downloaded the entire internet.
We'll get to that, hold on.
Okay. Evan, Dad offered. Wi-Fi won't be invented for another few thousand years. Oh, oops. That had been smart of me.
I have flaws! I have flaws!
Oh, you forget it! I thought you remembered everything!
Oh no!
What? Oh, you lied to us! I typed in Jericho in my internal memory search bar.
Because I downloaded the internet.
You downloaded the entire internet! I found something that claimed Jericho had been an ancient city in the Middle East. It also said that It also said that some archaeologists think the wall of Jericho was 30 feet tall. Apparently, this proves them wrong. The ledge was set only halfway up the wall.
Okay.
Cool.
I wanted to explore, but there was still the problem of the hatch hanging 5 feet over the edge to deal with. Dad suggested leaving, but my curiosity overwhelmed me, and I decided to explore Jericho. Dad couldn't come near the hatch for fear of the machine tipping over the edge, because he's fat. But I could go.
With my muscles, I could go.
And after the last time machine incident, Dad considered me a little clumsy for messing up our last flight, but responsible. Why in the world would he consider me responsible? I am 11.
World?
I mean 13, whatever. He really wanted to go too, but it was impossible. Only later, of course, did I remember that we could have just set the coordinates and turned the machine 90 degrees. Wow, we're so smart.
Oh my gosh.
I stood near the...
Wait, Teresa says EJ thoroughly explains time travel. Also EJ. The mini communicator survived somehow. Should we clip something? Poofy pink pooble?
Poofy pink pooble.
Did we say that? What happened?
I don't know.
Do we watch later or now?
Yeah,
Okay.
later. I mean, we just said it. I don't go.
Seb says, breaks down the wall of Jericho with one punch. Like, impressive, man. You just 1% of my power.
Oh, don't worry. I take down the wall. I totally steal the credit from the Israelites because I am just so cool and so big brain.
They walk around the wall and blow their trumpets, but then you're the one that punches it. God doesn't do anything. It's just you.
No. God used me to cause the miracle to happen. It was always going to happen that way. You just never knew it until yes, I'm still ruining the moral of the Bible story, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense and it kind of undermines it, but at the same time it's funny and I'm inserting myself into history, so yay. Self-insert fanfiction of the Bible.
Teresa says, this dad is the parent Glimmer wished she had. Honestly, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Just coughs in the
You're
alcohol.
so responsible, Glimmer.
Fake the approval. Alright.
Where are we? I stood near the hatch and tried bending my knees and then straightening them. The machine stayed firm. I tried jumping. The machine still stayed rooted to the spot.
Yay.
I then, as slowly and as carefully as I could, climbed up the hatch onto the top of the machine. Suddenly, the machine bucked violently, which threw me off into open space!
Oh my gosh!
I stopped what would surely have been my death by grabbing hold of the hatch.
Wow.
I scrambled back into the machine.
Okay. Sorry, I sneezed and fell over, Dad sheepishly stated. I've caught a cold from the almost drowning in a giant flood incident.
I want to go too, Ashley nagged loudly.
Bruh.
After telling Dad to stay strapped in this time, I climbed back up through the hatch and flopped onto the roof of the machine. I leaned back over, grabbed Ashley's hand, and pulled her
How
up.
does he sneeze so violently that the entire thing falls over
I
it?
don't know. We walked along the machine's length and were about to jump off the left side onto the 5-foot wide ledge that ran along the wall when a strong wind blew me off balance and I rolled off the machine.
I have a flaw. I can be blown over by the wind even though I have
so
79
thin.
abs.
And nearly landed on my neck on the other side.
Wow.
I somehow managed to land on my feet and not fall off the ledge. Ashley laughed and followed, shouting, "Whee!" as her dress was caught in the wind, and she flew 10 feet farther than I thought she could ever jump. The desert gale was very strong here.
Apparently.
I quickly took Ashley's ridiculous dress off so she wouldn't blow. You just ripped my dress off?
Rah!
Wow. Another especially strong blast blew us over, and I dropped Ashley's dress, which flew off who knows where. Now there's a pink dress in Jericho! Oh my gosh, what do you do? I found myself on my back, eyes closed against the sandy desert wind. Yes. Yes.
Keep in mind that this dress is no longer there, because I think later that comes into play.
Huh.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, I opened my eyes to find myself staring up at a wide-eyed, yet grim, very hairy, yellow-toothed, you could call the last 4 remaining things protruding from his gums,
Things protruding from his gums.
city guard with a monster beard who was pointing a spear directly at my neck.
Shalom? I asked uncertainly. He made no indication he had heard me. Konnichiwa? Bonjour? Aloha? I tried again. Still, he made no reply. Hola? I tried as I struggled to remember Greek, Arabic, or Chinese.
Because I totally never knew those languages.
Oh, he knows all languages.
Yes, I'm so big brain. Ashley.
Wait, Fire Sarah says, wait, ripped her dress off? Keep this PG.
It's okay. She has idiotic genes
My
on underneath.
idiotic genes. See, I wasn't an idiot. I knew that I would have to rip my dress off.
Clearly. Hey, God, the Israelites need a miracle. God, time for the time-traveling Egypt.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, Ashley, apparently oblivious to the danger, walked up boldly and said, "Hello, dude. We are friends, not enemies," while making broad hand motions and miming the words. To my enormous surprise, he laughed, but it sounded more like a few yo-yos rattling around in a dryer.
What the heck does that sound? Why yo-yos?
I don't know!
What is this? You expect me to believe you are friends after using a magic flying bubble to invade our city? You wear strange clothes and then you babble like a fool and you treat me like an idiot? Preposterous! He cried in a rasping voice. Oh, sorry, that was not rasping. I was amazed he spoke English. I was pretty sure that English wasn't even invented yet. The machine must translate languages or something, so the time traveler can gain the most information about the time and place he or she was visiting. Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Come, he had commanded, lifting me up. You will tell out and answer all our questions. He signaled another guard to watch the machine, and then rudely threw me and Ashley ahead. He prodded us with his spear, but I hardly felt it because my backpack absorbed most of the energy. Ashley, however, yelped in pain, and I had to hold her back from trying to teach him a thing or 3. The guard just laughed at her attempts to bite, kick, and pinch him. Bite, kick, and pinch me, and her frenzied attempts to kill him and escape me. I wondered whether it would be better to take off my backpack and swing it at him.
He led through a door carved into the stone wall and took us inside the city, past houses and buildings that were actually
Never know when the
wall.
dress will fly off while time traveling.
Past markets where merchants haggled and past open
11-year-old
space
EJ
buildings
really
that
just
were
ordered
probably
his
for
dad to keep his
entertainers.
seatbelt on.
Jeans under a dress sounds uncomfortable. I mean, I guess I was like, I think I was. Apparently, when you play dress up, you don't change your clothes under it.
I don't know. I think it was just like putting on outfits over top of whatever you had on. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how.
Oh, feisty little. Okay. Past markets where merchants haggled and past open spaces that were probably for entertainers, but we were mistaken for the entertainment. Everyone in the crowd squabbled with one another to get a glimpse of these strange outsiders with strange clothing. I didn't like being stared at.
I love using the same word twice in the same sentence.
Being stared at for the reasons we were being stared at for. What?
I love using the same word twice in the same sentence.
Being stared at with one. Wait, I didn't like being stared at for the reasons we were being stared at, so to divert their attention away from our strangeness, I picked up some rocks and began juggling them to their immense pleasure.
Okay.
The crowd was on the brink of throwing me coins when our guards stopped their clapping.
This is the D&D
by
campaign.
roughly throwing Ashley and I forward. It literally is. Oh my gosh.
The city was built like a fortress, obviously intended to withstand war.
Bossing say impenetrable city.
Wow. The walls up to the ledge... Wait, what? The walls up to the ledge around the city were impossible to climb, and the inside was prepared to withstand a siege of several months. Jericho seemed to be a city impossible to defeat. I noticed that the walls were supported almost entirely by large wooden supports that went all around the wall. They all touched each other, and they formed a line that touched the main gate. It would be very bad to have a fire here, it seemed. If just one beam caught fire, all the support beams would quickly follow, and the walls of the city would come crashing down.
Well, that's an interesting thought to have.
Well, I am a pyromaniac and a very, very, very smart man.
You're so responsible.
I have architectural implants in my brain.
EJ rolled a nat 20 in his performance check. We walked past
The juggling came into play after all. Yeah.
Yeah. Planning, foreshadowing.
Yes, for surely.
We walked past strange temples and taverns where people would bow in reverence to strange idols, with the guards' impatient prodding being the only thing stopping me from taking in every detail or beginning to study in depth and take notes on the city's ways of life.
Oh yes, for sure. That's definitely what an 11-year-old would want to do.
Definitely. Not scared at all. Who would be scared?
Yeah, definitely not. Yes.
We came to a large stone room, which I recognized as some
How would you recognize
room.
that?
Ah, yes, this here is a meeting room.
This room is for meetings. Okay. Upon entering, the older people lining the walls stopped whispering, and they all turned to stare at us. The guard who had escorted me explained to the council that we had broken into the city, talked strangely and meanly, were about to steal from people, and wore very strange clothes.
How dare you wear strange
clothes? How dare you play dress up? Do you plead guilty or innocent? One of the elders asked.
Well, we have done these things in a manner of speaking, but...
Off to prison with you! He hollered.
What the heck, I thought? No, wait, we may have strange clothes, but the only reason I spoke weirdly and disrespectfully was because I was trying to find out what language you spoke.
You know what language we speak! You're speaking it right now!
Yes, but I didn't know then, and the only reason I'm in your city is because of an accident.
The one who had escorted me remarked, "You broke in here!"
Just where are you from? Another boat butted in.
Boated in? Oh, you wailed in?
I opened my mouth, because he wailed. Anyway, I opened my mouth to speak, but it occurred to me that the USA wasn't established yet. The United States of America, Ashley rattled off. I slapped myself in the forehead.
Please don't mind my little sister, I pleaded as someone in the crowd yelled, grabbed Ashley, and began dragging her off. In my total anger, I threw a water bottle at him, because that's what you do. I have a ninja sword in my bag, but I grabbed it hit him on the arm, and he dropped Ashley's head as though he'd been struck by lightning. What is this water bottle? He then examined the bottle, muttering something about a magic, shiny, slightly squishy rock. I remember that originally, the reason that this guy grabbed Ashley was like, yes, this will be my wife or something, but I thought that was like too not PG or something, because she was, and then I realized, wait, she's really young, and I was like, okay, I need to just not, this is weird.
8 or something.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, we're gonna cut that out.
Yikes.
I really needed to cut more things out. I needed to learn that not everything, every combination of words that I think up is just genius. I don't need to keep it all. I can remove quite a bit of it, and
Editing
it's still
exists.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I did edit so many times. I just was like, oh, I don't want to waste this brilliant, clever turn of phrase that I thought up. It would be a shame to not show this to the people. Feel free to make fan fiction.
Yes.
Alright.
It's a water bottle, flask, I corrected myself, according to the time period.
Water flask. Water blast, he muttered to himself as he discovered how to open it. Then he ran off. I then remembered. The nation of Israel was in this time period, or at least it was somewhere around this time.
We're from Israel, I lied.
Where? Ah, the group of wandering nomads! The one who escorted. Oh wait, that was the guy who escorted. Where? Ah, the group of wandering nomads. You're in league with those people who think they can destroy our city by wandering around and tooting their little horns, huh? Well, since the last 6 days they were walking around didn't help, I guess they're sending up kids to kill us now. Off to prison with ya, the guy declared. I had forgotten. Israel wasn't a country yet. It was only a group of people. How do I know that?
I don't freaking know. Looking at
That's
chat.
Ashley, I think. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. That's me.
A water bottle of total anger.
Anger.
Even at the youngest estimate of how old they married at, I think 8 is still too
Yes,
young.
I agree.
A little bit. Can't
Well,
wait
I don't
till
think-
4-year-old Seb come back and save Super EJ and his family from the scary man.
Yeah. we need Seb to come in.
Also, I don't think I know that song that you're parodying, so I would not know how to sing that. But it looks cool. Where am I?
Man, these guys are crabby.
Man, these guys are crabby. No wonder they aren't still around today. They must have made a lot of enemies, I muttered to Ashley under my breath. Unfortunately, the escorter heard me call them crabby, and he yelled and swung his 7-foot, entirely metal, very heavy spear at me. I pulled Ashley to the floor as the spear whistled over us. It chopped a guy's head with
Oh,
a
that's
spear?
not PG. Violence.
How did a
Violence.
spear do that?
It's got a pointy end.
But that chops a guy's head off?
It's got a sharp pointy end.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, the handle part in the middle.
I mean, if it's
another man
entirely,
silly.
if that's enough force to just like, that might just like snap his head off even if it was not sharp.
Jeez, dude.
Yike. It's an
He
entirely
smacked
metal
another
spear.
man,
What a waste.
silly, who after doing a pirouette fell down. The decapitated man's blood began to seep across the floor.
Oh, that's
The one who
violence. That's
escorted
not
me
PG. That's
took no notice of his
Alrighty.
fallen comrades, and when I rolled to my feet, he began another swipe. I hit the deck and pushed Ashley out of the way. He recovered and swung again.
We were in a corner, and he was coming with a downward strike this time. I realized we were trapped, so I whipped out my mini... We're trapped in a corner. This guy's swinging down at me. I pull out my mini computer and held it above my head. The spear slices through the casing and comes to rest about halfway through the motherboard. It began to spark angrily.
Genius. Aw, come on! It took a year to save up enough for that thing, I yelled. More guards poured through the door, and for a moment, time froze. He tried to jerk his spear out of the machine. I began trying to think of what to do now that I was in a combat situation. I stared at my severed, mangled computer, getting an idea, then looked around the sunlit stone room that had been thrown into confusion at my arrival. Some people were trying to restrain the one who was trying to kill me, while others guards tried to get us. I tried to get the lay of the land as fast as I could, remembering everything I had made up or figured out about combat. I was obsessed with combat, and I was able to make up battle scenes and learn about combat by watching them in my head.
Wow, I am such a big
I thought
combat
that
man.
window there. Also, Sir Crapsalot says, this is just like Adventures in Odyssey. Was that a source of inspiration as well? You didn't really listen to that, did you?
No, never once.
I
have
listened
no
to
idea what that
Adventure in
is.
Odyssey as a child. I did. Which is
Whoa, random murder, still Disney approved. This book is now R-rated, but only when tween EJ decides to. Okay.
Got it.
Not PG. Is it my turn? Oh.
Yes.
time warped back to a normal speed as I called on my self-combat training to begin planning my escape, while I pressed a button on my computer, making it whir and buzz, sparking like crazy. Battery acid began to leak from where it had been damaged, and I pressed another button. An arc of electricity jumped and sped down the spear shaft, giving the guard holding it a slight shock. He dropped it quickly in fear. I, using my humming, melting, and sparking computer, flipped the spear away from him and then caught it. I slung the computer off the spear and took one last look at it. It seemed to wave goodbye to me as it hit the same guy who had been hit with a spear shaft in the head. The chunk of worthless metal then hit a support beam, the acid and electricity igniting it.
What? Wow, look at that foreshadowing with burning down the city.
Okay. And getting to eat it away. The people in the room began trying to put out the fire as quickly as possible. As it quickly spread along the dry piece of wood. I knew I didn't have much time before the computer blew, so I quickly executed my plan. I don't really like hurting people, so rather than plowing through the crowd killing people, I used the spear like a pole vault. And after picking up Ashley with my muscles, catapulted myself over the heads of the mob, out a window, and I collided with a guard patrolling the wall ledge as the computer's whirring reached its crescendo and then stopped as it exploded in a small flurry of spark. Bruh, why did I have, like... That's what happens when you add a battery that's much too powerful and add a self-destruct function to a computer that gets chopped in half. The guard I'd hit was knocked off balance and he would have careened off the edge had I not grabbed his hand, and nearly falling off in the process, myself pulled him to safety.
Needless to say, he was very angry, but also bewildered at my saving him. Nevertheless, he was still loyal to his duty as a guard. He punched me in the face as he lost his
I am flawed!
And I fell down and rolled off the edge.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yay.
Chewie says, me! At least I think it says Mike. It does.
Super EJ catches the spear between his neck veins, flips it around, and shoots it back with the extreme power of his bulging Adam's apple. He then uses the katana he saved from back home, hidden between his 52nd and 53rd ab, chopping every man's heads off in one fell swoop. Super EJ has saved the day again and brought down the wall of the city with the one pop of his peck.
I need to see a drawing of,
oh my gosh, we did an animation of Super EJ going Super Saiyan or something.
Strong prong, I'm looking at you.
That's amazing. Hey, all hail the duck, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Combat situation, this is literally D&D. I'm gonna blow my nose again and it's gonna be loud and annoying, so I'm gonna be right back.
Okay.
You can keep going if you want to.
Okay. Needless to say, wait. Did I knock off? Oh, I rolled off the edge. Far down below, I saw a parade of priests blowing their horns and marching around the city wall. I then realized that I was hanging onto the edge by only... one finger. Oh, I'm just now realizing that this is how I'm holding on. I quickly adjusted my grip and was then hanging all 10 fingers. Super EJ has the most muscled finger I've ever seen. I looked back up at the guard. He was smiling broadly, and he stomped on my fingers. I winced in pain. I began to shimmy along the wall in the direction where am I in all of this? I forgot what happened to me. Oh well.
To be fair, if you're smaller, you don't have as much weight to carry, so...
But one finger, my
Yeah,
dear.
fair enough. Hey, I've always been strong enough to do whatever I needed to do, kid, or whatever I said, I forget.
I began to shimmy along the wall in the direction where I judged the machine was sitting.
Okay. He walked beside me at a leisurely pace and then drew his sword. I stopped scooting along the wall and watched him casually prepare to slice off my fingers as though I was a mosquito who felt like swatting them.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to knock you off the edge, and I helped you back up too, I complained. But he just grinned.
Where's Ashley
teasingly.
in all this?
I don't know, I was just asking what happened
She
to
alive?
me. I don't know. He just grinned teasingly down at me and made no gesture of helping. I decided that this had gone far enough. I pushed off the wall hard with my feet, and I backflipped up onto the
I'm
edge.
holding on by one finger! How do I push myself out? What?
What? Okay.
How? No!
You backflip
That's
onto
not
the
how
ledge,
physics works.
tripping him. I applied a pressure point.
I don't know how to do that
lying on his back.
How did I know how to do that as an 11-year-old?
The man.
I could just lead the heck out of this guy.
You're acrobat and you just poked him and he just died. Wow, this is like really some bossing say stuff.
Holy heck, I just destroyed him. Oh, Ashley was there the whole time.
I grabbed Ashley and we set off at a run. Oh my gosh.
Okay, she was just there the whole time.
The previous biggest muscle in the body was known to be the gluteus maximus. Discovered 11-year-old EJ's finger.
Left pinky finger.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Strong enough to cause sonic booms when I do finger workouts.
Stromfrong says, question, should I attempt to animate that part of the actual story or Seb's paragraph?
I think Seb's paragraph is, you know what? You can do whatever you want. Whatever if we get another
you.
Yeah, if we get another paragraph farther down the line that's even funnier, just do whatever scene you feel inspired to do.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny.
No, I'm tired and I don't want to run, Ashley wailed. I froze. I felt like killing her, but then remembered she was young.
If I was a little older, he must stab me right now.
If you were a little older, you got lucky you escaped this.
The finger! Giving people the finger.
I once killed a man with this thumb.
Let's play tag, I suggested with inspiration.
Alright.
Why did we switch roles?
You're rich! She shrieked before I could say anything else.
We hurtled along the ledge around a corner. We ran into another guard who definitely wasn't in the mood for games. I drew my ninja sword, now you get the ninja sword, to scare him, but he had already thrown his spear. I knocked Ashley over. The spear whistled past, and he began to stab downward with his sword.
Oh no.
I'm it, she admitted, expressing her cluelessness. Apparently she realized the guy swinging his sword at us was interesting and doing more than playing a game with us. Only one of us would fit on the side with the wall, so I pushed Ashley there and rolled off the edge.
Great.
He stomped on my left hand, again, and I grabbed his foot with my right. He bent down to stab me, but he fell off the ledge instead. Ashley had pushed him. I did something!
What was I holding on to?
You're dead now.
I guess I grabbed on again.
He's it, she stated firmly.
You did it!
I did it.
Round of applause for Ashley, everyone.
It was useful. You continue, I continue.
Okay, sure. I climbed up and saw the other one coming behind us. Ashley mistook him for the guy she had just tagged because they had the same uniform, and we sprinted. But after 30 more feet, I noticed an abrupt drop ahead. Ashley was too short to see it because that totally makes sense. Before, like, this much distance causes her
growing exponentially.
Oh man! Both in ab width and also height. Before I could warn her, Ashley turned around and began taunting him about being a slowpoke that could never catch us while running backward towards the edge.
Running backward?
How could anyone be so stupid as to run backward along a narrow edge without looking? Because plot. I never did that kind of thing when I was young. Totally didn't. Gosh. Definitely was not stupid when I was young.
Hate me
being young just is not an excuse for being bad at things. You have to continue being the same person at all times and not learn from your mistakes when you get older.
Obviously.
Yeah, because like I can still be blamed for all this right here. This is all my stupid fault. Anyway. Stop! I yelled.
I'm not letting him tag me! She yelled from specifically 7 feet away from the edge.
Alright.
Slowpoke, slowpoke! I broke into a sprint. Gosh, am I the only one with a brain around here? My 11-year-old huge brain.
My 11-year-old huge brain.
3 feet away, I dived and just managed to catch her foot. She tripped, and you could have, okay. And we landed hard, and we skidded to a halt with Ashley hanging upside down by her feet. There's a lot of ledge hanging in this, like, 1 second scenario. Is. The ledge ended in a 100-foot drop, and a 50-foot gap stood between us and the other side of the gap that the city gate resided. What? The gate was 150 feet tall.
The gap that the city gate resided in.
I get it, I guess. I think. The gate was 150 feet tall, made of wood, and had increment.
That's a normal word. That's not my fault.
I'm having a stroke. Incremental metal strikes that struck out a few inches, driven into it about every 3 feet. I pulled Ashley back up. Whew.
What? Your 11-year-old Super EJ is 7 feet tall. His pinky is 3 feet long. Little EJ is the brawn and the brains.
Oh, heck yeah.
Try harder? Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
Where did we leave off?
I turned
and saw the guard running around the corner. I jumped off the edge towards the other side and grabbed the first metal spike. Using my momentum, I swung off the spike onto the next one. As I grabbed the next one, it broke! Bruh. Why is the metal spike breaking? They built this door terribly. And I fell off the gate! I caught the spike in the row below me. In the nads. I mean, what?
Huh?
It doesn't say where I caught the spike, but never mind. Come on, Ashley, jump! I encouraged. She had tears in her eyes as she shook her head.
I'm too scared, she whimpered. My mind raced furiously.
Trust fall, Ashley. Trust fall,
oh
I begged. Her tears cleared up, then she smiled, turning around.
What's wrong with this child?
I don't know. Somehow she... Oh, whatever.
This is scary.
Trust fall was a game where she would fall off of a couch backwards, and
People
Dad or I would
know
catch
what a
her.
trust fall is.
She had to trust that we would catch... Yeah, okay, well, just for those in the back who didn't understand,
a trust
I
fall
explained
is
it
when
there.
you fall and you trust. Ashley waved goodbye to the guard who was a mere 2 feet away as she fell. I caught her after what felt like a... That was a reference that a couple people will get. Ashley waved goodbye to the guard who was a mere 2 feet away as she fell. I caught her after what felt like an eternity, but was actually only a second. I flipped her up onto my back and said, "Let's play piggyback ride now." I feel like this is like a 4-year-old, but okay. Oh,
how old were you supposed to be?
if you were 12, I would have been 8 or 9?
Well, I guess we didn't give a canon age for you, did we? Or was there an age describing how old you were?
I guess not, but I assumed it would be the same as our age gap because many other things from our lives are
Maybe
the
it was
same.
intentionally left blank. I don't know.
I feel like this is a very stupid or like not even a young kid would be tricked
it's not
by a
really
trust
believable.
fall.
Yeah, especially like if you're being like there was a computer exploding in the other room. There's been like people trying to murder you, and she's just like,
This child is crazy.
She's like eating way too many sweet tarts.
The EJ I'm imagining is so cursed in my head. Someone needs to make a drawing of this EJ, yes. Describes the wooden walls and doors and incremental metal spikes. I picks up Ashley. Would trust fall ever work? Trust falls fail more than they work.
Oof.
Yes, the demons of heck who released
this is super EJ. His arms are as thick as sequoias.
You see what Sam said?
What?
The demons of heck who released at the breaking of chair and spinal cords. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you can't tell me what to do. Piggyback rides are for babies. Let me off. Oh, never mind. She sputtered, peering down below. I love piggyback.
Yeah, sure you do. I've done the monkey bars at playgrounds.
Hush.
But it's way different hanging from 100 feet up on inch long. Oh, they're 1 inch long spikes 3 feet apart from each other with a 50-pound kid on your back. Oh, that
This is literally like military training that an 11-year-old child should not be able.
Oh, that sounds painful.
It does.
Somewhere behind me, the guard cursed as I swung past the 5th spike. I then spotted a guard on the other side of the gate too, and there were archers above us. I stopped at the dead center of the gate. We were probably safe from the arrows because the wind was blowing so hard, but what about the guard's swords?
I couldn't hang here forever. My arms were beginning to let go already. Then, I can't read. Then, just as I was thinking the magical spell for bad luck, how could things get worse? Ashley blew a loud raspberry at the guards. Of course, this infuriated them! Because a child doing that is so infuriating!
That's so infuriating!
I was so angry at Ashley. I was almost surprised I didn't throw her off.
Oh.
But then I was able to control myself
I
because
wouldn't
she's young.
Well, yes, she's young, therefore she's fine.
I gently lifted Ashley off my back and sat her on a spike.
Wait, hold on, okay. Is it an inch long or is it like a foot long? Because I think when I was originally writing, it was supposed to be like a foot, but I think I wrote as an inch.
Did you mean like an inch thick?
Hold on. Oh yeah, you're probably right. It's probably like an inch thick or something. Cause
An inch long.
let me just hang you by your scruff.
Oh my gosh. Oh, don't die, please.
Okay. I then clambered up and sat next to her to think. Yeah, there's no way you could sit on a spike unless it's very painful.
Child. Anyway, so.
I observed that the stone around the gate was exerting a great amount of pressure on the gate itself. How observe that? Okay.
Teresa says, the way EJ is describing the distance between things makes me think he read the instructions on how to build the tabernacle and was like, this is great!
Yeah, that was the most engaging part of the Bible, sorry. I got really invested in that part.
Of course, McKay screwed it up.
And I remembered that the wooden support inside the city, so if the gate caught fire and burned away all the supports, the city might totally collapse with a little help from a large vibration. I thought, a little fire would be a great idea if I needed to create a diversion to escape. Except for the fact that you're currently hanging on this wooden gate with people surrounding you. How are you gonna get off a flaming gate? Bro. No, that would be an advantage, I thought. An arrow from above suddenly thudded into the books I had in my backpack.
Whoa.
Whoa, they had great aim. Luckily, my books were thick enough to stop the arrows. I had to stop. I had to act. Why did I have books in my backpack? Did I even mention packing books?
I don't know. Well, you have your Google. Why do you need books? Well, I guess you don't have your Google anymore, but you did.
I guess I don't. Oh, whatever. I don't remember. Maybe there's a previous version where I forgot to update what I had and what I didn't have.
Wild.
Originally, I had, like, inventions that I made myself that were all cool and robot-y, but that I figured that was probably a little too far to stretch.
An 11-year-old Mr. Star.
I really was. I really was literally an 11-year-old Mr. Star.
Just being all narcissistic and hating everyone and making
pretty
inventions.
Much, yeah. Luckily, I had to act quickly before an arrow ended up piercing my skull. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out one of the water bottles filled with gasoline.
As you do.
I knew from past experiences that gas burned very violently and crazily. Clearly, yes, I am the only one who knows this fact.
Oh, yes.
And I thought that it would be sufficient to destroy the gate and possibly the entire city. But I would get to that later. I unscrewed the lid and slung about an eighth of the bottle out towards the other side. Most of it splattered against the gate and the wall, but some of it hit the guard. I quickly grabbed my jackknife and flint and began scraping furiously.
Oh gosh.
Suddenly, in a shower of sparks, the trail of gasoline on the gate ignited. Behold, the mighty power of gasoline!
Oh my gosh.
Cackled in my best mad scientist voice. Oh boy. The guard pressed himself against the wall in fear, but that was a mistake. The fire spreading along the gate reached him and he caught fire. This is not what I intended. I wanted to scare him, not hurt him. I covered the eyes of Ashley as not to see whatever happened. That is why I'm no longer quite so much of a pyromaniac, but I still love science.
I love the little parts that take you out of the story. That's and that's why I'm not a pyromaniac.
Okay, thank you for the moral of the story. All right.
Are we sure EJ's the protagonist?
Casually impales child sister.
Are we sure EJ's the protagonist? He's had internal monologues of a murder more than once now. Still a protagonist, just not a good one, lol. He sat her on a spike that's most likely going upwards. Well, I think it's
it's sideways. Sideways.
It's his monkey bar and all. Super EJ is carrying books because he knew they would make the best armor. He's just that smart.
Oh yes, that big brain. I planned ahead.
11-year-old learned from past experiences that gasoline can be crazily and violently.
From all the action movies I've been in previously.
Just follow Ashley. Ashley lets out a smile and backflip swan dives towards EJ. EJ's high-level hand-eye coordination and instant reaction time allowed him to shoot his arm out and catch the girl between his biceps. Ashley giggled as EJ spun her on his pinky finger and let out a great stomp into the ground, causing tremors through the earth. Many armed guards blocked EJ's way, but he lifted his shirt. The amount of abs present on EJ's body causes the guards to fall into madness, them not knowing where to go and all falling down dead.
what just occurred.
I love this so much. Can Sam just rewrite this book, please?
I guess. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness. Where were we?
I don't know. I heard a scream.
I heard a scream moving away, and I peeked through my fingers to see a screaming fireball falling off the wall. I then remembered the gate I wanted to destroy.
Oh yeah.
I used a water bottle to extinguish the flames.
Why? Aren't I trying to destroy this?
Then splashed the rest of the gasoline bottle contents on the gate. Before lighting it, I had planned on getting to the side, but the gate began to open right between my feet.
Oh, great.
I heard a scream, and I realized too late that Ashley had slipped from her perch and was falling from the gate. I'm so useless.
How?
I snatched her shirt, but she was already out of reach.
Guess she'll die! No! Ashley! I was already planning on murdering you.
Honestly, I would believe it.
I watched my sister being whipped around by the wind like a rag doll, but then I realized I was probably going to end up as a pancake as well. The gate was still opening, and I was stuck doing the splits.
He has big ow.
I have big ow! The least I can do is destroy these people and take them with me, I thought, like a psychopathic murderer. I ignited the gasoline with a flint on both sides of the gate. What? Sending it up in flames, and then jumped into open space after Ashley from over 100 feet up. Why? What does that accomplish? Okay. I made myself as small as possible so as not to be blown around and to fall faster to catch up with Ashley. Wait, maybe being blown around was just what we wanted. We could try to go with the wind and be like human kites. At least we wouldn't hit the ground as hard, I concluded. I grabbed Ashley's hand and spread my arms out like an eagle's wings. My birthmark inexplicably began burning like lava, and amazingly we slowed down and began to go up. The wind was blowing so hard we could practically fly. The only problem was we were going backwards almost as fast as the wind was blowing, and we couldn't see where we were going. I flipped around backwards to see. I am not having a proper visual image anymore.
Same.
But then we drifted around the corner of the city, and the wind became almost non-existent. We were higher than we were when we first started to fall.
What is happening?
Okay, so I think we basically just turned ourselves into a human kite, flew around the corner of the city, and now there's no wind, so we fall onto the platform that we originally fell from.
Also, I have a question. Has anyone seen those TikToks of, like, the girl who does, like, the stereotypical, like, YA sci-fi TikTok things? Like, she sort of parodies like every YA novel ever, or like TV show, and there's the one with like the sigil or something like on someone's neck, and it's like it starts to burn or whatever, and they're like, have you seen, do you know what I'm, okay.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know it's it's basically just the Harry Potter syndrome.
Yeah, kind of like, and I don't know. And she's all like, "Oh, my mark is burning or whatever. It means a thing or whatever." That's what your like your arm mark is reminding me of.
It is overdone.
The girl parodying everything. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but hopefully people do. Super EJ is about to be impaled by 200 arrows being shot at him, but then he casually, abs glistening like a god, stops time and moves out of the way. With the amount of frozen time left, Super EJ pours gasoline on several of the soldiers, then time resumes to its natural flow.
He moved so fast no one could see it. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Why is Super EJ becoming so violent? Dark Super EJ. We won't land as hard from 100 feet up.
Yeah.
All right, Heather.
Hello, how's it going? Welcome to the
This is
stream.
utter chaos. This is a story Ethan wrote when he was 11 to 13. It's beautiful, man.
Yes, we plummeted
So good.
straight down, with Ashley screaming all the way. Then the Israelites' voices joined Ashley's yelling, and soon the city seemed to shake. An earthquake! The great wall of Jericho began to crack and crumble. Huge chunks of the stone wall falling off as I heard a huge shout from the people walking around the wall. Boulders the size of trucks began to join us in our nosedive to our deaths. But I noticed that none of them were landing on the people below, who I assumed were Israelites. Wow, what a sentence.
'Cause God be protected.
Wow, 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 wow.
What subtlety.
Flaming support beams. How do I notice? Oh wow, as I'm falling to my death, none of those rocks seem to be hitting those guys down there. That's a weird detail I'm not going to think about anymore or comment
You're
on.
thinking of so many weird details from your near-death experiences.
I just am so big brain. I think about so many things at all times. It's crazy, man.
So much stuff.
Anyway, flaming support beams, probably caused by my computer or among the collapsing debris.
Oof! I heard Ashley utter as she landed back on the ledge of the city. Well, we're dead, I guess. I dropped
She's very dead.
I dropped her hand by accident, and I was still falling to my certain doom.
Oh, okay.
At least Ashley is alright.
So we, like, rode the wind, fell down again, past the, like, here's the ledge that we fell off of, then we fly back up, you land there, and I just keep going.
Well, guess you'll die.
I guess, well, you're gonna get smooshed by rocks anyway.
Oh boy! At least Ashley is alright. At least Ashley was alright, period. I thought as I fell, period. Suddenly, my birthmark on my arm seemed to catch fire again!
Oh,
it seemed like it had been stung. It was so hot, it hurt!
Ouch.
I looked at it, and it seemed to be glowing.
Wow.
It hurt. I love how you still haven't even described what this birthmark looks like.
I don't know.
It's just
I have no idea what it looks like.
birthmark
I think I must have forgotten to or something.
That's not important at all.
Super EJ mental processing speed is speed of light.
Literally, it's like, remember in Sherlock when like he got shot and he like had 2 seconds to figure out like what to do, and he like went into his mind.
Fall backwards.
Had this entire like scene that played out for like 15 minutes, but then Anyway, back to whatever's happening. It was so hot it hurt. I looked at it and it seemed to be glowing. It hurt worse and worse as I fell, pain intensifying into an agonizing ache.
Wow.
As it burned, I felt my energy decreasing. Is this all taking place in like 2 seconds?
Yes.
I was getting more and more tired by the second. Time slowed, and I felt like I was falling through water. I was so tired. Is this what it's like to die? The ghostly presence, which I had forgotten about since it had slightly faded recently, though never fully disappeared, seemed to laugh at me as I fell, offering no aid as I plunged towards my doom. I closed my eyes in exhaustion when I was a hair's width away from the ground.
I died.
Just so many things just happen.
This is the story of how I died.
Oh, my birthmark is doing. Oh, the guy is watching me again. All of the stuffs are happening.
I think I was like, okay, explanation for magical things happening. There's the birthmark thing, but there's also that weird, mysterious presence guy. Whoa.
You've just been reminded of both of them about 18 times for no reason
Always
yet.
together.
Whoa, spooky.
I don't know.
Teresa says, next to Super EJ, Paradigm is starting to look like a pretty alright guy.
Ashley is the real one, Power Seer. She fell 100 feet and landed on her back, and she's not dead. Yeah.
Heck
okay.
yeah.
So I thought that part actually had like her dress poofing out again or something, but I guess the dress had nothing to do with it. I had no idea.
We just somehow turned into human kites. What?
Oh, her dress did have something to do with it originally. That's how she survived in that part. But then when I went back and decided, you know what, we're gonna add magic stuff, then I had the dress fly away, and I had the hot birthmark thing happen instead. So I changed it from, instead of your dress helping you parachute your way to safety,
because that's logical.
Yes, I instead was like, oh, we're gonna have the dress fly away, and then have that not be a part of it for the whole like wingsuit thing, and I'm gonna have magic be applied instead. Because originally this whole adventure scene with this Jericho thing happened without magic, but then I had to go, now that I want to add magic, how can I add some foreshadowing for magic? Because like, it's a life-threatening situation. Obviously, magic should happen, right?
Clearly.
So I had to add some regular person things that could be magic-y. And this is another magic-y thing. Slowly.
Okay, has a durability of a large building level. Shroomy says, most 11-year-olds, when feeling a burn, Mom, help! Super EA. Oh no! Anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh no. Anyway.
Chicken Nugget says, remember the cringe tier list? I'd say this is either a B or an A, lol.
We got a lot more to go. We're what, 10th of the way through?
Oh gosh.
A 10. And that's not even including book 2, book 3, the sequel trilogy, the prequel, and other stuff, I guess. I don't know.
I want to sweat. Oh boy. What?
Ah!
What did you do, Seb?
Seb, how did you spam the chat a billion times? What?
He's a mod, he can.
EJ and Ashley are falling at incredible speeds, but EJ had a plan. His brain was running multiple calculations at once and realized what needed to be done. He grabbed Ashley and threw her upwards at the exact velocity she was previously falling at right before she hit the ground, and boom! boom! His body slammed into the ground and pain of his gargantuan mass shot through his body, but the pain was numbed through his pure determination. Ashley fell lightly onto EJ's body. They had survived again.
My internet!
Exactly.
I'm sorry! It's okay.
That was funny. It's concluded. The story is basically a wizard did it.
Heck yeah.
Pretty much. Honestly, my brain can't decipher what the actual story is and the legendary feats of power added in the chat.
Honestly,
they are one and the same at this point.
Same, yeah.
There's very little indication between which is which. Slowly, a dark figure silhouetted against the afternoon sky came into focus. I groggily rolled over. I was so tired. I was back in the backyard with Mom next to me. Somehow, I had been teleported through time. Totally not that I had just been rescued by a previous version of myself or something.
That's me and the moonbear.
How did I get here? I asked.
I don't know. You just appeared. Where? Ashley, Dad! Mom yelled.
I don't know. I'm tired. Let me nap. I began, but then the machine miraculously appeared in front of us. Right here, I told Mom as I shakily stood and ran to it. Just before I reached the hatch, it opened, hitting me in the head and knocking me down flat. I got back to my feet to the sound of my own laughter. Another me had come out of the machine and, snickering all the way at my injury... Wait, what? Another me had come out of the machine and snickering all the while at my injury and was pushing me into the machine. Okay, something's wrong with that grammar. He slammed the hatch behind us. What's going on this time? I yelled at him.
Well, you somehow teleported yourself back to normal time.
Did I know?
Ashley and Dad were left in Jericho. Guess who has to save them?
I
he indicated.
don't know.
I noticed a lump on his head and his arm bleeding like crazy. I guess the lump was from me banging my head on the hatch, but now it looks like I've got another arm injury to look forward to.
What are you gonna do? I asked.
Me? I'll just wait for you to bring them back to me in this time.
Great, now Super EJ has 2 concussions. EJ enjoys EJ's pain. I had been teleported through time! Imagine an episode siblings sassing on Michaela's channel of this. That would be hilarious. Michaela said she was gonna make a video or something.
Yeah, I can edit the streams together once we finish all this, because
It's gonna take a while.
Because this is so long that we would not be able to record it twice. We're already doing it right now, so I could edit it together once it's all finished and make like a 4-hour video for people to watch. Me, I'll just wait for you to bring them back to this time, and then you can go back in a time. This is already
my brain's already rejecting the logic. Stop. What is this?
Then you can go back in time and become me or you later. He stuttered.
No.
I can't. That's too much. Please stop.
I help. No.
Because I think this is why like most time travel stories are like, don't interact with your previous self.
Because the writer will die and have an aneurysm. No, the reader will have an aneurysm. The writer will understand. No one else will.
No one else.
Not a single soul.
I sighed and let him exit the machine. I was getting tired with all this mix-up and things with time.
Me's.
Same. Oh no.
8?
Oh no.
8 me's?
Oh no.
But it's even worse
when
there's 3, but none of them have any explanation.
Whoa! Okay.
Anyway.
I sighed and let him exit the machine. I was getting tired with all the mix-ups and things with time. This is only our second trip. I had nearly drowned the first time, and now I had nearly fallen to my death, somehow being saved, and I had now passed out from exhaustion. I was almost sorry I had found it. He staggered to Mom and plopped on his back in the grass as I closed the hatch. I strapped in and pulled the lever. The machine appeared right next to the other machine, and I reached out towards the other machine. I didn't want to be stretched in half again while spinning through time, so I jumped into the other machine to find Dad, fast asleep with his book in his lap.
Wow. How?
I don't...
Just how?
No.
How? It's been... Not only has it been like 10 minutes, and the whole period of time where we were captured, taken through the city, and then explosions and death and everything, and then the wall exploded. But also... How do you fall asleep reading a book while you're back in time and...
Jericho's just so boring.
Jericho's so boring. Keep walking.
See, Super EJ is flawed, clearly.
Keep walking. But I swear she'll never fall. It's plain to see your brains are very small, so keep walking. But you'll never knock down our wall.
Anyway, Ironic that EJ hates the time travel in the Avengers, and he made this year's back. Because he's
the time travel in the Avengers does not properly abide by the laws of time travel.
Ethan's gonna say that his time travel makes sense, but it's just badly written and not fun.
Yes.
And Avengers just doesn't make sense, and that's why he hates it.
Yes.
So I spared you the rant. You're welcome.
Yes.
Honestly, it's better edited from the stream because then the YouTube peeps will see some of the chat's additions. Yeah, Seb is making this 10 times better.
Superhero is a 27th dimensional being.
It really is. Oh my
gosh. Wow. Okay. Dad, wake up! I yelled while shaking him frantically. He woke with a start and asked why the machine was rumbling. No time to explain, just pull the activation lever when I get out of the machine. And then the machine was seemingly hit with a rather large rock, and it tumbled off the ledge with us inside it. Dad, who was strapped in, stayed put. I, on the other hand, flew head over heels out the hatch, screaming to Dad, "Pull the lever!" all the way.
I flipped over in midair and grabbed the edge of the hatch, so I was on top of the machine. Suddenly, Jericho vanished, and all around me swam with color.
Oh.
The sun was zooming around and around, and the machine was still whirling around, and as though to throw me off, but I held the hatch tight in my grasp. The moment we stopped, I jumped to the ground and fell over. I was very tired, very dizzy, and my head still hurt. I got up and jumped into the time machine to find Dad crying.
Okay. Dad, what happened? Oh, don't worry, I'm going back to save Ashley right now. Dad looked up, apparently very startled by my presence.
Didn't you fall out of the machine? I thought I'd lost you, and He began as I unstrapped him and led him outside
it's okay,
to Mom
Dad. Come on.
and my future self who was asleep on the grass. I slammed the hatch and jumped back to controls. After strapping in, I switched the minute dial 5 clicks back and changed the location slightly and pulled the lever.
Okay, I can't remember why or
I'm not trying to keep track of what's happening right now. I'm just going with it.
I assume it makes sense, but I can't keep track anymore.
My brain hurts.
I know there's some loose ends that need to be tied up, and that's what's happening, but okay, sure, whatever.
How exciting.
I whirled back in time to Jericho 5 minutes before its doom. I had turned the machine so that the door was on the ledge this time, so I waited on the wall that Ashley was going to land on. Oh, when she walks.
Yeah.
3 minutes passed, and I opened the hatch, waiting with 1 foot in and 1 foot out of the machine. Something hard struck the back of my head, and I looked up to find some children holding rocks, staring down at me. Annoyed, I turned back to wait for Ashley. Just in time, I realized it would be smarter to step back in the machine. I dived in as a rock the size of several bowling balls crashed to the ground outside the open hatch. Wait, kids that size can't lift rocks that big unless they are
super
a challenger.
Oh my gosh.
Adults, sticking my head out a fraction, adults were there too. They menacingly jeered and made faces as they leered down upon me. Then I heard what I had been waiting for, a scream high above me flying around the corner. I watched from the safety of the machine as they, the other me and Ashley, fell down parallel to the wall. I remembered too late I should try to catch her, and she oofed down onto the lead. Roblox noise, yes. As I shot up the machine towards her. The cracked part of the wall began to fall down upon me as I swiped Ashley and ran. What cracked part? I don't remember what's happening.
Apparently the Watchers above hadn't been ready to fire when I left the machine, but now they pelted us with stones as small as pebbles to rocks as big as treasure chests.
That's big. Where did they get these rocks?
I don't know. Either that or the wall was just...
Sorry.
Chill. I glanced up, finding that people had fallen away and that huge rocks were now crumbling from the wall itself. I dived through the onslaught of stones to the open hatch and threw Ashley in, but then a rock almost as big as a car hit me squarely in the head.
Bruh, how am I alive?
On top of me.
What?
It wasn't hurting me because its shape let it support itself on the ground, but it was pinning me to the ground. That's where I got the lump on my head, I thought painfully.
What is it, like a lima bean shape just perfectly contoured to my massive abs?
It hit you in the head. How did that not hurt?
I feel perfectly acceptable.
I feel completely normal.
That would have shattered my spine. All of my... Oh, I'm just immortal. EJ is just so big brain, and his big brain cushioned the impact. And that caused a bend in the stone, so it landed on this ground, and there's an archway that I'm under, so I'm pinned, but not dead.
You survived millions of pounds of sand. You'll be fine.
Fair enough! Oh my gosh! Weight has no meaning to me.
All the poobles from the disintegrated wall underneath me, combined with the weight pinning me to the ground, caused me to begin sliding off the edge backwards under a very heavy rock.
Gasp.
My birthmark grew hot, and without thinking, I threw the rock that would have taken all the adults up there to lift off of me with such force that it flew all the way back up the wall to where the rock throwers had been, which was about 30 feet up.
Oh my gosh, what?
It bashed a few rocks and had about to squash me out of the way. How did I do that? I thought.
How did you do that?
Even with
okay, Sir Crafts-a-Lot, we're gonna need some more math. How much does a car-sized rock weigh? And how much energy would it take to yeet it 30 feet up?
30 feet.
Hi. Are we too loud?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
The door was open because it was hot.
Oh.
Papa Monkey, ladies and gentlemen, this is the man who left us to die back in time.
Yeah.
What?
How are you?
But you're here. I must have saved you.
Yes, you did. You're also
EJ's father.
particularly good
Here
at
he
juggling and stuff.
Yeah.
And you also have like no personality except just going along with what he wants.
We're reading my time travel story from back in the day.
I figured. Just don't wake up your mother.
We'll try not to.
Or she'll kill us for being in the time machine.
She will.
She hates us so much.
She hates us so
Everyone's
much.
saying hi, Papa Monkey.
You know why it's hot in here is because you have a hat on.
Because
No,
they made me.
We put it
had
on
to.
after we were hot already.
Oh, that's
We've
smart.
always been hot.
I had
I
to.
went back in time and
I
stole
had
their
to.
intellect.
I had to.
Alright, see y'all later. I've got to go to sleep soon.
Bye.
Don't wake me up.
Okay. It was 30 feet. Sir Crafts-a-Lot. You gotta eat the car-sized rock 30 feet.
Car-sized rock.
11-year-old EJ was like, I'm so strong I lifted a rock that exactly 3 adult men could lift, and I yeeted it so far because I can't. I'm losing brain cells. Why did he eat on a cookie yesterday?
Oh, Shayna Sky says, 11-year-old EJ just wanted his muscles to come in to get the ladies. Wait, what? Just wanted his muscles to come in to get the ladies.
Because you're writing, yeah. Shroomy says, Mama Monkey was going to kill EJ and McKay, but then she remembered how young they were.
They've got a couple more years before that happens.
Yeah. Where was I? How did I do that? I thought, even with hysterical strength, Captain
I had just learned about that, obviously.
I figured, yeah.
Clearly.
There was no way to get. I'm surprised you didn't say, like, which is what happens when you're in a really stressful
Honestly,
situation.
that's something that would have been useful to explain. Because, like, well.
There's no way to get a rock that big, that high.
Even
Was the
as
machine affecting
adults,
you
I
somehow?
can't do that, bruh. I mean, I totally can, ladies.
He's just being modest with his power.
Now I'm humble. Previously, I had some problems.
The legal age to be murdered was stuck.
The legal age to be murdered? Oh, is Lewis leaving?
I don't know.
Someone might be leaving.
I think he might be
'cause
saying bye to Papa Monkey.
I don't know.
Murder is fine as long as the victim isn't adults.
No.
Stars and fireworks exploded behind my eyes as the ledge beneath me cracked. Fractures opening up in the wall as I struggled to keep my balance. As struggled to keep my balance.
If there's supposed to be an eye there.
I was so
I'm blind
dizzy
now.
I could barely move without falling off the ledge, and the pain blinded me. Luckily, I had been running when I was hit, so I ended up sliding nearly to the machine on my back. There was no time to lose. With a tremendous effort, I stood up. The world was still spinning before my eyes, and I was shaky trying to stand. Felt like I was about to throw up, and I collapsed on the floor.
So I had been running to the machine, therefore I slid towards it when I got hit by that car-sized rock that landed on me. So, here's the physics here. Running, bonk! My mass overcomes the rock.
Oh, he returns to us.
Get murdered. Alright.
Get murdered.
Aggression. Oh boy.
Ethan thoroughly explains what a trust fall is. Also, Ethan, everyone knows what hysterical strength is.
Ah, yes, for surely.
Okay, so I imagine EJ with the handsome Squidward face with 80 abs and muscular arms. He has very long pinkies and his legs are sticks.
Wow.
That's pretty accurate.
Ashley, I stammered, pull big red lever. Then all became black.
I once again faded in. Oh, Kitty, look, all becoming black.
Hello! Are you my vision?
Be thou my vision.
If it's hot, you can open that if you want.
It is. It
Up
has
to
been.
you.
It is. It has been.
It's half open.
It is open. It's just adjusting the airflow that direction.
If you get cold, you can close
Be
it.
thou my kitten.
Oh, he's so cute.
Stormy was pretending like he was at Jericho yesterday when he was falling off 15-foot ledges.
Oh, he was.
He falls off of our ledge so much. We have a ledge, like we have stairs that go up, and then there's like a ledge that overlooks the living room, and the cats like to jump up on there because, you know, they can see things, and they're like, wow, we're cats. And all of our cats that we've ever had have fallen off of that at least once, but they've been okay because, you know, cats land on their feet. But they usually learn from that and don't do it again. But this little guy, we've only had him for like a year, and he's fallen off, I think, at least 3 times. And he always is like scared and like kind of limping after he falls, and we're afraid he's gonna kill himself. So we're trying to figure out how to like barricade the ledge so that our cats don't freaking die. So yeah, that's what's happening.
Run over my cord.
Well, maybe don't have the cord there, and I won't.
Well, maybe don't run over the cord when it is there.
Well,
move it to the side so that it isn't there.
I have to freaking be in frame.
You have to be the freaking whatever.
Look at the baby.
Look at the baby.
Papa Monkey brings us cat and Papa Monkey is best.
Papa
Oh, it's a
knows
baby.
best. Take it from your papa.
Personally, I visualize Super EJ like a JoJo character.
Ore.
My cat Marley literally never lands on his feet. He's cute though.
Oh, is he a broken kitty?
Stormy must land on his feet because I've never seen him hit the ground when he falls because I'm usually in my room and I see him fall. But he hasn't died yet, so I assume he lands on his feet.
He okay?
Yeah, he always just like freaked out after it happens, but well, apparently one time he voluntarily jumped from the 15-foot ledge. I didn't see that one, but apparently he just like chose to do that, which is stupid. Most of the time he's like chasing one of the other cats and he slips though. You goober, you're gonna freaking die and I would be sad. I love you.
I, once again, faded into the land of wakefulness. Ashley, Mom, and Dad were standing over me with the other me from later. I don't even remember how or why that makes sense, but sure, okay, I accept it.
Sure,
They were all
whatever.
safe, but I ached all over. Had I done everything I needed to do there? Let's see. We're all safe. Oh no, I groaned. There was one more thing I had to do back there. Before anyone could stop me, I had grabbed Dad's shirt, pulled him into the machine, slammed the hatch, and then keeled over with the effort. I don't think you're in any fit state to be time traveling, but okay. I slowly stood up and then sat on the bench. We strapped in, and I slightly altered the coordinates, with Mom and McKay not stopping us? Okay. Before Dad could ask, what's going on, I pulled the lever. Ugh, I don't even want to recount what it felt like to be spinning and all that time traveling. When you just got hit in the head by a rock the size of about 20 trash cans, not to mention being extremely tired from throwing the same boulder and somehow teleporting myself back home. Let's just say it's not an enjoyable experience to look forward to.
Help.
Okay.
Anything? Oh, Stormy living on the edge and falling off. Keeled over. Weakness! Impossible!
I know. Impossible. Nani?
Anyway, when we landed, I filled Dad in on that I had left a machine from another time on the ledge, so I needed him to pull the lever as soon as I left.
Okay.
He was slightly confused, but he agreed.
So, I'm intentionally leaving myself back in time again for
I hate everything.
Sure.
I can't try to comprehend this. Taking into account my dizziness, I had moved the machine closer to the machine I was going to make a break for.
Why not right next door? But okay.
Unfortunately, big rocks were already falling upon the ledge. I ran, paying no attention to my pain. My backpack's contents bounced, hitting me repeatedly in the back, aggravating my headache. I continued to run, dodging a boulder there, jumping a pile of poobles here, but then the world began to spin before my eyes. I couldn't see where I was going. I was walking like a drunk sailor who hadn't gotten his sea legs yet. Boom! I walked right into the machine I could barely see the shape of. I fell back on the ledge.
I can't even see it in front of my face. The weakness!
I saw a huge spinning blur coming my way, so I rolled, quite stupidly, off the edge.
Bruh, how many times have you done that?
Once again, I was hanging on the cliff by one finger. But this time I was
the stone
so
cracks
dizzy,
beneath it.
I could barely see. A rather large burning piece of wood landed on my finger.
Oh.
And I yelled in pain as I let go. Try not to be too loud. Whoops,
Good
sorry.
job. Oh.
Does he want out? Oh, baby. Can they see that? I don't think they can.
He's rolled over up. Oh,
He's so cute.
Oh, hold on. I can make him visible.
He's rolling.
He's rolling upside down. He's like, help me. Help me. I want to be free. I want to be free. Oh, look at him.
I'm gonna pet your belly.
He's looking at us.
I'm going to pet your belly.
Hello.
Pet your belly. I pet.
He says, no, that's my belly.
I pet your belly.
My
You
belly.
want to leave? You want to leave?
Maybe.
I love you.
I love
I
you
pet your
too.
belly.
I haven't figured out how to open doors yet, though.
Belly. I pet the belly.
Okay. As I let go, I saw the machine skydiving with me a short ways away, so I swam through the boulder obstacle course of air. I pushed off rocks, slithered between small spaces, even though literally everything's weightless, so that shouldn't matter, and I at last reached the machine. I began crawling around the machine to find the hatch. I found it on the top, but just before I could climb in, it hit the ground and I landed right on the restaurant bench seat. And for the third time in about an hour, I blacked out. That was a 100-foot fall. You should be a puddle now. Your birthmark didn't grow hot that time. You were just dead this time.
So far, this story is like episodic, weird time travel adventures that get super messed up, and then you get saved by your future self, but then you have to go back and do 7 million things. That's kind of repetitive and boring to save yourself.
It gets different.
Well, that's what it is so far. And
That's so far. Yes,
I need help.
It's two adventures like this.
I'm getting really concerned about the number of concussions little EJ has now. Shivy says, my son roly poly.
I had so many concussions as an 11-year-old. That's why I am the way I am now. I've lowered in intelligence.
All hail the duck says, super EJ. Can't feel pain. Dizziness doesn't face him. His pinky is as thick as a tree trunk. Regular EJ now falls off chair. Hey Elzia, welcome back. We are still suffering. Squish the cat. Oh boy.
Trying to look for the next chapter break. Alright. I slowly came back into consciousness. I was surprised I haven't gotten amnesia from all the unconsciousness I've been experiencing lately. I opened my eyes, but this made no difference. I tried moving,
Blind,
but was
like Thorn?
tied up.
Oh, OT.
I tried speaking, but was gagged. Great. Captured by the Israelites, I assumed would be... Alright. I heard a conversation approaching, so I became silent as a stone.
You sure it's a time traveler thing? I heard a voice say.
Bruh. That's what we're going to find out tomorrow, the other man affirmed as I entered the tent. We're going to stuff 20 men in there, go into the past or the future, and bring back some prisoners. I let out a muffled cry of fear. The machine's coordinates were set for my house.
Hey, looks like little Sleeping Beauty is awake, one of them said as they began to free me. Sleeping Beauty? Was he referring to...
Bruh!
Stop it!
Is this an anachronism?
Was he referring to something modern that he couldn't know as it hadn't been invented yet? Or was he talking about me as though I was a beautiful scientist specimen?
I don't want to think about either of these options.
I tried to appear friendly in order to keep them unsuspicious of me while I tried to get back to the machine. Also, I am losing so many brain cells that when you said Sleeping Beauty, I thought it was going to be you being like, what is this modern movie that I have never heard of?
Oh no.
So
how does an ancient Israelite know a movie before I do?
Did I read all of that? Yeah, I did. Okay.
Okay. Well, he tried to get back to the machine. Who are you and what race are you? Why is he Italian?
Who are you and what race are you?
Who are you and what race are you? One of them asked.
I don't remember my race. I lied.
What's my skin look like?
Feeling the rather large lump on my head. Did I bump my head? I bumped my head.
Why would that hurt?
Because I hit on something.
He replied unsympathetically. Is that your thing? He asked while pointing across the tent at them. How did they fit the machine into a tent? I thought it was like as big as a trailer. What kind of tent they got here?
I don't know.
Tabernacle. It looked exactly like it always did. No scratch marks or anything to show it had been or had fallen off a wall and been battered by rocks. Didn't we put that paint on it magically? So that's not indestructible paint.
Yeah.
How is it not? Whatever.
I don't know.
Who freaking cares at this point?
Foster says we're only 10% through the story. Part 2 next week?
Probably.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Super Iche is so strong and beautiful, and he's like 100 feet tall. His fingers are tree trunks. He only kills someone if they're the legal age, but he's so flawed. He has a younger sister. Oh no.
Yes, and I started, but he cut me short.
Wait, what? Where are we?
You gotta do your Italian voice.
We've never heard of a time machine before, and you wear the weird clothes, so you can't be an Israelite. However, you seem to have lost your memory, so we won't harm you. You're also not old enough to be harmed.
Young or an amnesiac, then you're safe from being murdered.
Okay, we know that you can't remember who you are, therefore you're fine.
Well, that didn't help the Maze Runner people, did it? Okay, I do remember some things about the machine, so I could teach them to you.
We have found the strange parchment telling how to pilot it, if that's what you mean.
No, I know more than what they do you now?
Sure you.
Give me the papers and let's go to the machine, I declared.
Bruh.
He snorted.
You expect me to let you steal it? Aha! You take us for fools! He laughed. I snatched the papers and jumped to the machine before it had completely registered to them what I was doing, since I had fast reflexes. Even though I straight up
have a concussion!
passed out 3 times in the past 10 minutes and have been slammed in the head by a giant
car-sized rock.
And you have like used magic to teleport yourself back in time supposedly or something?
Oh goodness.
Freaking what? Alright, sure, why not? You have fast reflexes, and that supersedes all of your handicaps. As you slam the hatch, as I slam the hatch, the dizziness returns. I just managed to strap in when the hatch burst open, and they barged in. I pushed the lever, and they flew out of the hatch screaming as we began to swoop in. I guessed that they had landed in India during the Stone Age.
Oh, fun.
Clearly.
I landed in the backyard, and despite my dizziness, was able to get out of the hatch to find myself face to face with the Israelites in my backyard. Oh boy! They were terrified and very displeased.
Good job.
They must have grabbed onto the hatch to avoid being thrown through time.
Nice.
Mom ran out of the house with a phone in her hand, shouting something about health insurance. The Israelites turned pale as they heard a voice from the phone, and one of them grabbed it and listened intently. After a moment, they shrieked and threw the phone at the wall, where it shattered.
Bro, what the heck? They continued shouting about something, as though shouting could teleport them back. Teleport us back! What the heck is this? It's grass! This is never seen before!
Italian Israelite.
I have only ever seen desert! This made little sense to me, so I guided them back to the machine while telling them we weren't evil and we didn't want to kill them. It didn't seem like they would hurt us, but they refused to go back in the machine with me, so I went in first to make sure the coordinates hadn't been messed up. Something very important, as I'd learned. Leaving my family to soothe the bewildered Israelites. As I closed the hatch behind me in an attempt to stop the Israelites from stabbing me or something, I suddenly felt a mysterious evil presence again. My heart stopped. Oh, I guess I'm next. My heart stopped as I realized.
He survives everything but the evil spirit. Oh!
As I realized someone was behind me. Wait, do I have the Israelites in there with me?
I don't think so. I think you went in alone. Because they refused to go in the machine.
Oh, okay. So I went in first, blah, 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 something, something. As I closed the hatch behind me to stop them from stabbing me, I suddenly felt the mysterious presence again. My heart stopped as I realized someone was behind me. I slowly turned around, breaking into a cold sweat. I found a man dressed in a black robe and hood, holding a very sharp sword to my neck.
Whoa.
He looked like a ring wraith from Lord of the Rings. Wow, thanks for the
Nice.
visual.
Thank you.
Not describing any of it your own, just borrowing from somewhere else, that's fine. His face was hidden in the folds of his hood, though this was by far the scariest thing that had ever happened to me.
Scariest thing that
Is
ever
it?
happened to you after you just almost drowned, went through time 10 million times, got crushed by a rock, your
Honestly.
sister almost died 3,000 times, you
That's
set
fine,
an
you were
entire
about to do
city
that
on
anyway.
fire, you almost got murdered many times.
Yeah, you're kind of a psychopath now, bro.
A little bit. Israelites fear Mama Monkey. My reflexes are so fast, I'm 268 feet tall, and I can backflip over Mount Everest. Oh my gosh. Want to know what my character looks like? Just read this book someone else wrote.
I found that I could not scream. I have no mouth and I must scream, sorry.
Oh.
Instead, I stood there as the hooded black figure let out a low chuckle and poked me with his sword's tip. My mouth ran dry and I heard my heart pounding in my ears. I thought you said it stopped. So I knew who he was before he even spoke. Hello, Evan. My name is Lord Malazorg. Don't make fun of it. It's not a bad name. It's a cool, evil name. Okay?
The question is, does he sound like a ring wraith?
He told me. I was barely able to reply, squeaking out a little greeting.
I responded.
He laughed, twirling his sword. Are you frightened? He questioned me, twirling his sword.
What? Twirling his sword? Twirling his sword? That's a lot of sword twirling there.
Wow. Alright, no creativity in that regard.
Uh-huh. Obviously. I found the voice to reply.
Not enough. I'm sure you know I don't like you based on the fact that I've got a sword at your neck, but I can't kill you for using my machine yet. Believe me, it's very difficult to show restraint, but I need to keep you alive for now.
Why?
I don't know, I
Money?
haven't scrolled down yet. All in good time, Evan.
But they say there's no time like the present.
Bruh. They might say that. I don't. Now, what I came here for. Give me your right arm.
Give me your arm.
This is mine now. Give me your hand. He ordered, holding out his hand.
Why? So you can chop it off?
Don't be silly, Evan. He laughed, reaching forward and grabbing my wrist. His black leather gloves were icy cold. This is all I want, he told me, forcing me to stretch out my arm and expose my birthmark. He tapped my birthmark with the sword and chuckled again. From deep within the recesses of his hood, I smelled putrid, rotting flesh and sulfur.
You want my birthmark? I'm not even sure whether it's an oddly shaped scar, a splotch of lighter skin caused by oddly effective sunscreen, or a birthmark. Why do you want it?
It's tasty. You don't need to know everything. We need to know something, though. The readers are so confused.
Honestly.
Suddenly, he swiped at my arm with his sword, and pain exploded through my arm. I quickly withdrew my arm, breathing hard. Blood dripped down my arm, and I pressed my t-shirt on the patch of skin that Malazorg had cut. Malazorg held in his hand the bloody strip of skin upon which my birthmark was clearly visible. Malazorg laughed again.
Ow! What was that for? I asked him. It'll grow back. Why? Will it?
Not if it's a sunscreen spot.
Why did you want to cut it off?
Oh, yes, I know it will grow back. I haven't changed your genetic code or anything. Just to explain that to let you know, because that's totally irrelevant.
My sword can change your genetic code.
Malazar weighed me out dismissively, annoyed. I'm just removing your symbol for the moment so that you will not be recognized. He then angrily threw my patch of skin on the ground, spat black saliva on it, and ground it into the floor of the machine with his boot's heel. I may not be able to kill you right now, but I can make your life miserable until the point at which I can, Malazar told me, stepping over to the control panel of the machine. Under his boot, my birthmark had completely rotted away, leaving a patch of residue and a slime that smelled like Malazar's breath. I gagged as Malazar fiddled with the controls. Let's see, where should I send you? Ah, I know just the place. He pointed at a switch on the other side of the control panel. It flipped without him even touching it. Thanks, Darth Vader. Well now, a last bit of advice. Keep this meeting secret if you want to keep your tongue and toes.
Very specific.
Get my drift? He asked. Happy adventuring, he cheerily told me.
That doesn't fit with the image I have in my mind.
Happy adventuring. Happy adventuring!
Oh,
you would want to be pooped on!
Plot twist.
Snapping his fingers in a puff of smoke, he was gone.
I saw something we have to look at here.
Wow! Tasty birthmark! What? EJ bleeds!
Okay, his vacuum cleaner impression is spot on. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah,
so
that's what I was looking at.
With the car having a minimum volume of 85 cubic feet and the rock weighing at a conservative 150 pounds, the boulder weighs 12,750 pounds. The boulder is pressing against Ethan with a force of 410,219 newtons. That's the minimal force needed to move the rock off of him, and he's throwing it 30 feet in the air, which means that he's outputting well over the minimum requirement.
Oh my
don't quite know how to put it.
Amazing.
So what you're saying is I'm outputting a lot of force.
Tasty birthmark.
I laughed at that too. What? Super EJ bleeds? I refuse to believe this. Nothing can ever break his skin. Of course he can't bleed.
Of course he bleeds because he's flawed.
Oh, he's got flaws. Nice sleight of hand there, Super EJ. I really thought your skin had been penetrated for a real second there. Yes, I was so smart. I knew that he would do that, and I put a little blood pack underneath my fake skin prosthetic so that he could chop that and not even realize that I was unharmed the whole time.
Somewhat. What's your favorite food? Me. Birthmarks, of course.
Oh my gosh. Alright, see you, Sir Crafts-a-Lot. Have a good one.
It has been a while, man.
Yeah, we're probably going to end once we get to the next chapter break, and we'll continue the story from the next one.
Super EJ Flawsless. Doesn't know what Google is. Murderous intent. Doesn't know how to swim. Bleeds. Feels pain. For like 10 seconds.
I love Dark
Super EJ's toes are strong enough to defeat Malazork.
My skin flake is strong enough to defeat Malazork.
He's also illiterate, meaning he has a total of 6 flaws. Hey, it's like in Divergent when they count your fears. So instead of 4, he would be 6.
He's not a good writer either. That makes 7. Wow.
Also flaw Megazord. Oh my god.
You, my dude, are outputting a hecking lot of force. You, my dude, are using more than just Old Spice.
Oh my gosh.
So now, this is, I think, a scene where things get absolutely bonkers and still aren't explained for pretty much ever. Or at least for this scope of this book. So I'll explain things later, or I can even explain them now if we wanted to, because this is never explained in the course of this story, but...
Whatever you want to, whatever you think would make us...
Whatever chat wants, I guess. Do you want spoilers, or do you want to find out after we get to the end of the whole book and nothing is explained? Because either way, it's not going to be explained and it's going to be unsatisfying and confusing.
Why would you just never explain things?
Because it's supposed to be, holding off for the big reveals and stuff for book 2 or something like that. You gotta read the book 2 to understand what's going on, because I never understood.
We're definitely not going to lose our attention to this.
Evan never understood what was going on for all of book 1, and then he finally found out in book 2, so clearly that's when I write about what's going on. But I want to know what's going on. So, yeah.
Sam says, we don't need spoilers. We already know Ashley's the twist villain.
No spoilers. Okay, you guys don't want to know?
Okay, apparently they don't want to know.
Okay,
They just like chaos. Okay.
Alright, well, I guess
I know as much as you guys do.
We'll explain, maybe... You know what, I think the end of the book probably is at a good point to probably explain everything, because that's where, it'll be transitioning to book 2 where everything's completely different, and et cetera, et cetera. We could even read the part of book 2 that if we wanted to, but it's kind of bad as well. It's
all of this is bad.
I mean, yes, but whatever.
My blood continued to drip onto the floor, and as the ever-growing puddle touched the smelly residue, all my puddle of blood turned black.
Okay.
I would have thrown up then had the hatch not burst open just then. Knowing it would be the Israelites, I quickly swung my backpack at the people coming in the hatch with my good arm. Apparently it hit Dad because he yelled at... That reminds me of that TikTok where the guy, like, he hits his girl in the face. Have you seen that?
No.
What would I look up to find that?
Guy swings something in the face and hit the girl.
Hold on, I can do this.
Hold on, that didn't come out right. Apparently it hit Dad because he yelled in pain as he and the Israelites tumbled into the machine and landed in a heap behind the control panel.
I can't spell!
Okay. I vaguely heard Ashley chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" as they began to wrestle behind the control panel. I instead of helping Dad, however, got a water bottle and used some of its contents to wash the poisonous black puddle out of the machine's hatch. I did not want any of that stuff flying and landing on my arm if they accidentally hit the lever. Luckily, I managed to wash it all out onto our lawn before they did just that, sending us flying through time and space once more, my blood flying everywhere as the Israelites tried to strangle me. Amazingly, as we time traveled, none of the four of us fell out of the hatch and died. Where's Ashley, though? Was she just watching from the outside of the machine? Alright. Apparently getting stuck behind the control panel was a good thing.
Look. I'm sure you guys
Her nose is broke.
I know, it makes me like wince whenever I see that. I'm like, oh, yikes.
Yikes.
Anyway. We landed okay, but something was wrong. The hatch was still open and it was dark, foggy, and smoking outside. Dad, the Israelites, and I stopped
he has sent
fighting.
us to a rave.
Dad, the Israelites, and I stopped fighting, listening to the strange, eerie silence that came from outside. We cautiously stepped to the hatch in awe, me holding my arm to staunch the blood flow. I ripped a strip of my t-shirt off and tied it around my arm as a bandage. This was very effective in stopping my bleeding, and the pain began to subside to a dull throb.
No, Fire Seraph, you're summoning too much chaos. Chaos, 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 chaos. You're causing the chaos.
Oh no. Suddenly, the invisible follower I had felt before grew more noticeable again, so his presence was potent enough that I actually felt as though he was right behind me. I turned, finding
Bro, he literally was a second ago.
Yeah.
He literally was.
I whispered the name of the presence under my breath, as I now knew who it was. Malazor. I nervously looked out of the hatch.
I gasped, nearly having a heart attack, which I already had one previously, at the view set out before me. The machine had landed on the top of the battered, overturned head of the Statue of Liberty, stealing from the Planet of the Apes, and all around me were familiar faces. And all around me was the wreckage of cars, buildings, and bodies of people and animals. Yikes. Not PG. I looked up to see quite distinctly that the moon was in several pieces, and much closer to the Earth than it should have been. An aura of fear hung here, and the only light came from the fires and craters all over the battlefield that must have once been America. I saw a lone figure crawling along the ground, perhaps the only survivor, but still severely injured.
5.
He had only one arm, and his legs were gone. It's Ghost Moon! It's Ghost Moon, no! What happened here? I shouted at him. He called softly for help. Then his head fell to the ground, and he moved no more. Dad and the Israelites were cautiously peeking out of the hatch. I climbed down the head of Lady Liberty with tears in my eyes. Why would I do that? I jumped the last few feet to the ground and began to pick my way through the wreckage. It was completely silent, aside from the burning fires scattered around the ruins.
What does the machine say the date is? I choked out to Dad.
In 2 years, replied Dad, who had evidently already checked. I was devastated and terrified. As Dad and the other passengers stepped out of the machine, the head of Lady Liberty cracked, and they fell off, landing next to me on a ripped-apart mattress. That's convenient and also inconvenient and also what? Malazor had done all of this. I was sure of it. At least he had sent us here. As I looked at what was left of New York, or whatever the head of the statue, or wherever the head of the statue had ended up, I concluded I didn't want to see anything more.
Stabs his eyes out.
No!
Let's go, I advised softly. Dad was staring at a scrap of paper that had been a wanted poster. Come on, Dad.
Evan, look, he gaped.
I picked up the paper to see my name and face in the poster. It indicated that I had destroyed some national monuments, caused huge explosions, tried to kill people, and was going around the world.
I am the villain!
Whoa! He's the bad guy. I met Dad's gaze.
No, that won't happen. I would never. What? I sobbed, sitting down on the smashed car. Mouths are nothing with my head. This can't be real, I thought, arm throbbing. Flaw. Sorry. Suddenly, the ground shook, literally feeling like the earth had been hit with a meteorite. I then realized I didn't feel so heavy. I felt light as a feather. Not emotionally, but literally.
Not emotionally.
It felt like gravity had been decreased. The sun then rose 10 times faster than it should have. I watched in wonder as the sun zipped directly overhead, then stopped as we were thrown 20 feet away from the machine. We now weighed a heck of a lot more than we had a minute before. The Earth had stopped rotating and or been hit by a magical spell that increased the Earth's gravity, in case you were not aware.
As you do.
That's physics. Thank you for the creativity, but that's not how physics works.
Strong Frog says ghost moon.
Like, not at all.
I feel like let's see.
Oh my gosh, the physics. Okay, so in the course of one paragraph, the Earth feels like it's been hit by a meteorite. Suddenly it's rotating faster. Boom! Suddenly it completely stops and we get thrown. No, the Earth would be ripped apart. There would be shockwaves perpetrating through the entire atmosphere. The world would be ripped apart and just torn asunder. You would not be able to just go, I suddenly feel lighter and heavier. And that's it. No, you would die so many times over. Yes, the physics. Oh, whatever.
Seraph says, how many concussions and heart attacks does Super EJ go through?
A lot.
Did EJ write the Umbrella Academy? Ghost Moon!
Honestly, all the media just borrows from each other, so... Yeah. I mean, I wrote this, how many years ago?
Like 11, 12?
Something like that. No, more like 14.
EJ is a psychopath that is surprisingly consistent with his previous characterization. Everything bad that happens in the story is now EJ's fault.
Wow.
Okay, anyway.
I mean, you're kind of. Also, that was bad romance by accident.
What did you do?
Wow.
A shining golden ball of energy appeared around the machine and it flew up into the sky. Why is that and capitalized? I don't know. No!
It is JoJo.
I shouted as it sped up. As it sped up, a spaceship crashed into it. A hold-on maneuver, shattering energy and causing a humongous explosion from which I saw the machine emerge from, zooming off into space.
Great.
I watched in horror as it faded off into the distance.
Great.
As the fire from the explosion dissipated, I saw nothing other than the machine flying into a different part of space.
How can I see into space? This is the size of a trailer. How do I see that far? Unless there's no atmosphere anymore, in which case it makes sense why there was no shock.
Oh my god.
What is happening right now? Is the Earth like super tiny, and that's why like all these physical things are happening?
It's an Animal Crossing world.
Oh!
I watched in horror as it faded into the distance. As the fire from the explosion dissipated, I saw nothing other than the machine flying in a different part of space. 2 machines? I saw a human figure in a spacesuit flying away from the first machine as it drifted and falling to Earth. He landed on his feet and he didn't seem to feel heavy at all.
What the? He expressed, taking off his helmet to reveal that it was my future self. It was someone doing something cool. Obviously, it's me.
When does he meet any character that's not himself?
I don't know. There's a lot of myself happening in this. Only he seemed to be a few years older as he saw us. Oh yeah, I remember. Wait here. He then replaced his helmet, looked up at the first machine that was drifting away, and blasted into space with fire shooting out of his boots, and we were left speechless.
Okay, Iron Man.
A moment later, a ball of fire was streaking across the sky and hitting the ground a few miles away.
Cool.
It had hit with such force that the Earth began to spin again, making standing up possible. Super EJ throws the machine with such force that the Earth begins rotating once more.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Run to it! I heard myself.
How do
The
I
one in the
yell from
spacesuit.
space? In a spacesuit? How does anyone hear you?
Shout to us. No one needs telling twice. As a lightning bolt struck 10 feet from us, we, including the shocked Israelites, ran screaming towards the smoking crater.
Okay.
A ring of fire and lava suddenly appeared around us, and we
Uh-oh.
slid to a stop in the middle of the circular wall of flames.
Uh-oh.
The sky grew darker still, if that was possible, and the Israelites, Dad and I shrieked like little girls as the hands of dead people and scrap metal robots began to rise out of the ground.
Oh boy.
They crawled out of the ground, stood up, and began to advance towards us with the clear intention of killing us. What the heck is happening?
Thanks, Malazar. Now we have gone from like happy-go-lucky time travel jaunting to end of the world zombies, space battle,
scared.
chaos. So basically, like, the galaxy's ending in the background, because I was like, oh, what's worse than the world and saving the world? Saving the galaxy.
Brain.
And all the aliens on the other planet that exist.
Seb says, can't wait until Ashley takes off her little girl mask at the end of the book to reveal Rick Ashley's face. He had also disguised herself as Malazor to finish his master's plan. EJ was interfering in his scheme to never give anyone up. Oh my goodness. Hello,
Oh my
Captain
gosh.
Marvel. Literally. Oh my gosh.
Well, alright then.
You know, I appreciate how on board with time travel these Israelites are.
I
He's just like, they're a little freaked out, but like...
I think they're more than a little freaked out at this point. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, lightning struck and zombies appeared.
Yeah.
Dad and I dived into the ruined cockpit of a news helicopter as the Israelites drew their swords and grabbed some ruined gutters, swinging them menacingly with how do you have obvious practice with a piece of a gutter? Alright. As we watched in awe, science fiction, ancient history, and horror movie met in a flurry of blades, resulting in some hack-to-bit zombies, spare robot parts, and some considerably scary memories of two Israelites going ninja on some zombie robots surrounded by a ring of fire. What did I just read?
But, you know, don't
How
tell
is there
us-
a moral to this story?
But, you know, you don't have to tell us how any of this happened. Just give us a little summary sentence that says, this happened.
The moral of the story, never mess with an angry Israelite. Yeah, we don't get to understand any of what's happening
Yeah.
for like 2 books. 2 books! No one's gonna... I mean, if you include the rest of this book, that's like 3 whole books. Just no idea what any of this is or why.
Oh boy.
Things just happen, and because I'm so stingy, not telling anyone my secrets, nobody knows what's happening. The pacing is awful. The pacing is terrible.
Yeah. Like, I was gonna say,
Holy heck.
once the whole, like, wanted poster thing happened, that was actually one thing that I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting, the wanted poster. But that, I feel like this stuff should have happened, like, 20 pages earlier, because the other
so
stuff
much.
was just incredibly repetitive and boring, like, with the,
Okay,
the
the-
drowning and saving yourself and the Jericho and heck, you know?
Yeah, the overall problem is I had a story. Then I was like, okay, I have this finished story. Let me add in my new idea. Okay, cool. Now, let me add in my new idea. Okay, let me add in my new idea. And I didn't have a plan that I started from beginning to end so that I could like flesh it out and make it actually make sense and like have everything tie together. I just kind of had things happen and I'm like, oh, I want to add this. Let me go ahead and retrofit my story to make it make sense and cram in things and cobble things out, and I don't know, it wasn't,
Not
I don't know
very
what to say.
engaging.
Yeah, it's just bad. It's just real bad. Ooh.
I guess
Things
after
are just
going through the
happening.
10 plagues,
Things
you
are
just
just
go with
happening at
whatever.
Wait, what?
I guess after going through the 10 plagues, you just go with whatever. The Israelites. They're like, we've seen this before, it's no big deal.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh.
That's something we mess with too.
Oh no.
Oh boy. I don't even remember what happens in that part. I think it'll be a couple streams at this rate though, before we get there.
Dad and I dived into the ruined... Oh wait, I already read that. You already read that. I backed into the dark, sheltered interior of the helicopter as the Israelites relentlessly held the evil creatures off, and I accidentally hit a button, of course you did, which caused the screen to flash to life. On the screen showed the latest news report, definite footage of why my name was on the wanted poster. I saw myself on all 4 portions of split screen, one On one running directly at the White House, surrounded by gunfire and explosions. On
Okay.
another blowing up the Eiffel Tower.
Okay.
The next showed me riding on a missile, evidently trying to escape the authority, and helicopters, cars, motorcycles, and other people trying to capture me.
That's a lot of people.
And the last showed me throw my hand out in front of me, and a sphere of light appeared around me as the camera exploded. In the center of the
tense
screen
changed.
had the heading Evan Thompson, an invincible terrorist?
Super
A Jerry Stu terrorist? As I watched, a centaur made of fire knocked a car off the edge of an overhang. Dad quickly turned off the
EJ's a
screen.
terrorist. EJ became Jong-un. Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Great.
The Israelites probably, at least it's not frogs. Oh my gosh.
Your worst enemy is your stingy writer 11-year-old self. Great.
True.
What's happening? I asked softly as tears began to stream from my eyes. Am I evil? Is the machine lying? Dad hugged me, saying that this all had to be a dream because it was so totally crazy that none of this could possibly tie together or make any sense in real life. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink at the reader.
Whoa. Time travel, magic, zombies, the end of the world, and spaceships have nothing to do with each other. I
think what really happened is when they were driving to the Grand Canyon, they suddenly ended up on a flight, and then they crashed and like had the bends and all kinds of stuff happen, and they're just in a coma right now, imagining all the rest of this. Imagine the world.
Anyway, this has got to be a dream, insisted Dad. You're not evil. Before I could feel embarrassed for crying or try to wake up, however, a zombie that had apparently made it past the ancient sword-swinging lunatics outside grabbed me around the neck, trying to strangle me.
Because clearly the zombies try to strangle.
Yeah, and who cares about like biting or eating brains? It's all strangling.
Good old Dad snapped the bony forearm with rotting flesh hanging off of it, freeing my head, and we kicked the skeleton apart together. Kick that boy, haha! We high-fived.
As you do.
And began to walk out the helicopter. The tone is just like...
so casual.
Campy, grim murder.
Oh my gosh.
We high-fived and began to walk out of the helicopter, but heard a clanking sound behind us. We turned to find the fractured bones rebuilding, and the newly reformed zombie continue advancing. Dad screamed and punched the skeleton's skull off. It's a skeleton now? And as the rest of the body began to lumber off in search of it, we ran out to find the Israelites back on top of the helicopter, looking terrified as I chopped the rebuilding robots and corpses. One of them fell, and the other was quick to follow as the zombies overran them. The creatures, however, crawled right over top the Israelites, not trying to hurt them at all, merely advancing towards Dad and I. We were surrounded, and the ring of fire prevented us fleeing. We tried to jump up on the copter to help the fallen down Israelites, but they chopped at us. "You morons! It's us!" Dad shouted at them. A look of realization crossed their faces, and they tossed us their bent and broken improvised swords while keeping their own swords to themselves. Thanks a lot, I thought, as I lifted the unevenly weighted gutter. My arm protested, but I knew that I had to fight through the pain.
We chopped and swatted, hacked and swung, but no one was making any progress. Though the dead people were kind of wimpy, they just kept coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. We were backed up against the wall of fire with nearly no hope or energy left when I made the discovery. I sliced off a robot's arm and a zombie's leg, and they fell into the ring of fire. I noticed that they didn't reform. "Make them land in the fire!" I yelled. We then gained the upper hand and managed to melt every last one after a huge battle and a tremendous effort to fight without bleeding to death on my part. It's like...
Bro, did they just summarize the entire battle?
Yeah. Managed to melt every last one after a huge battle and a tremendous effort.
We were fighting and then we won. Okay. Yay. Pacing,
So good. Unfortunately, the fire around us began to writhe, forming a giant monster. Because, of course, why not? Breathed in flame, looking like a minotaur. Why not? With sharp teeth, lava breath, and a whip made of fire. Literally a Balrog.
Why did I have no creativity of my own? Bruh.
We were about to be fried, but then all of a sudden, the me in the spacesuit was between us and the monster.
Oh boy, I love the other me saving myself again.
Mm-hmm. "Hey, ugly!" he shouted at the thing.
That hurt my ears.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Throwing his helmet at the monster. at the monster. He winked at me, then caught the helmet and had...
Why is all this winking? There's too many winks. Too many knowing winks. I don't like it. Explain things to yourself.
That had harmlessly bounced off
so
the monster as it rolled. Believe me, you do not want to tour the rest of this ravaged world, he insisted sadly as the monster prepared to swing. The next thing I knew, I was witnessing a fight of monster against magic as the Minotaur breathed fire and swung his whip. The other me jumped and wove in and out of the monster's his fiery legs, causing it to nearly fall over. A sword appeared in his hand.
We're just saying, okay.
Accepting, because it's gonna get crazier, apparently. A sword appeared in his hand and a purple beam of crackling lightning shot from his hand at the monster. Then he sprayed ice from his hand and the monster roared in anger. The other
this is the future guy apparently has, like, master trained level magic. This is the end game bad
they're
boss.
throwing so much at us right now, all at once.
Yeah, just don't question what the other future guy can do. He's clearly gained magic powers that are beyond comprehension.
Okay. He sprayed ice from his hand and the monster roared in anger. The other me chopped at the thing with his sword and then he flashed white, a wall of light spreading from him. The monster was pushed out of the way. The wall of flame dispersed, and the wall of light spread to both sides of us, forming a path around us
forming a path around us from where we were to where the meteor had landed a mile away.
Okay, got it.
Except it wasn't a meteor, it was the machine, so why did I call it a meteor? Okay. Follow the path to the machine. You will be safe. Now, Evan, I would advise not ever using the machine again and obeying Mom and destroying it, but I guess I'm here, so it's obvious you won't care. Anyway, I wish I had listened to myself when I was you. We caused this, the other me claimed, motioning around at the destruction. He hung his head. Just destroy the machine. You can't use it. I know I can't change the past, so I know you won't destroy it, but this isn't coming out right, he said. Very well, the other me told him, donning his helmet and leaping into space.
Into space.
The four of us looked at each other confusedly.
What? We have to destroy... Huh? I asked.
You know, any explanation would be great.
The Israelites shrugged and began running madly towards the meteor. Dad and I followed us as the monster on the other side of the bright force field bellowed angrily. We found an enormous crater with the machine in the center when we reached the place. We piled back in the machine without saying a word to each other, and as we returned the Israelites to their time, we asked them not to mention this. They wordlessly agreed. That was a lot.
I would not wordlessly agree to that. I would be like, excuse me? I'm going to tell everyone about my alcohol-induced drug trip. This is the craziest thing.
Make a new book in the Bible called, like, New Evan or something. Evan Almighty.
New zombie.
He is Evan Almighty.
Oh my gosh, freaking oh no. The moment we got home, I felt like someone had just stabbed my skull with a knife. Not to mention my arm, which was throbbing like crazy. For some reason, I hadn't felt the lump on my head since the Israelites had killed the phone. Oh yeah.
That happened.
But I forgot about that. It was so minor compared to everything else. But I felt it again now, and the overpowering invisible presence had diminished now as well. I staggered past Ashley and Mom to reach the other machine, climb in, go back a few minutes, and turn the machine over to me when I had... How do I have the presence of mind to even keep track of whatever I needed to do there?
No.
Oh, sure, whatever. I accidentally hit the first me in the head with the hatch, and I thought how much that would hurt now. I had surprised myself, not knowing I was still able to laugh at such a thing after what I had just seen. Nope, that doesn't even make sense. Not even a little bit. That's the most unbelievable thing we've heard so far. I would have PTSD. There would be no laughing happening here.
Dad and Ashley will be here shortly, I sighed to Mom. What an adventure! Despite the horrifying images replaying over and over again in my mind, the exhilarating discovery and exploration was more than enough to tempt me.
No! Are
you okay?
No. Dude, listen to your other self who just said, bro, freaking
You just saw literal zombies.
You caused the world to end, sir. Are you okay?
I can't. Anyway. But if we were ever gonna go on another trip, we would have to bring more people to help watch our backs, so we would need a concrete escape plan, and we need to be very organized.
You need a concrete boot on your face.
But that wouldn't keep him down if you can yeet a 3 million ton rock. I began plotting our next adventure tiredly. Then I fell asleep on the grass almost instantly after lying my head down. Okay.
Repeat after me, guys. Mom sternly commanded the next day.
Repeat after me, guys. Dad and I replied with a smile.
Hate both of you. Good. I promise that I will never, ever use the time machine again in any way, shape, or form. Ever again. And we will destroy this machine as soon as possible, she said smugly, glad she had made it impossible for me to misunderstand her decree. After exchanging a quick glance, we winked and turned back to Mom. Good. I promise that I will never, ever use the time machine in any way, shape, or form.
How do they remember all that?
I don't. That's a really long phrase. And we will destroy the machine as soon as possible. We lied with our fingers crossed behind our backs.
Ho, 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 ho.
That's the end of that chapter.
We did it.
Hang on, I just want to see, like, so the end of that whole
that was
chapter.
Such a long chapter.
When did that chapter begin?
Forever ago.
Oh, okay. After I fainted, and something or other happened, and then okay.
Whew.
So it started off with, in the middle of Jericho shenanigans, ended with
the end of the world.
Freaking what?
Help me.
I don't know what happened.
Jeez.
But I think that's a good place to end it for now, and we'll continue with this next stream, which, I mean, I guess we don't have to wait till next Friday to do another stream, so we could do it another day if we wanted to. I don't know what day that would be, though, but depends on when we have free time. Bonus stream!
So tune in next time for the adventures of Super Evan and whatever the heck his name is, that guy.
Malnutrition.
Malnutrition. What did we miss?
Jericho to question mark to apocalypse.
Literally.
You're crazy. I think you're reading too deeply. Could you allow whatever that is, your crew?
Bloop. You.
Why did I have no creativity? You were 11, Ethan.
You were 11.
I appreciate that.
The length of these paragraphs is just the icing on the cake of beautifully written content.
I know, there was like all this effort into describing the most useless of things and explaining how, like, oh yes, I have this color hair and this color eye and this color.
And this is how great I am.
Like 2-sentence summary of, oh yes, we saved the world and escaped and did all these things and finished a giant fight with 1 billion zombies. Okay, I would have liked to know more about that and less about everything else. But okay, if you want to prioritize that, you gotta keep your word count down, man. I understand it. Thanks for coming by, Foster, if you're still here.
It's been fun. I want to talk to Michaela about a fiction book story that I think she would enjoy, but I'll have to wait until group next Wednesday. Okay, I will add it to my list of 50 billion things to read. Like zoinks, I might have to use 10% of my power for this one, Scoob.
Okay, now Super EJ is making Glimmer look like an alright person.
No.
Oh, yikes. Malnutrition, so that's why we thought the birthmark was yummy. Oh no.
Oh gosh. My head hurts after that.
Yes, that was chaos. So, what do you think so far of my super amazing magnum opus that I hid from you for so long because it had to be ready for your consumption?
It's so different than I thought it would be. Like what
did you think it was gonna be?
What I imagined was more like
coherency.
Well, yeah, I imagined the pacing to be like way different, like not just like constantly just like yeeting around and crazy things. And I also imagined it to be kind of like there's one on the ground.
Except for that.
I always imagined like almost a little bit like the Lunar Chronicles, like they're on their spaceship.
I did talk about the Ascafart stuff, but all that's like book 2 and book 3 and stuff. None of that has been book.
The image that comes to mind when I think of your time travel story is like them in the spaceship / time travel thing, just like in space somewhere, and they like have an active goal and they're like doing side quests on the way to it, and there's like 5 people like in your ship, like your different friends with you. So I didn't picture like returning to the house 10 million times, and I also pictured it to be like way more space and future and aliens and less like past stuff. So it's different than what I imagined.
I see.
Obviously,
I mean, honestly, that would have been a way better way to do it. It's just I had already written exploring shenanigans in the past because I wrote it bit by bit, and I was like, okay, here's the first segment. Oh, here's another little segment. Let me just have it. It'll be episodic a couple times messing around in the past, and then we decided to get rid of the machine or something. But then kept adding more, so
My brain is struggling to
But
process
it would have been so
this.
much better if it was time traveling to the future with all the like space travel and stuff that happens in the next couple books or something, which I never finished writing because the first one is such a hot garbage mess.
I mean, I do still think it's cool that you wrote this much, even if it's not good, when you were a child.
I know, it took a lot of dedication. I
Yeah.
spent like probably a year doing this like hardcore. It was
So that's
more
good.
more effort than most 11-year-olds would put into it. So
Yeah.
that was cool.
Because I just
I didn't have a lot of
rarely have
things
that
to
much
do.
of dedication for anything.
yeah. We just didn't have many things to do. We were like
What's Google?
too much free time, not enough. We were only allowed to play 1 hour of video games a day, so I had to find something to occupy my time.
Well, that was that. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you
Next stream, which
whenever that is.
maybe next Friday. Obviously, we do streams every Friday at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maybe a little late if I get off work late or something. But if we do a bonus stream, keep an eye on that or something. I don't know. God bless. Thank you all for watching and stuff. Check out my sister's channel if you want to.
Because I might
She
edit
does
this
funny
entire
things.
50 million hour video.
Yeah, she
and
edited
put it up.
a video of us playing Among Us recently
Do
and
not fake the pool.
and put the highlights of it up. That was funny.
Yes.
It was funny times.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'm gonna sleep now
I'm
because
gonna
I'm
get
still sick and I
snacks.
still need to recover myself.
Sounds good.
I need to be better, so I can live up to my 11-year-old self.
Yes. How dare you be sick right
I'm
now.
so sorry. I'm vulnerable to sickness, unlike my super EJ self. Bye everyone. Love y'all.
Bye bye.
I can't wait to see Stromprong's
Oh my gosh, it's
thingy.
gonna be
If she
incredible.
actually makes something, that'd be great. Bye.
Bye bye.